A few moments later.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it.
Well, welcome back. We got a few things to study today, including plasma tech, and as you saw the title of the stream, we got different drives we're going to be learning about today. But first, we're going to be learning about what happened like news-wise today, and then we'll get into that in a bit.
Trump is playing geopolitical chess, and our adversaries are playing geopolitical water polo. I was going to say geopolitical checkers, but it's not even remotely the same type of game. China betrayed Iran and wants to make a deal with Trump. They have no oil now. Russia, having a hard time getting oil, literally is cooked. All right?
Oh, I know what's going on. It's because I was going to show you guys this first. So there's a new tool in Gemini that allows you to create music. So I wanted you to hear this.
They just got all their oil fields bombed by Ukraine at the same time as Israel bombed Iran's drone manufacturing unit that has been working with Russia. Iran is begging, desperately wanting to make a deal, because, you know, they're absolutely and utterly cooked. Libtards are finally supporting ICE with quite literally some of the biggest twists in the Democrat Party history. They effed around and their gambit failed. Notorious libtard Alan Richman.
So you just click the little, there's a widget that says create music, and I clicked the one that has a forest. I guess it's called forest bath or whatever. It's just sounds of like woods and streams, and then I added, they say you can change it, right? So then I just make it like Claypex, and this is what it gave me. I did a few, and this is the one with the least amount of words, vocals. Okay, so I wanted to show you how simple it was to do something like this. So you're going to go over here, and you just, because it's, minimize that. I'm trying to get in control of the page again here. There we go. Okay, so you're going to edit the prompt, because I don't want to have like 50 billion prompts. and I'm just gonna do one like, let's say, chop suey. I'm forgetting how to spell it. So S-O, system of the down. So I'm just gonna do that. All right, let's see what it comes up with. So I don't understand. It's gonna say conflicting over here because of the forest. Sometimes it won't be able to do it because it's actually, the algorithm is actually pretty strong. If there's too many hypocritical statements, it'll just think you're messing with it, and then it won't give you anything. But like if you're actually trying to do something legit, then it'll actually do something like, let's see what it does with this.
I understand. That's not fair at all. What? What you wanted me to do with it, you did. Because, babe, I'm going nuts with this itch. No. I don't like nuts for the itch. I don't like to eat it. Wait, I'm gonna choke. No.
Okay, so see, it's already done. And then here we go, it even gave it a name. See, chop suey vibe, here we go.
Wake up, shake up, the makeup is fading away. Disjointed voices in the noise of the day. Internal static, erratic, the panic is high. Guttural rhythm under hollow sky. Hollow sky. Speaking fragments, segments are broken and dry. Volatility rising as the seconds go by. I don't think I can hold it together this time. Disappear here in the patterns of a jagged design. Why have you forsaken the soul when the communication is out of control? Yeah, out of control. Abstract contract, the impact is hitting the wall.
This is getting kind of deep.
Visceral shadows are starting to call. Psychological fire, the wire is starting to fray. No one is listening to what I say. Rapid fire syllables, nothing is easy. The air is heavy and the spirit is dizzy. I don't think I can hold it together this time. Disappear here in the patterns of a jagged design. Why have you forsaken the soul when the communication is out of control? Yeah, out of control. Do you know the feeling of the visceral void? Everything you built is slowly destroyed. I don't think I can hold it together this time. Disappear here in the patterns of a jagged design. Why have you forsaken the soul when the communication is out of control? Yeah, out of control. Out of control. Out of control. Out of time. Out of time. It's over now.
actually did really well. It did really more well with the rock stuff than it did with the dub
Wake
stuff.
up, shake up, the makeup is fading away.
And then you just click, you can download the video with cover art.
Disjointed voices in the noise of the day. Internal static, erratic. The panic is high. Cultural rhythm under hollow sky. Hollow sky. Speaking fragment segments are broken and dry. Volatility rising as the
Alright, so, sorry. It's probably loud. Okay, so yeah, you can just go ahead and download it straight to your device. I would imagine if you didn't have a music subscription service and you wanted to do stuff like that, that would be pretty cool. So here, let me show you a couple of the other ones that I made. I knew I put it in the wrong one. I put it in downloads, or is it still in... Where did it go? I'm just gonna download it again. In the meantime, we'll just have it, we'll have her do another one. We'll save all the stuff that I made, but you can see as I made plenty. Let's see if I can make the vibe that I want. Let's see. Would be a cool one would be like the Borderlands vibe. Like we got the, who makes that stuff? It's on the tip of my tongue. That shit is still bothering me, guys, but we'll get through this. Okay, it's like... I'm like screaming at myself right now because I don't know this. What's the money gonna grow and see how this goes? Cage the elephant? That's what it is. Cage the elephant. Artist. So yeah, I thought I'd show you how easy it is for people to be making songs now. See, like I couldn't create. Say sometimes if it can't do it, it can't do it. So look, what did I say? But it'll still do something generic. So it'll say I can't create a song specifically for Cage the Elephant, but I put together a track that captures that gritty high energy vibe you're looking for. It's an alternative garage rock piece characterized by raw, fuzzy guitar or electric guitars and driving heavy drum beat. The vocals feature a punchy, energetic delivery with a bit of grit, all wrapped in a lo-fi production style that gives it all a raw live feel. Here we go.
Here we
10
go
seconds.
again.
Oh my god, this one's only a 30-second clip.
Another
Normally it doesn't
sunrise,
really
bleeding rust across
You
the
don't imagine
interstate.
running
Another
30-second
coffee
tracks instead
burning
of
holes
full
to
tracks until you
concentrate and
limit the
seal your
sets.
fate. Yeah, we're all
Tomorrow.
running faster just to stay in the same damn race. With a plastic smile slide
literally
across
have
a
to wait till
tired
tomorrow
and
on
bitter face.
That's fine.
The tired and bitter
But we
face.
forget about Newsom being a little song thing. And then
Here we go again.
see, that's not that bad.
Another
But anyway,
sun.
so that's I wanted to show you that. Of course, that's not the engine drives. That's later. But it's just crazy how this stuff's happening so fast.
Got obliterated by the left. Notorious libtard Hassan Piker got obliterated by the left. All in all, a great day. Here's your deep dive on all the things that matter with the correct commentary. All right, I'm not going to give you this libbed out commentary with virtue signaling and platitudes. You only get it real, you get it raw. Quite literally, this episode is going to rattle. And I found some really disturbing stuff. They spent ages in the Jew tunnels for this one. So lock in, boys and girls. We got lots to talk about. Donald Trump is done playing games. Things are different, and quite literally, I'm excited to show you how. First, we have to understand what the left is talking about in regards to the entire war situation. They are not handling it well at all because they don't like when America wins. They actually want us to all die, actually. That's kind of, I mean, I saw them celebrate when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I don't have to ponder as to what their motivations are when they support radical terrorist organizations.
He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no what you support terrorism ? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America.
All right, so Hassan Piker says he doesn't support terrorism because, that would be America. Just hope we're on the same page here. This guy needs to get deported immediately. He's very unhappy that we're winning a war. He wants us to lose. All right, he is in good company though because this is Kafia Watermelon Libtard, another one of these morons that also is rooting for our own destruction. Understand, our enemy that's inside literally wants us dead. We're not like trying to make America a better place. They have their policies in mind and we have our policies in mind. We want to make America a better place. They want us dead. All right, this is quite literally the difference here. If you didn't wake up to that, well, this video might change your mind.
Palestine is no longer the litmus test. The litmus test is North Korea, China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran.
That's right. If you want to be a good person, you must be supporting Iran and North Korea. Imagine hating America so much. Again, these people are diabolical. We need to start getting rid of these people.
It's how you feel about Hamas, the Houthis.
Yeah, they're all terrorists, and I'm very happy that a lot of them are dead now. Thank God. May they continue to die effectively. Now, don't let your libtard neighbor hear this, but actually killing terrorists, don't tell your libtard neighbor, is fucking awesome. Yeah, that's right. The Houthis and Hamas are the litmus test. Yeah, the litmus test to know that you're fucking retarded and you should not have the right to vote in our country. All right, this is insane. Now, to understand what's going on with the war, you have to understand the level of victory that we're actually achieving these days.
Or they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before.
This was today.
President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash.
President Trump does not bluff. Iran, if you don't make a deal, we're dropping a sun on your faces.
Hell, Iran should not miscalculate
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system.
Yeah, last time they were like, Trump is bluffing. We have uranium. We're going to make nukes. Trump's not going to go to war. Please, please. A reliable source on the inside goes by Tucker Carlson, and he told us that you're totally not going to go to war. And then we obliterated 3 generations of Ayatollahs.
Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have
That's right.
already been defeated
That's right.
and refused to come to a deal.
They're like, listen, I know you're literally a terrorist death cult. You preach Islam, that you want to kill us and slit the infidel at the throats, and, America's the great Satan, whatever. Unless you acknowledge the reality that you lost, we're going to make sure that you keep losing. We're going to make sure that the dying doesn't stop. Dying will continue until morale improves, all right? Ayatollahs will continue to get obliterated. Now, reporters keep trying to ask her gotcha questions. Actually, Trump is losing the war immensely. But does that mean Trump is giving up on regime change? Does that mean Trump doesn't care about regime change anymore?
Because the regime has changed in terms of.
Has it not?
Well, the leadership.
Their entire leadership has been killed.
Has the regime really not been changed? Listen, I want to see the IRGC obliterated. I want to see them gone. I want the Iranian people to get their fucking country back. These poor people have been oppressed for 47 years. We're not there yet, quite literally. We're not there yet. And I want to see that happen. I've been praying for the Iranians every day. Now, to be honest, though, there was something of a regime change. I mean, we killed 88 Ayatollahs, my guy. We've been killing Ayatollahs incredibly effectively. The regime is very different.
And nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader.
We don't even know if he's alive.
So, wouldn't you say there's been a change?
There's been a
change in leadership. I mean, do you feel
there's been a change
as though
in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So, thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel
Damn,
as
bro.
though you've achieved leadership level or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied with? I mean, have you?
We'll
I think
see.
it's too soon to say.
We'll see. I love how reporters always ask questions like this. Listen, Trump has a very simple doctrine here. He doesn't want to instill democracy in Iran. He doesn't want to go there and put boots on the ground and sit there for 10 years in an endless quagmire trying to make it a Western civilization, all right? Trump doesn't want to do that. He wants the leaders of Iran to not be trying to fucking kill us, all right? And, maybe suck our balls a little bit. Maybe do a Venezuela and become our bitch or something. I don't know. And Trump is testing the waters. And if they refuse to do so, they're gonna fucking die. That's actually how it works when you lose a war. Yeah, when you lose a war, you don't actually get to dictate the terms. I know that sounds pretty bitchy and shitty, but the reality is, dictating terms comes before the war. After you lost, you don't get to dictate terms, my guy. You are absolutely at our mercy. We overpowered you, we destroyed you, and we get to choose where your country goes from here. Hopefully it doesn't involve nuclear weapons. That would obviously suck for the people. Quite literally, it's pretty sad.
The Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 140 of their naval vessels, including
how many they destroyed?
50 mine layers.
0.
This is the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. Again, let me reiterate, this is the largest elimination of a navy on the face of the planet in a 3-week period.
And then CNN be like, I actually saw an AI video from Iran.
Dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser-focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti-ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And
but I was told by Tucker Carlson that this would be like a 4 bajillion year long endless war, infinite war, nuclear holocaust. But I was told that this was going to be another Iraq. You mean to tell me all the grifters were just grifting? Now, Trump tweeted this. The radical left, country-hating Democrats are trying to create inner chaos to take away from the great military achievement we are having in Iran. They hate seeing us win so completely and decisively, but the American people sees what's going on, America first. And he's right, honestly. No matter how many griftoids show up on the timeline to tell you that actually Trump is owned by Israel, we're secretly losing the war. Look at all these AI videos of Iran, CNN running defense for Iran. The average guy knows what's happening because we're fucking obliterating them really very effectively. And it's fucking awesome, actually. Now, this was a pretty insane twist. Iran tells the United States it does not want to resume talks with Witkoff and Kushner. All right? It prefers negotiating with Vice President JD instead. Now, I I have a few theories as to what's actually going on here. Theory number one, this is the obvious one. Witkoff and Kushner are Jews. So, all right, that was theory one. That was a pretty simple and effective one. Theory two, I think J.D. Vance has constantly, since the beginning of this war, been trying to not state his opinions as much as he can, because I think he's kind of against this war. And I think he's going to be trying to make his entire 2028 campaign on no wars, and he was against the Iran war, and he's the one that actually made the peace deal with Iran. Also, he's very close friends, it seems, with Tucker Carlson, who, in my opinion, has leaked shit to the regime in the past. Anyway, only time will tell, but keep an eye on this one. He's been a sussy-wussy lately. Breaking news, Iran State TV, Iran has rejected the U.S. 15-point plan. And they're gonna fucking die now, actually. So this is the regime spokesman, Marandi, all right? He's retarded, and he had a couple of choice retarded words to tell you.
Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the Emirates, not only do they provide, and these three countries, of course, Bahrain and Kuwait are also, they provide bases. They allow the Americans to use their airspace to bomb Iran. They allow them to use their territory to fire HIMARS missiles into Iran. But Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the Emirates fund the war. They pay the Americans to fight the war as we speak.
Hell yeah.
I don't know about Kuwait.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Our allies are only becoming stronger while your regime is Ayatollah-less.
Bahrain. But these three countries, I do know that they're funding the war.
Let's go.
So Iran will not allow the Persian Gulf in future to be used as a platform for...
Oh, they won't allow. Oh, Iran won't allow, says Mr. Spokesman over here. Oh, really?
Threatening Iran, murdering Iranian children, as we saw in Minab at the school.
Yeah, so again, don't let the emotional grifting work on you. All right, this is like literally third world tactics. They tried it in Gaza. They're trying it here too. The reason why any person in Iran is dead is because the Iranian regime forced our hand to fucking kill them. Every single war has collateral damage. Every single war has civilians that are killed, even when they're not directly targeted. It's an inevitability of war. Why did this war happen? Because Iran is trying to fucking kill us. Because they're trying to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. They're threatening us constantly, and they've killed thousands of us. They forced our hand to actually take action. Every single death is on their hands. Just like every Palestinian in Gaza's death is on Hamas's hands. That's how the world works, all right? And they try to play like this moral chicken because they believe they are the arbiters of morality. Sharia law is the only moral law, according to them. So therefore, they have the right to smite us at the throat, all right, like it says in the Quran. But we're not actually allowed to do anything about it because if we fight back, well, then we are violating their perfect peaceful law. And so many people, largely women in colleges, completely fall for this. They literally look at the missile that blew up, that killed the people, and they attribute blame that way because a third worlder cried on a YouTube video and on a Zoom call, and now they all believed it. The reality is, war is complicated. I don't care how many liberal white women in colleges get manipulated to realize that actually war isn't straightforward. The reason why this war is happening is because Iran is a terrorist regime. If they would have been very nice people, this wouldn't have happened, and those people would be alive. Don't let these retards trick you, all right? This is the morally clear position, and everyone's going to try to tug on your heartstrings with this emotional blackmail and bullshit. Do not fucking fall for it. So Iran, to this day, still threatening their neighbors, and that's why the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is begging Trump to keep fighting. All right, that was breaking news from yesterday, which I covered yesterday. Only 15 missiles have been launched from the IRGC in Iran today. 15, all right? Remember, the first days of the war, they were firing thousands of missiles, and today they fired a measly 15. Honestly, pretty gay. Pretty gay, Iranians, not gonna lie. Iranian parliament speaker Qualibaf, all right, and this is very interesting. According to the intelligence reports, Iran's enemies are preparing to seize one of Iran's islands with the support of a regional state. Our forces are tracking all the enemy movements, and if any action is taken, all critical infrastructure, that regional state will be hit and sustained with relentless attacks. This is honestly pretty hilarious. It's just like how Ali Khamenei said that they were going to sink the USS Lincoln, and then he ended up dying in the first 2 seconds of the war. No one's actually worried about their threats anymore. They've been threatening total obliteration of the United States every single day for the last 47 years. I hate to be that guy. United States fucking totally obliterated you instead. It's pretty awful. Imagine living your entire life, 47 years, prepping a war against the United States and dying instantly. It's probably the gayest death in the history of anime. Now, the funny thing is, breaking news, 30+ NATO allies are now moving to the Strait of Hormuz per Fox News. Now, remember, this is the thing that Trump said on day one. Hey, NATO, pull your weight or I'm going to stop funding your asses. And all of a sudden, 30 NATO allies are showing up to actually help out. Wow, isn't that beautiful? Just a little bit of pressure from the orange man. And we don't have to be the sole policeman anymore. Because the reality is all those guys need the oil more than we do. Now, for people that need actual understandings, no! I thought Iran was going to shut it down forever and there was nothing Orange Man could do. No! It's almost like every single panicking opinion, right? These retards that are literally falling off their chairs panicking at everything Trump does. Oh my God, Trump is fighting Iran. Iran is going to kill us on the mainland. Well, that didn't happen. Iran is going to blow up all of our ships. Well, that didn't happen. Iran is going to nuke Tel Aviv. Yeah, well, that didn't happen either. We're going to lose thousands of soldiers, says Tucker Carlson. All right, we're going to start. This is the beginning of World War III, says Dave Smith. This is going to be a nuclear holocaust, says Candace Owens. Meanwhile, the Democrats are describing a whole different reality that we're actually losing a war, which we're obviously not losing. Oil prices are going to be super high forever. Iran is going to completely shut the Strait of Hormuz. There's nothing we can do about it. Yada, 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 etc., etc. Fearmonger, fearmonger. That shit died down really fast. All right, like, and quite literally, the only way you would know that is if you were watching this guy, this blue retard over here who covers all the things in depth. I've been so fucking justified every step of this. It's crazy. Now, CNN is still trying to run defense for the Islamic Republic. It's shocking that they're still doing this.
So does anyone sitting here have any idea what he's talking about?
I'm sure Scott does. Please tell us what he's talking about.
None of us do because none of us are in the room for these negotiations.
Doesn't seem like Trump is either, dude.
You're not.
Trump isn't either.
You're not. You're not. And
right, so they're trying to say, you don't even know what Trump's plans are. Yeah. Duh. Excuse me, what?
Obviously, they're talking.
I didn't say I didn't say that I do.
I want to hop in.
So
please
I want to hop in.
None of us are going to be. Now, we will react to it when the news breaks. But to me, if you exit this with an Iran that has a defanged as it relates to missiles, as it relates to an aggressive navy, you take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, and you leave the remnant here unwilling to be a supporter of terrorism, that is an unequivocal win for the United States of America.
I want to show you the very careful wording Scott is using here. He's saying,
I want to show you the very careful wording. He said that Iran won't be a threat and stop doing terror, when in reality, like, dude, this is CNN trying to make up that Iran is actually winning this war. Now, this, I think, is the craziest news of the day, and it's something that a lot of people aren't even really talking about. Israel strikes Russia-Iran weapon supply line in the Caspian Sea, Wall Street Journal reports. Now, a lot of people don't actually understand the geopolitical chess game that Trump is playing because, you know, a lot of people read headlines. They don't actually follow geopolitics. To be honest, for the average person, buying a house is so much more important than whatever the fuck is going on in the Middle East, and that's totally justified. But if you want to actually pay attention to what's going on, China is a massive threat, a gigantic threat, and so is Russia. Now, not so much that they could defeat us militarily now, but you don't want China to decide to invade Taiwan. You don't want this Russia war to keep going forever where we're spending billions on Ukraine for some reason. You don't want China becoming an AI superpower, and we want to maintain the United States as the global superpower that could really do whatever the fuck we want. We could actually just do things when we're the global superpower. When we have someone else that could just completely nuke us from orbit anytime they want to, our hands are tied. Look at England. No matter how many strongly worded tweets Keir Starmer decides to post, that shit's not going to affect literally anyone. All right, the Canadian opinion and the French opinion and the Spanish opinion. Look, I'm not trying to shit on the people in those countries. It really sucks that that your countries decided to commit suicide. But their opinions are irrelevant because they have zero power to back it up. I see a lot of people take my videos out of context to decide, say, Nutt said might makes right. No, I didn't say might makes right. I said might makes. And that's just an objective fact. Might makes. Now, we have to be right. And I firmly believe that the, Western civilization is the most moral civilization on the planet. It's based on biblical values. And quite literally, there is no equivalently moral civilization. So I want the United States, quite literally the last bastion of Christianity in the world, as all of Europe gets conquered by Islam. Yeah, I would really prefer if the United States was the global superpower. So this geopolitical chess game that Trump's been playing for months now was first you cripple Venezuela, all right? Now that topples Cuba, and it also cripples Iran, because Iran is not getting their oil from Venezuela. Venezuela was also a major oil supplier of China and Russia. Now we go after Iran. They're not getting oil anymore from Venezuela, because Venezuela's our bitch now, and we go after Iran. But also Iran was the major oil exporter to China, and the civilization is the most moral civilization on the planet. So I prefer if the United States was the global, as all of you states, there is no equivalently moral civilization. So I want the United States, quite literally the last bastion of Christianity in the world, as all of Europe gets conquered by Islam. Yeah, I would really prefer if the United States was the global superpower. So this geopolitical chess game that Trump's been playing for months now was first you cripple Venezuela, all right? Now that topples Cuba, and it also cripples Iran, because Iran is not getting their oil from Venezuela. Venezuela was also a major oil supplier of China and Russia. Now we go after Iran. They're not getting oil anymore from Venezuela, because Venezuela's our bitch now. We go after Iran. We take out the leadership. We stop all the terrorism that Iran's been doing. We stop them from developing nuclear weapons. But also Iran was the major oil exporter to China and one of the major weapons manufacturers for Russia. So if you cripple Iran, you cripple the weapons supply line to Russia, a war that we're trying to stop, that we're spending billions of dollars on, and you also cripple the oil pipeline to China, because China doesn't have any oil, basically, like themselves. So understand, Israel strikes Russia-Iran weapons supply line in the Caspian Sea. That's huge. Also, this is a Ukrainian drone attack, halting 40% of Russia's oil export capacity today. All right, so there it is. Everything nice. What a beautiful day. Driving down the nice Ruski road. Russia. But what is that in the distance? What is all of that smoke? What's with the smoke? Where did the smoke come from? Yeah, so the smoke actually came from oil exports. Massive fire at Russia's Aluga oil terminal in the Leningrad Oblast after Ukrainian strikes overnight. Second to largest Russian oil export hub. This is insane, by the way. This is an image of Russian oil entering into the stratosphere, crippling 40% of Russian oil. So as it stands, over the last 24 hours, 40% of Russian oil is offline, and also one of the largest weapons manufacturers for China for Russia is also offline. All right, understand how insane this is. Now, Trump says the talks are underway to ease the Middle East tension. Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are leading the push as the Gulf countries keep facing Iranian attacks. It's just basically what's going on in the Gulf area. And the funniest thing is, everyone's crying about gas prices, right? Under Biden, gas prices were high the entire time. Now, all of a sudden, everyone's talking about gas prices because you can blame Trump for it, because of the war that's going on in the Middle East.
It's going to be a big blue wave. It already was going to be before the war in Iran, and this is the most visceral change that we've seen so far. When I drove to the airport today, I passed by 2 gas stations, and I was paying attention. American families are paying attention to this.
They are.
I'm old enough to remember when Democrats were advocating for higher gas prices to bring about the end of the internal combustion engine.
True, by the way. Do you remember that? I remember that.
They have to be 5.
Now, all of a sudden, gas prices are.
Wait, which Democrats have
gas
higher
prices?
gas prices?
Gavin Newsom artificially increases gas prices in California because he's trying to save the environment. It's unbelievable how retarded these people are. They don't know anything. They're just little talking point factories where they get the NPC downloads into their brains and decide to just blurt out how Orange Man bad.
Yeah. Literally all
they said, I want higher gas prices.
Yes, they literally artificially inflated gas prices so less people would buy gas to save the environment.
That was the policy, to drive prices up to get rid of the internal combustion engine.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can say about it. But now that Trump is literally killing terrorists that have been trying to kill us for 47 years, now gas prices are up, it's obviously a nightmare. It's so disingenuous and evil. All right, so Iran fights back with AI slop videos. All right, this is what they're trying to do. Right, because they're losing the war, obviously. Oh my God, it's Netanyahu and Trump and Iranian girls. Oh no, they're falling off a cliff. Epstein file. You see, that's very funny because in Iran you can literally marry 9-year-olds. No! They've fallen off a river in a sea of blood. Again, this is how they win. Iran is really making pro-level short movies. Little AI videos. Right, this probably goes hard as fuck if you're a third worlder with an IQ of 70. Right, and they keep posting them. They're really trying to get like the Marvel Cinematic Universe feel for like these AI slop videos. The Native American. Japan, Hiroshima, after we dropped a nuke. By the way, they started the war. Vietnam. No! Oh, Yemen! Not Yemen, no! By the way, a lot of the conflicts in Yemen is literally because Iran funds the Houthis to bomb Saudi Arabia. No! Not Palestine, Gaza! No, not Palestine, Gaza, where they started a war and lost! Epstein's... I love how they keep trying to make believe Epstein's Island is literally worse than day-to-day life in Iran. Everything Epstein did was legal in Iran, by the way. All right, and in Iran you could take sex slaves from minorities. All right, you could marry children that are 9 years old. All right, Epstein's youngest victim was 14. All right, that's ancient in Iranian women ages, according to the Islamic Republic. Iran, no. General Qasem Soleimani, a terrorist that we killed, and it was awesome. No. Ali Khamenei, another terrorist that we killed, and it was awesome. No! So yeah, so this is how they're trying to fight the war. Like, it's honestly incredible. It's just basically showing us our greatest hits or something. This is insane. insane. Now one of the major interesting things that we've been looking into in regards to foreign influence is it looks increasingly likely that Max Blumenthal, son of top Hillary Clinton official Sidney Blumenthal, fabricated the fake story about Israel killing Charlie Kirk, used Joe Kent's wife and Candace Owens to spread it. All right, there's a lot of conspiracy theories that the entire shit was like a foreign government interference, which again, it's interesting, it's food for thought, and I think that this is the greatest way to close out the war discussion, because this says so much. Now that we've crippled the entire oil pipeline to China, my meeting with the highly respected president of China, President Xi Jinping, which was originally postponed due to our military operation in Iran, has been rescheduled. It will be taking place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. First Lady Melania and I will also host President Xi and Madame Peng for a reciprocal visit in Washington, D.C. at a date later this year. Our representatives are finalizing preparations for this historic visit, and look very much forward to spending the time with President Winnie the Pooh in what will be, I am sure, a monumental event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The Chinese can suck it. That's basically what he said. Honestly, pretty good stuff in general, right? He completely and utterly cripples every ounce of leverage China had, and then he has a wonderful meeting with the fat guy. Domestically, there's quite the situation going on, and it's honestly some of the funniest thing in the universe that I'll be honest, we've been praying for times like this. I'm saying that sarcastically, but also, during the first 9 months of 2025, there were 356 shootings in New York City with a black perpetrator and 2 shootings with a white perpetrator. Ladies and gentlemen, the per capita debate is over. I saw this number and I was immediately so excited to get called a racist on Twitter for like the next 2 weeks, because apparently noticing this makes you a racist. I'm so happy that we could just like completely end the discussion. You explain to people, riddle me this, Batman. What makes up 13% and also half, right? You're expecting some cheeky response, but the reality is this is diabolical. All right, in the first 9 months of 2025 in New York City, there were 356 shootings perpetrated by black individuals, 2 shootings perpetrated by white individuals. This is the craziest statistic in the history of time, by the way. It's not even like New York City is majority black people. It's just almost like certain cultures are different than other cultures. It's almost like some cultures do tend to glorify violence more than other cultures. You're racist for noticing, by the way, but this is like a debate-ending event, all right? This is the fucking Thanos endgame situation. Bro, this is like AIDS statistics for gay people. Bro, this is like female genital mutilation statistics for Somalians. This is like figuring out that, 6% of the British population are Pakistani Muslims, and they are 97% of the rape gangs. Every once in a while, a statistic just stares at you in the face, slaps you fucking hard, and then explains to you that actually the leftoid reality that they're trying so hard to push on you is actually not true. Next time you turn on Netflix and you got a whole metric fuck ton of violent white guys, you'll Anyway, discussion over. Moving on. Super important to note, Zohran Mamdani had a lot to say about this New York violence streak, all right? I am outraged by this hateful anti-Muslim attack in our city. An anti-Muslim attack happened in your city, really? That's horrible. No one should be targeted with slurs. Wait, the anti-Muslim attack was slurs? Muslim New Yorkers have deserved more to move through the city safely, and indignity, Islamophobia, no place here. All right, so let me get this straight. Let's just try to understand this. You didn't condemn 2 ISIS terrorists throwing actual bombs on your street in New York. Let's just understand. But you're here making a whole hullabaloo over Muslim woman thrown to ground by stranger yelling Islamophobic slurs at New York City subway stop. Again, I'm not minimizing it. I don't think it's acceptable. I don't think there should be any violence. But you're going to downplay a literal ISIS Islamic terror attack, and you're going to make a whole hullabaloo over Islamophobic slurs? Like, are we serious, bro? This is fucking crazy, dude. And then you get, like, an actual kill shot in the response. At Grok, is it Islamophobia if most terrorists are Muslim? No, Islamophobia implies irrational hatred of Muslims as a whole. Global data shows that, yeah, most, 70-80% of terrorism is Islamic. Yeah, you're racist for noticing. You're racist for noticing. Another one of those. Now, speaking of being racist for noticing, dude, I honestly don't know how you have the gall to continue lecturing anyone on discrimination when your wife has been caught praising the October 7th massacre and you defended her on live TV. All right, I don't care. All right, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. It's almost like they're trying to conquer us from within and lecture us while they're doing it. It's almost like that. Now, Donald Trump made this tweet. The Democrats don't want to make any deals unless amnesty and citizenship is given to millions of criminals who have entered our country illegally, many of whom have been convicted of serious crimes. Protect America. And this is honestly insane. All right, Chicago alderwoman Maria Haddon. This is heartbreaking. There is a woman by the name of Sheridan. This girl, Sheridan Gorman, murdered by an illegal alien from Venezuela in Chicago 2 days ago. The way this has been covered by the left is one of the most disgusting fucking things I've ever seen. And you're racist for noticing. All right, so let's see how the news was discussing it.
All the time, right? And they go out on the pier, they walk around. So the kids were out doing normal things people do in the neighborhood. And it sounds like this might have been a wrong place, wrong time, running into a person who had a gun. They might have startled this person at the end of the pier unintentionally.
Maybe the illegal alien murderer was startled unintentionally, and Sheridan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. No. You know who's in the wrong place at the wrong time? The illegal alien. You know, the one that came here illegally, that shouldn't be in the country at all, but is for some reason in the country, and the Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to keep in the country? If this guy would have been arrested 2 weeks earlier, all right, the Democrats would have been protesting to release him, all right, and now he's a murderer. You will never convince leftists to change their mind because their minds are not made up based on any form of logical, coherent reasoning, right? Their mind is made up on political advantage. It's all about the narrative. How dare you say that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time? She probably startled the innocent illegal alien that murdered her in cold blood. And let me make something else clear for you. Remember when I told you just a minute ago that statistics sometimes will radicalize the fuck out of you? There were more Americans killed in Chicago since the Iran war started than literally killed by the Iranians. These people are diabolical. And it gets worse. So this is the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, all right? He was asked, hey, do you want to apologize to the family of Sheridan who was murdered by an illegal alien and was only in the city because of your policies that kept him there?
We're going to continue to pray for those victims.
Will you take this opportunity to apologize to Sheridan's parents for the policies that you have promoted that would directly cause her death? That suspect would not be in the city, would not be in the country, but for your policies. Will you take this opportunity to apologize?
Well, again, I believe that we're all grieving the loss of Sheridan and other folks who have lost their lives because of senseless violence. And let's just be very clear, between the Safety Act and the Welcoming City Ordinance, the Welcoming City Ordinance was passed 40 years ago by the first black mayor in the history of Chicago.
Oh, and he was black, so you can't obviously undo that.
And the Safety Act was passed under the governor, that time who was a Republican.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor. Thank you for your questions.
And that's it. Doesn't want to apologize. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. She was killed by an illegal alien. That's cool. Anyway, this is the governor of Illinois, all right? And this is what he had to say. Honestly, it's somehow even worse.
There have been real failures. Those failures, of course, extend beyond the borders of Illinois. That's their national failures, a failure to have comprehensive immigration reform, a failure of the president to follow his own edict to go after the worst of the worst.
Let's understand this. Donald Trump is trying to deport every illegal alien. The Democrats pushed back so hard that he's not even able to because he unfortunately can't because he's too weak. All right, if Trump was a stronger man, he would fucking send in the National Guard and they would deport every single illegal alien, and I wish he would. All right, and whoever runs their ticket based on deporting every single fucking illegal alien that invaded our country, that guy gets my vote immediately. But to say that it's Trump's fault that this violent illegal alien murdered a woman in your state that you were fighting to keep there and prevent his deportation. You protested and rioted like domestic terrorists to prevent ICE from deporting this guy. And then this guy murders someone, and then you blame Trump. Literally, what is even happening? This is like unthinkably evil. All right, then they ask Hakeem Jeffries. Right, they ask him, hey, sir, what do you think about the illegal alien? All right, would you have him deported now that he's a murderer?
Do you expect an illegal immigrant has been charged with murdering a college student in Chicago last week? Do House Democrats believe if he's convicted, he's someone who should be deported?
I'll look into the case.
You'll look into the case? He just said, if this is a murderer, would you agree to deport him? He's illegal in the country. He's a murderer, a convicted murderer. All right, if that's the case, would you deport him? I'll look into it, maybe, who knows? This is unbelievable. Like, the mask is so off, it's unbelievable. It's shocking. This is one of the most Elon Musk responds with, wow. Dude, this is unfathomable levels of evil. They want us destroyed. All right, they literally want us destroyed. Speaker Johnson had things to say about this, too.
Sadly, there will be no Democrats marching in the streets for Sheridan Gorman.
Nope, they don't care. In fact, they want more of this to happen, all right? Like, I'm so tired of living in this delusional universe where we have to make believe that people aren't actually responsible for the consequences of their actions. If the Democrats' actions are directly bringing illegal aliens into our country and preventing their deportation, then all the blood spilled by these illegal aliens is on the hands of the people that kept them there. I am so tired of the left making believe that actually people don't really even have agency. What do you mean? Consequences for my actions? What are you talking about? I had no influence over that guy murdering somebody. He's just a guy. He's just a human. He had his own choices to make. No. He was there because of you. All the blood that he spills is on you. We're dealing with a domestic threat that is trying to kill us through their very policy.
They won't even talk about her today. I promise you, they won't even bring it up. No one holding signs demanding justice for her killer.
Where's that? Everyone's crying for Renee Good and Alex Preddy, two retards that were fighting their heart out to make sure Sheridan would get killed today. All right, understand what they were fighting for. All right, Alex Preddy, who they all marched for. Renee Good, who they all marched for. You know, the Karen lesbian retard that committed suicide by cop. All right, they're all marching. They're going to vigils. They're talking about her every day. They're still talking about her to this day. She was fighting to make. She was fighting for.
It's among the most shameful episodes we have ever seen.
It's unbelievable.
They cannot even bring themselves to say
Shocking.
that this shouldn't have happened.
Because they want it to happen. All right? If they keep proving again and again and again that they don't want to take action to prevent this from happening, it leads me to believe that they actually kind of want it to happen. Otherwise, they would do something, which they don't. So maybe perhaps they are trying to kill us. Who knows? It's a more reasonable explanation.
We hope that someday Democrats finally come to their senses again and put the safety of American citizens first, but we're not holding our breath. Until then, here's what Republicans will do, okay? We're going to pray, obviously, for Sheridan and her family, every American citizen victimized by these senseless, avoidable crimes. We will continue to fight for the rule of law and to call out the madness when we see it. And here's what we will not do. We will not allow Democrats to hold our airports and our country hostage so they can re-implement their catastrophic catastrophic, deadly open borders policies and threaten the lives of our children. This is common sense versus crazy.
Bro, thinking about how Trump was able to more effectively defeat the Iranian terrorists than the Democrats that are trying to kill us from the inside.
Everybody can see it, and they're going to put it on display again tomorrow. As the leader said, we're going to vote to fund Homeland again. And I think that vote tally, that should be blown up. It should be put at poster size in every airport terminal. So
I agree, actually. That would be great. Now, the crazy thing is, everyone is calling them out on how disgusting this is. Because this is just unfathomable. Here you have an illegal alien that murders somebody, and the best that they could do is say, I'm not going to apologize, actually. Or it's Trump's fault.
Donald Trump. Well, he's absolutely blaming Donald Trump. And listen, I'm not a rabid Trump supporter or hater. But if you're going to blame the federal government, then blame it where this problem began, which was under the Biden-Harris administration that allowed 15 million people from
This is a Democrat, by the way.
South America, Central America, and across the oceans to come through our southern borders, manipulate asylum, be poorly vetted, and then scattered to the 7 winds of the United States. That's where this problem started, and I have yet to hear a single Democrat hold Biden and Harris accountable for what has happened.
Because for them, it's just victory and power. All right, that's the major difference between the right and the left. The left wants to win by any means necessary, and the right ultimately does have principles. Sometimes misguided, but they have principles, at least, that exist. The left just wants to win. That's why the left will celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's why they'll pray for Trump's assassination. They'll be sad that the bullet missed. I don't know a single Republican that was hoping that Joe Biden would get assassinated. When Joe Biden was diagnosed with cancer, I saw conservatives saying, you know, best of luck, I hope you get through this well. And I saw leftists jeering at him because he wasn't pro-Palestine enough or whatever. The reality is, there is one side that's evil. All right, this really is good and evil. It's not right and left anymore. And too many people are just closed-minded and think that this is just policy debates. It's really not policy discussions at all, actually. It's a society, a Western civilization, based on biblical values and the demons that try to destroy us.
Because they knew who they were allowing in, they have their information, they vetted them poorly and still let them go even when they were criminals. And to say it's Donald Trump's fault.
The pro-rape party has decided that it's Donald Trump's fault that the pro-rape party invited rapists into our country.
Simply because we refuse to work with them to go after those high-priority targets. There are 2,000 priority targets in the city of Chicago right now who we know are dangerous, courtesy of the Biden-Harris administration that vetted them.
That's crazy.
But we will not allow the Trump administration to remove them simply because we don't want to look as though we're capitulating to him.
Understand that. There are 2,000 highly dangerous illegals that we know about in Chicago, and the actual Chicago state government is preventing Trump from deporting these guys, and then they kill people, obviously, and then they blame Trump. Again, it's evil on a fundamental level, and they want us dead, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna wake these people up. All right, I'm gonna wake you guys up. The real red pill? The real red pill is being able to discuss these things. Yes, the Democrats institute policies directly because they want to fucking kill us. Yes, when you look at the crime rates and crime statistics between the 2 white shooters versus the 356 black shooters in New York City over the first 9 months of 2025, it makes you start thinking about things. Yes, when 80% of terrorist attacks globally are Islamic, you start to really consider if maybe the doctrine is the issue. Now, Lisa McCain went nutty over the Democrats for this.
Was your child. Just think about that for a minute. As a mother, it absolutely infuriates me because Democrats are refusing to put my children, our children, American children, over these violent, illegal criminals. That's not hypothesis. That is fact. And if you don't believe it, why don't you talk to Sheraton's parents? I just get irritated, and I can't believe this is going on in America.
It is shocking. It is absolutely shocking, if you even think about it for a second.
Democrats are back to their old chant, defund the police. I mean, that is who they are. Make them own that.
Yeah, they're anarchist communists that want to tear down the West. Absolutely.
Here's the thing, though. It's time. Not just a slogan. This is a shutdown of our homeland security.
Yeah, while we're at war, no less. All right, now, the mayor, Brandon Johnson, decided this is what he's going to do today, 2 days after the murder of Sheridan from an illegal alien in his city. Showcases brand new Abolish ICE snowplows.
And to all of the residents who participated in our snowplow naming contest, keep speaking up in every way and any way that you can.
Bro, this is domestic terror. These people are traitors. They're traitors to the United States. And the boiling point, we're going to reach a boiling point at some point, and it's going to be fucking ugly. Because we have the guns. We have the guns. I'm just saying.
I look forward to meeting with the Chicagoans who submitted the winning names, and I look forward to seeing our city's pride, our spirit, and even, yes, our humor represent us again next year. And so with that, take a moment to, I guess, take in all that you all have been waiting for. This moment is finally here.
snowplow.
The moment of naming a snowplow. Again, these are deeply unserious people. It's honestly insane. This is 2 days after an 18-year-old was murdered by an illegal alien in his own city. All right, bro has blood on his hands, and I'm tired of making believe he doesn't. They're all going after the left for this specifically. This was such a obvious and heinous, disgusting situation. There's really no possible way to interpret this other than they're evil and they want us dead for their own political agenda.
Sheridan Gorman, beautiful young girl with her future before her, murdered by an illegal who was let in during the Joe Biden open border. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat leader, can't even say he would have wanted him deported after he committed more crimes after he came here illegally before he murdered her. This is how far the Democrat Party has gone off the rails. They are a party that has lost their way, and millions of people are suffering. It's not just the 100,000 workers at Department of Homeland Security that are working without pay. It's the millions of Americans who are having flights canceled, who are showing up at an airport and waiting in a parking garage in a line that's going to be over 3 hours long, and by the time they finally get through security, they find out that they missed their flight. Sheridan Gorman?
Yep. Just absolutely shocking. And the mask slipped. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. There's just been too many instances over too short a period of time that anyone that's even remotely paying attention should be absolutely revolted and disgusted by this. Right? This is another story that for some reason didn't really get discussed a lot. Trans migrant, it's a rare one. This is like a shiny Pokemon, all right? A migrant and a transgender. Sweetheart plea deal in the rape of a 14-year-old boy. Many such fucking cases, I guess. Literally, what are we doing here, man? Democrats just playing rapist bingo, all right? Let's bring in the transgender migrant, bro. Holy shit, it's insane! It's insane! Rapist bingo with the Democrats today. Was it a transgender or was it a migrant? It was both. It's the fucking free spot at the center of the little fucking bingo card. All right, now, the reality is, we know why the Democrats are doing this, and it's to rig elections, steal elections, and make believe that they have better morals than we do. All right, now, our morals are given by God, whether you're an atheist or not, whether you're a Christian or a Jew or whatever your actual philosophical mindset is. Our country is based on biblical values. It's based on pretty fundamental ideas. You know, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, all right, thou shalt not commit adultery. I guess people forgot about that one, it seems. But you know, we're based on biblical values here. We really are. That is why we have the most moral system in existence that's being corrupted by the forces of Satan. We are up against satanic pedophiles. Literally, not even exaggerating. They want to tear down every possible biblical foundation of our country. All right, now, you could say, they're not actually worshiping Satan knowingly. They just coincidentally follow all of Satan's policies. And you know what? I'm willing to give that to you. I believe that. I believe that. You know, you convinced me. You drive a hard bargain. They use the 10 Commandments as a to-do list, I guess. But the reality is, here's Nick Shirley actually talking to people why they would vote for Gavin Newsom. And if this isn't the most radicalizing shit in the world, I don't know what is.
Would you guys vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028? I vote for him because he got me released from coming home from a life sentence. Really?
He would vote for Gavin Newsom because thanks to Gavin Newsom, this guy's back on the streets from a life sentence.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
So he didn't hold me back. He didn't hold me back. He signed up saying I'm fit for society. So yes, I would vote for Gavin Newsom.
What were you locked up for? If you don't mind me asking.
I was locked up for murder, carjacking, and robbery.
Would you? Mr. Murder, carjacking, robbery guy is voting for Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom got him out of jail. Are we understanding the grift yet? If you let fraudsters get away with fraud, the fraudsters vote for you. If you let murderers get out of jail, then the murderers vote for you. If you let illegal aliens into the country and protect them, then you get the illegal aliens to vote for you. If you give free shit to poor people, then the poor people vote for you. If you give drugs to drug addicts, then the drug addicts vote for you. Once you understand the central doctrine of the Democratic policy, you understand a lot about society. And the pushback is already here. It is official. Legislation has been advanced in Arizona to ban illegal aliens from having bank accounts, sending remittances out of country, closing loopholes that allow them to get loans. This is huge. Make it in all 50 states. Fucking obviously. Like, the reason why I'm so shocked whenever I see this, it's like, wait, you mean to tell me that people are allowed to invade our country illegally and to just, like, fucking live their life and open bank accounts and send our money out of the country and take loans from our banks that they don't need to pay back because we don't even know who the fuck they are? Every day I wake up and I see them criminalize something and I'm like, holy shit, this was legal? Like, dude, we're a country with borders. We have borders. Why are we doing this to ourselves? It does not benefit us that people invade our country and rape us. Our policy should be America first because I don't like getting raped, actually. Democrats decided to become the pro-rape party for some reason. And here I am putting my foot down saying, stop raping, sir. Now, Democrats have been getting exposed for a lot of fraud also. First and foremost, they decided to shut down the actual Department of Homeland Security. They decided to shut down all the TSA workers from getting paid and stuff like that. And this backfired dramatically on everyone. All right, they actually started sending news crews to airports to interview a lot of very disgruntled Americans. And quite honestly, this might be a nail in the coffin for the entire party. Everyone understands that they're just pawns in this giant Democrat game to rape you for their own personal benefit.
We have an 11 a.m. flight. What has it been like? Terrible. What do you want Congress to know who have the ability to shut this down? And and reopen and have TSA agents come back to work.
I think Chuck Schumer should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, true base. Yeah, it's so over. The normies are waking up. All right, they're trying to spin this as the Republicans' fault. Republicans even want to fund ICE. Yeah, they do.
Oh, they're right there. All right, they're good to here to help. They're not bothering nobody. As long as they can check my bags and get me on my flight, I'm good to go.
This is someone talking about ICE. This is in Brooklyn, bro. It's in Brooklyn. Deep blue Brooklyn.
Right? I want to get to the Bahamas.
I'm trying to get on this fucking plane. I don't care if ICE is here. They're helping, actually. This is the greatest propaganda campaign of all time by accident. All right, so this is a Soros-backed Philadelphia DA, Larry Krasner, facing calls to resign after vowing to arrest ICE agents at airports. So here you have the public saying, holy shit, we're so happy ICE is here to help, and you literally have Democrats threatening to arrest the people trying to help the civilians.
This is how it works. You commit crimes within the jurisdiction that is the city and county of Philadelphia, I prosecute you. That is how it works. No, I don't take a phone call from the president saying let him go. No, the president cannot pardon you.
What? Bro's trying to veto presidential pardons now? What are we even doing here?
Say it again. The president cannot pardon you.
They absolutely could.
And yes, I will put you in handcuffs, and I will put you in a courtroom, and if necessary, I will put you in a jail cell. If you decide to make the...
It's honestly unbelievable because the Democrats have been consistently letting violent criminals out of jails. All right. Oh, you're a rapist, murderer, pedophile with a mental illness? Go free, my child. Go free. Add some points to the crime stats, please, please. Please do it. We're actually counting. All right. You see, I managed to release this guy after 100 violent arrests, and he hasn't even killed anybody yet. This is honestly incredible stuff. I'm out here with my buddies. I'm betting that I could get to 120 before this guy murders an innocent white girl on a subway. All right. And that's what these guys they fucking do. They play migrant bingo. It's honestly diabolical. And that's what we're dealing with in modern society. So the rapists, the criminals, the murderers, the violent people, those guys all let out of jails, empty the jails, abolish prison, says the Democrats. Oh, but are you a lawful ICE agent trying to arrest criminals? Well, you need to go to jail forever. If this isn't obviously just a power grab, what is it?
The terrazzo floor of this airport, anything like what you did in the streets of Minneapolis, which involved the criminal homicide of unarmed, innocent people.
Again, this could be slander because that case is not done.
We are not having that here. But let me go back to all ICE agents who are going to keep their oath, who are going to follow the law and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Thank you for keeping your oath. To any agent who might think about doing it an illegal way, I'll be seeing you in court.
Yeah, so anyway, I wish that they were this serious about actually arresting criminals, you know, murderers and rapists and illegals. But they're not. They're not. They only go after their political opponents. They don't actually give a shit about the civilians. That doesn't matter to them at all. Now, Caroline Leavitt did a press briefing today, and she went crazy on them.
They cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are
They can't pardon you? What do you mean they can't pardon you?
out water bottles and are helping people.
Oh my God, he's handing out water bottles. Arrest him. He's an ICE agent.
Move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work.
He won't, because leftists view right-wing people as subhuman. All right, they've conditioned themselves to think of you as a non-human to justify your murder. That's the word game strategy. If you just call every conservative a rapist, you don't mind if they get killed. You just call them all Nazis or Hitler or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter if they actually die. You just call them fascists to justify some transsexual furry to kill them, and then you could just, go home to your nice little mansion off taxpayer dollars and sip Chardonnay, celebrating the murder of innocent fathers. That's what you do, right? And what else do you do on your free time? I don't know. You don't sound like you have children of your own. And honestly, the Democrats are losing it. And this has been very
This
confirmed.
pressure made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here. In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence.
God, it's so obvious. I love when something happens that's just so obvious, dude. Like, these people are literally laughing at the suffering of every American, all right? Literally, to push their agenda that we need to bring rapists into our country.
This deranged policy of Democrat open borders and an illegal alien-first agenda.
Yep.
A beautiful 18-year-old girl.
They're alien first. Oh, dude.
Sheridan Gorman. She was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning while walking in a park with friends.
And they love that, actually. They love that. They fully love that, actually. Yeah. So Anna Paulina Luna said, the American people are witnessing a full-blown breakdown in the Senate. We have a piece of overwhelmingly popular legislation, right, the Save America Act, that still can't get passed through. This entire ordeal has exposed the failures of our system to truly represent the voters. It's all so corrupt. This is an 80-20 issue. Voter ID and funding our agencies. The Democrats keep silencing it because they do not represent the people. It's a corrupt, fraudulent power grab. It always has been. Now, of course, Jimmy Kimmel's freaking out constantly. He always has something to say, pretty diabolical. So Mark Wayne Mullen is now in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. Right, he was just basically elected yesterday, and Jimmy Kimmel went on a show to insult him in, honestly, the greatest way ever. Dude, the disconnect between the average human being and the bourgeoisie of retarded Democrats is beautiful.
Rudy Giuliani might not be with us much longer, but don't worry, Trump's got a whole new generation of thinkers lined up, including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullen. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Mark Wayne Mullen was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right, we have a plumber.
Are we laughing at him because he was a plumber? Right, yeah, you're right. He didn't get the honor of making $30 million a year as a deeply unfunny propaganda outlet for the Democratic Party, or on ABC News. Or
protecting us from terrorism.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real here. I'd prefer a plumber than whatever the fuck Jimmy Kimmel is supposed to be. Right, this guy is a deeply, deeply immoral, unserious propagandist for the left that exists to push the most hedonistic, diabolical policies ever through the guise of a talk show host that's just comedic. This guy's never fixed anybody's toilets. There it is, the Democrat bourgeoisie, shitting on, people with jobs that they work to support their family, not as a literal agent of Satan to push whatever fucked up policy that the Democrats are pushing now. All right, Mark Wayne Mullen was a plumber. You know what he wasn't? A literal pro-rape advocate like Jimmy Kimmel, who's arguing for open borders.
Now, I work for Super Mario. Why not Mark Wayne? But honestly, I mean, if Trump is going to keep picking these unqualified people to run the department...
Unqualified? He was a senator. He was a senator. What makes him unqualified? Again, these people are so anti-American, it's insane. They just want, this is the oligarchy party. They want people with bullshit degrees and garbage to magically get positions to decide the fates of the American people. I want someone that actually represents me, all right, in the government. I am so happy that Donald Trump was a businessman and not some entrenched boomer politician guy. If we're being honest for just a second, I would way rather a plumber than somebody who has a degree in feminazi, tap dancing, and underwater gay sex. All right, these degrees don't mean anything to me, but if that happens, that's the most qualified person on the planet, according to Jimmy Kimmel. It's shocking, honestly.
Why not have more fun with it? I mean, next time, instead of Mark Wayne, how about Little Wayne for Homeland Security? At least we could get a concert out of it, right? Mullen is replacing Kristi Noem, who was ousted 3 weeks ago and will never be seen again.
Yeah, honestly, insane stuff. It's shocking that he's getting away with this, right? Before he was elected to the Senate, he was a plumber. The elite of Hollywood, summarized in one moment. Dude, the bourgeoisie is honestly hilarious. It really is. Now, leftists are losing their mind because apparently 3.3 million people have been moved off food stamps since President Trump took office. I celebrate this because I think the entire food stamps program is a giant scam, don't get me wrong. But you want to know something pretty hilarious? This is going to shock you. It's going to shake you to your core. This is the exact number of illegal aliens that left the country in the last 14 months. Coincidence. I wonder if this had anything to do with it. I don't know. Now, the fraud that's getting exposed everywhere is honestly insane. So Congress probes allegation of California hospice fraud now. Nick Shirley made a video exposing hospices in California and how Congress is on it. All right, now, we recently had a fraud task force get launched under J.D. Vance, and they're actually doing things. Gavin Newsom might be going to jail.
California, focusing on allegations of rampant hospice fraud. Another waste.
That's right. Independent journalists are saving America. Not the entrenched Fox News people, not the bought CNN hacks. All right, none of that shit. It is citizen journalists and citizen conversationalists and commentators that are saving the country, not these deeply bought-off retards pushing agendas.
Spending on taxpayer dollars. Let's bring in now our House Oversight Committee Chairman, James Comer. Welcome to you, Mr. Chairman. So where is your energy focused here?
We're focused solely on hospice fraud in California, specifically in Los Angeles County.
Oh
a state audit just came out and confirmed that there's at least $3.5 billion in hospice fraud, primarily in one county, Los Angeles County in California. That $3.5 billion price tag represents over 10% of the total bill for the federal government for hospice in all 50 states, in every city and every state in America. So
10% of all hospice spending in America is spent in just Los Angeles County. Oh my God.
The red flags are there that there was rampant fraud. There's a whistleblower that's come forward.
Suspiciously, Gavin Newsom never noticed.
That alleges that Gavin Newsom knew about this. This is a very similar...
Bro, we got a whistleblower. Bro's going to jail. Oh my God, they're sending that motherfucker to jail. Holy shit.
...scenario to what we had in Minnesota. So we're moving our investigation after Minnesota into California. We believe this is the...
Where Nick Shirley goes, Congress follows, bro. Citizen journalism is saving America.
...tip of the iceberg. So we're going to be focused solely on fraud in California. Hopefully we'll have more whistleblowers come forward, and hopefully we can see some accountability.
Those are massive numbers we have on the screen.
Oh
This
God,
is from the
dude.
state audit.
$3.5 billion.
$3.5 billion, almost 2,000 hospice providers involved,
That's crazy.
112 hospices with state licenses in one commercial building. I mean, obviously, this is at the center of your investment.
That is absolutely massive. And there it is. Fraud czar J.D. Vance has already suspended 70 hospice centers in California alone.
To do, and look, we have to do it. As the president said, this is a problem that has festered in this country for
That's
far
right.
too long.
That's right.
And far too few
That's
people
right.
have actually wanted to do anything about it.
That's right.
What makes this administration different is that we actually tackle the problems the American people have been confronting.
Honestly, he's not even wrong. Fraud czar J.D. Vance already suspended 70 hospice centers in California alone, mere days after the task force was created by President Trump. Oh my God, bro, this is diabolical. Things are actually happening. Things are really happening. In fact, here's another Democrat fraud case that just went down that was honestly pretty hilarious. This is a Manhattan attorney breaking down into tears, sentenced for $4.4 million in COVID fraud.
I did these crimes, and I deserve to go to jail. I don't know.
I did the crimes, and I deserve the time.
I was saving myself.
Holy
All right,
shit.
Mr. McKenna, I understand.
Hi, bro.
I really appreciate you taking full responsibility. Under indictment,
Whoa!
739. Yes, please. Oh, please, no worries.
You granted a 6-week extension. It was very helpful to my son.
Thank you very much, sir. But ultimately, sir,
I know.
Yep, El Bozo. Don't do
All
fraud
right.
next time. This could have been avoided.
under indictment 73900 of 2024, where you pled guilty to grand larceny in the second degree in violation of Penal Law 155.
That sucks, bro.
which is
Anyway, El Bozo.
You're hereby sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison. To run concurrent under indictment 70277 of 2025, where you pled guilty to grand larceny in the first degree in violation of Penal Law.
And it's actually happening. People are actually going, I did the crimes, I deserve to go to jail. W, let's go. Let's go. Anyway, moving on. I'm sure that some people's heartstrings will be tugged, but don't let the retards manipulate you. That's how they win. All right, don't let them win by manipulating you. All right, don't fucking do it. All right, don't do it. You're not a woke judge. You don't. That doesn't work on you. All right, don't fucking fall for that shit. Law and order, baby. It's how the country rolls. It's the only way, honestly. This is Indian-born Representative Sharif Anader, known for torturing animals in the past, getting slapped down by a TSA administrator after he claimed that ICE agents are not qualified to serve in airports. You know, the thing that's literally helping all of the country.
Telling TSOs that untrained ICE agents can...
Dude, I just have to say, I love whenever this guy shows up, because he's a perfect poster child for the entire Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has been taken over by radical foreigners that have invaded our country and, like fucking parasites, sucked off of our glorious, bountiful breasts of America. All right? Quite literally, to get into positions of power they never deserved, so that they could destroy us from within. All right, they get elected because we bring in a bajillion infinite Somalis. They elect a Somali, and that Somali fights for Somalia and fucking hates America. And this is what happens everywhere. So Mr. Thaneder over here hates America, trying to destroy our immigration law from the inside. And we have to understand that these foreigners, this guy didn't fucking assimilate into American society. If I was president, I would deport this guy.
And do a better job than they can.
I'm extremely thankful to the president for recognizing the crisis that we are in and leveraging assets across the Department of Homeland Security to assist our agency in this very difficult time. And the ICE agents that have shown up are there in the support of the TSA mission, and we've been spending time training them the last few days, and we're seeing relief, signs of early relief at the airports where we're seeing long lines, and this is how we function as a department. We collaborate across the component agencies, and this just underscores the importance of funding the...
I love how literally people were suffering in airports. Okay, so Trump sent in ICE agents to help in airports. They helped dramatically in airports. Everyone in the airports is super happy that ICE is there. Democrats are so unhappy that the people are happy that they're trying to use congressional reach-arounds to stop people from getting on their flights. They're fucking evil and they hate America. Pay attention, okay?
The entirety of the DHS functions.
Well, the ICE agents haven't been trained to do their ICE work.
You haven't been trained to speak English, and yet for some reason I have to fucking listen to your ass.
And now, I don't know what kind of training you're giving them in this short time, but I see them all sitting down
I know that ICE agents are actually not super trained. I know that they're literally helping the airports, but I actually don't give a fuck. We should deport the ICE agents. We should stop funding border policy. We need 1 million more people that speak in the same way I do in this country immediately.
Looking at their phones or chit-chatting, but looks like they have no role.
I saw an ICE agent on his phone in an airport. He shouldn't be there. We should get rid of him, put him in jail. I don't like him. He's stopping my 4,000 cousins from entering the country.
To play.
That's I've been talking to my field leadership. The ICE agents that are there are doing non-specialized screening functions. It's been incredibly helpful to alleviate the...
Yeah, maybe we should actually trust the TSA administration, okay? Maybe we should... Well, I literally said the Transportation Security Administration. Maybe we should actually trust the TSA when they say that ICE is helping, instead of trust fucking Sharif Anadar over here, who literally fucking hates our country.
Burden on our workforce, and we're getting positive...
All right, Sharif Anadar, go back to abusing animals, all right? Go back to that. Didn't this guy have like a whole scandal that he had like a whole truck of starving dogs that he ended up killing or something? That was a real thing. Breaking news, all right? This keeps happening, all right? The fraud czar is actually crushing these people. A mother of 7 from Somalia, no heartbreaking, has been sentenced to prison for operating a fraudulent daycare scheme that took $800,000 in taxpayer funds. W, perp walk that bitch. That's right, that's right. Go try to commit piracy in prison. Alrighty. They might execute for coming out of prison a homosexual. Anyway, moving on. Point is, no, we should be so sad. Oh, we should be so sad. Nope, don't care. Now, this is one of my favorite videos I think I've seen in a very long time. Ever since the video of the leftist screaming that diversity is our greatest strength, and then the fucking ISIS terrorist jumps over him and throws a bomb. That's one of my favorite videos. This is another one. All right, this just goes to show you how retarded the left is. They just don't believe in basic reality. All right, if they believe men can be women, then they'll believe in what this guy's about to tell you.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly.
Did you notice a change in demographic? Not particularly. I love how I just give Indian accents now to people that are fucking retarded. I'm sorry, I apologize. No, really, I didn't even notice any form of demographic change. Fucking Death Eater walks behind you. Literally, I didn't even notice the Dementor back there. Didn't see it coming.
I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest.
And a second one! Oh my god! Oh, a second Dementor had hit the tower, Mr. President.
Have you noticed?
See, this is one of them. Have you noticed the demographic change? No. Oh, actually, I didn't notice anything. Literally, the entire fucking Voldemort gang walks behind him, and like literally one after the other. The whole fucking Nazgul was there in the same fucking frame as him, bro. The whole Nazgul was there. Did you realize that Mordor is coming back to power? Nah, mate, didn't notice it. Oh, yeah, all right, dude. So anyway, you have to understand what we're dealing with, bro. You have to understand the diabolical bullshit, the diarrhea that comes out of leftoid throats. They tell us that we need to coexist with these people, right? This is England.
We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions.
You're a racist if you don't think they can coexist. Then they turn the mic to this guy, and he's like, we can't fucking coexist, we need to kill you.
And all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion has been sent to dominate, to wipe out, to take out every other religion.
Let me get this straight. If I say that Islam is here to dominate, wipe out, and take out every other religion, I'm Islamophobic. All right, I'm Islam. I could go to jail for saying that in England. A Muslim will say exactly the same shit, and it's like, well, that's just his culture. We gotta respect it.
To have the people leave every religion and to accept Islam. And if that requires fighting to...
Why the fuck are we bringing these people in our countries?
...achieve it, then it requires fighting to achieve it.
This is a literal call to violence. like, how do you interpret this in any way other than we need to kill Christians and Jews? I'm not trying to be controversial, but how do you understand this in literally any other way?
Because the greatest purpose for which jihad was legislated is to make the word of Allah the highest and the word of those who disbelieve the lowest, even if the disbelievers hate it. But we're not shy to say it, and we don't find that to be something that...
They're not even shy to say it. I say they're here to dominate us, and I'm Islamophobic. He says they're here to dominate us, and they're like, that's just his culture. And then they fucking blow shit up, and then you're Islamophobic for noticing. All right? This is not a third world country. This is South Carolina. South Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be honest for a second, all right? This just happened yesterday, or today, actually. 4 in the morning, our time, all right? So that's like noon in England, all right? This is literally today in England, at noon. Get a load of this. Here you have a priest. Just get stabbed. Maybe it wasn't in England, actually. Maybe I'm mistaken. I just did the research. This is not England. It's Australia. Same shit. Doesn't miss a different toilet. All right. This is a video of Mohammed getting caught red-handed in a public toilet, raping his own younger sister. Yeah. Unbelievable, honestly. And then you gets all upset, bro. When people discover them, they seize Mohammed, who then said, "This is my sister." Beautiful stuff. Now, this is a story that was going very viral today. Get a load of this.
And of here's one portrait of how an Afghan family formed and of women's rights in Kabul in 2015.
This is going to break
First,
you.
Asadullah raped his wife's cousin. He was convicted and jailed for it. The beautiful girl here, whose name means smile, is the child from that rape. Born in jail because her mother, Gulnaz, here was charged with adultery under what passes for Afghan justice.
That's right.
As her rapist was married.
She was charged for adultery for getting raped, all right? And then forced to marry the rapist. Ha! Are we on the same page?
To marry him as still. To be accepted into Afghan society again, she had to marry. To marry him, become her rapist's second wife. Now, things are said to be okay.
We should import infinite of these guys into our countries.
Their third child is on the way.
If I hadn't married her, according to our traditions, she couldn't have lived back in society.
You did her a favor by marrying her after
brothers
raping
didn't want to
her.
accept her back. Now she doesn't have any of those problems.
Isn't that beautiful?
I didn't want to ruin the life of my daughter or leave myself helpless, so I agreed to marry him. We are traditional people. When we get a bad name, we prefer death to living with that name in society.
Right. Well, I'm really glad we should definitely import infinite of these guys into our countries. All right, this culture feels like it could totally intermingle. All right, now just to understand the intermingling of cultures, because I was reliably told by leftists that all cultures are actually equal. There's no such thing as inferior cultures. Watch them try to explain this to this guy. This will break you. I told you this video is going to radicalize you. This is going to radicalize the shit out of you. We cannot intertwine with these people. They cannot assimilate into our culture. They're savages.
Some of them, they're not screaming. It's like they wanted to be raped, you see.
Some of them wanted to be raped.
She also grabs you, see normal
it's like
crying.
She's enjoying it, you know, even though she isn't, but it's like she's enjoying it.
Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right to rape?
Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this guy could integrate.
What about the consequences of what you're doing in terms of how that affects the person that's raped?
Yeah, the consequences, we look at that all the time, you know, because it happens, she might scream, you know, people...
There are consequences to raping women, says the migrant. She might scream while getting raped. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have now entered into the window in his mind. The consequences of raping people is they might scream while getting raped. I feel like we should import infinite of these guys into our society.
People might wake up. A lot of people.
People can, like, wake up when you rape people because they scream and wake the neighbors. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is a migrant. He speaks English. He's integrated. He's integrated into Western society, guys. This is a good one.
I'm talking
Remember, 50% of them can't speak English, so this is one of the good ones.
About the emotional effect, the physical effect it has on
Yeah, but what about, like, actually being bad for the woman getting raped, though?
Yeah. Sometimes we know that we might rape her and wake up tomorrow with viruses ourselves, like HIV.
That's right, there are other consequences. You might even catch a disease. Is raping women bad? Well, I don't rape. Okay, why not? Well, there's consequences. She might scream, or I could catch a disease.
HIV, you know.
What about regretting what you've done to the girl?
I also do regret about it, because if she
yeah, that too, right, yeah.
fell pregnant...
Because what if she got pregnant?
What will
I hope this is parody, man. I hope it's parody. I've just seen so many clips of these. I don't even know.
that baby's father? Who will be that baby's father?
But what about her personal feelings?
Oh my god, dude, please tell me this is parody. Okay, so I just looked it up. Apparently this is not a parody. This is an interview with Somalians, and it is actually not a parody. So yeah, let's import infinite of these guys into our countries. So Rupert Lowe, who's based as fuck and running for the next prime minister in England, God, I hope he wins. I want to know exactly how many Palestinian migrants were flown into Britain for NHS treatments. I have again formally requested the Department of Health on the current number, cost, and impact of British patients. Separately, I've asked the Home Office what is the current immigration status of those who have been imported into the country. How many have been granted asylum? How many are now on benefits? How many family members have arrived? The BBC previously reported that according to the World Health Organization, 10 children were medically evacuated along with 50 companions. 50 companions for 10 children. Madness. This was months ago. What's the number now? They hope we'll all just forget about it. Not happening. Restore Britain's position is very clear. We should not accept a single refugee or asylum seeker from Gaza. Not one. This dude's been based as shit, by the way. Consistently based as shit. Unbelievable. I really don't care if the boat migrants want a better life. It's not our problem. True. That's right. And if you call me racist, I don't care. I don't care. I actually just do not give a shit. Germany has a different policy. They just introduced a 24-point plan to anchor Islam into every layer of society, schools, funding, law, and public life. Yeah, this is just literally happening at every level of Western civilization. And then, after they're welcomed in with open arms, they will use it to control you. I'm not going to show you this entire video, but this rant went very viral, and it's perfect.
Having strict racial preferences is 99% of the time weird, racist, or all of the above.
That's right. If you actually have preferences, racial preferences when dating, or specific aversions to dating specific ethnicities, you are racist, and you have to stop doing that now. Having racial preferences in dating is racist. Sir, just let me rape you, sir. It's racist if you don't let me rape you, sir. I don't think you understand where I am at in society. I don't think I'm a racist, and if you do, I don't care. Now, this is an anti-racist. This is Alan Ritchson, ladies and gentlemen. Well known for acting the part of Reacher in a very popular Amazon Prime TV show about a big guy that beats up other big guys. It's actually a pretty good show. Warning in advance, once a season, there is like this really scrawny, like 100-pound woman that beats the shit out of like the Hulk. But once again, that's just because the left doesn't believe in reality. If men could be women, then 100-pound women could beat up 7-foot-tall men. Now, this guy is anti-racist. He's always been anti-racist, vocally anti-Trump, super woke. You love to see it. And there's a reason why I'm telling this to you. It's honestly pretty hilarious. This guy was in an altercation yesterday where he ended up in quite the brutal beatdown with his neighbor. All right, this is a video that went incredibly viral. And the reason why I'm mentioning the background, that he's mega woke, is because every leftist turned on him and every conservative had his back. I mean, we laughed at him that he was getting canceled by his own people, don't get me wrong, but we all had his back. All right, so this is the video that went super viral. All right, there he is. He's on his bike. He's biking. He's biking down a residential road. The neighbor walks in front of the bike. He falls off his bike. He yells at him. And I don't think I can show the rest necessarily right now on the YouTube video. I'll show you other blurred footage because, you know, on YouTube you get banned if you are cool in any way. And I think beating the shit out of people is sometimes warranted, you know? But he ended up beating the shit out of that guy. He got mega canceled by every leftist on the planet. Every right-wing guy was like, hey, we should look into context because, once again, there is a party of principles, and then there's the party that quite literally has their own little retard opinions about everything in life, and they use that to govern their reality. All right, this is the difference between conservatives and liberals. Conservatives will generally support the liberal twats, like Alan Ritchson when they did nothing wrong, while liberals will all gang up and destroy any conservative for any reason they can find. First of all, this is completely right, and second of all, they'll even go after the liberal twat also. Conservatives will defend the liberal twat when, like, for example, there's false allegations. I have defended leftists in the past when they had some, you know, scorned ex-girlfriend or whatever that made up false allegations about them. I went to bat for them because, quite literally, their politics are irrelevant. They shouldn't have their life destroyed being branded a rapist by some e-girl with a vengeance. Ultimately, justice is justice. I don't care about your political persuasion. So every conservative actually wanted more context to this entire story, and every liberal saw a guy beating up another guy and immediately took the side of the victim. I think this is such a perfect microcosm to, like, the entire fucking issue with society. I believe in justice. I believe in justice for the rich, and I believe in justice for the poor. They don't. They believe in power. They believe that everything in the universe needs to be divided into an oppressed versus an oppressor. So the rich person is always wrong. The male is always wrong. The straight guy is always wrong, and the gay guy is always right. The minority is right, and the majority is wrong. They'll root for Palestine against Israel because even though, you know, literally the Palestinians started the fucking war. They'll root for Iran over America because, well, I mean, to be honest, because we're fucking way more powerful than Iran. They'll fight their hardest to release a minority killer from jail because he was a minority. He actually faced white supremacy his entire life, and he's the real victim, actually. So when you have this instance of 7-foot-tall Giga Chad beating the shit out of his neighbor, all right, rich guy beating up a not rich guy, they're instantly gonna go for their trusted neo-Marxist framing and go for the victim every single time. They don't believe in justice. They believe in their fake narrative that they view the world through. So Decoy Voice made a little video on it, and I thought that we should actually watch the full context, because maybe it'll change your opinion on everything that's going on.
Alan Ritchson hitting his neighbor recently went viral.
Oh shit! Everyone talking about it!
With the media immediately villainizing the TV star.
Isn't that incredible? Isn't that amazing? This dude's been sucking up to the media his entire life. He's been pushing every woke agenda on the fucking planet. Massive Trump hater. Massive anti-MAGA. All right, he's been pushing how, of course, we need to let illegal alien rapists into our country because how will they rape white women if we don't let them in our countries? This is the leftist policy, by the way. All right, a lot of people think that I hyperbolize it, but I mean, why else would they want the rapists in our country if it's not to rape us? That's hilarious. You see, I don't want them in our country because I don't want to get raped. But they do. Obviously, they want us to get raped, I guess, in their little gated communities. So the reality is, every single media outlet immediately, once again, they're leftists, they follow the neo-Marxist framing, immediately went to the defense of the guy that got beaten up. Context is irrelevant. No one gives a shit. This is a perfect example of a rich white guy beating up a poor dude. Obviously, you root for the poor dude. Every single time. Every conservative wanted context. I absolutely love, I mean, I kind of love that this happened, I'm not going to lie. I love that Mr. Alan Ritchson is kind of getting a taste of his own medicine a little bit. No charges were filed, he's now justified, but I love that the immediate media spin tried to destroy him, and that's exactly the propaganda he has been trying to push. He woke too close to the sun, and the only people that actually had his backs were the conservatives that he fucking despises.
But Richson's footage shows us an entirely different story, as whenever it starts the second of the assault, I assume the edit is intentionally deceptive, as TMZ rushed in to interview the alleged victim.
And I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know.
He's British. I didn't even realize that he's an immigrant. He's literally an immigrant. The media went for the immigrant.
From dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood. He rode past once, twice, and on the second time I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike.
It's over. So you pushed him first and he fought back and beat the shit out of you? Dog, my guy, you decided to be a complete retard. 55-year-old grandpa over here tried to mess with a 35-year-old 7-foot-tall Hulk and he got the shit kicked out of him. You started it, man. Right? If you had an issue with the way he was driving his bike, write him a fucking letter.
He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. I think the second time he got off his bike and he kicked the crap out of me.
So the
I condemn violence and all for it.
Immediately began protecting him, saying Alan Richson must be some evil individual, piling on about his recent shitty movie, the times he publicly endorsed Biden.
There it is.
And parroted all the liberal BLM talking.
That's what they do. Again, I love it so much. He grifts all the way. I mean, he's a Hollywood guy. No one's surprised. He grifts all the way to the left to push the left agenda as much as he possibly can. And who had his back? Who had his back when he was being smeared for being a violent monster? A violent white male? Who had his back? The conservatives that look for context. God, it's just so fucking poetic.
Points. But again, whenever a clip is carefully edited to start the second a beating begins, it's probably omitting the context of why they were fighting, as Alan's perspective tells an entirely different story on how that guy made him high side.
Awkward. Thank God he actually had like a camera or he'd be cooked.
And already that idiot story is invalidated, saying he was riding recklessly on wide open streets, hitting top speeds of 23 miles an hour.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, it's over, bro. It's over. 25 is normal for residential neighborhoods. Oh my God.
That is until he runs in front of him, causing him to high side, which, if you don't ride, is the worst way to crash that can actually total out your motorcycle. But more importantly, this wasn't him stepping up saying politely, "You've got to stop." Okay, maybe I won't do the British accent, but he wasn't saying, "You've got to stop, someone will get hurt." No, Alan tried to leave, but it's almost like this British idiot wanted to get hit.
I mean, I think there's a very high likelihood that he was trying. He saw that this is a movie star. He's a rich guy. Right? The media's gonna run with my narrative. I'll just let him beat the shit out of me, and then I'll sue him for fucking everything. You know, nice classic false allegation.
And that's where he got the most polite mauling I've ever seen.
God damn. Assault and battery. I love how he's like actually like a James Bond villain. You assaulted me. You assaulting me was actually all part of my plan.
And the fact that he immediately went into "your assaults is all on camera" makes me believe this was the only reason he confronted Richson in the first place.
Oh yeah,
as
I
he
think so
easily
too.
could have
I'm glad he brought that up. I thought so too.
The police reporting unpermitted motorbikes are recklessly riding through my residential neighborhood. But no, he didn't want to be a regular Karen. He's this next-gen crumpet Karen.
Nah, bro, this is the jihad Karen. This is Karen jihad. Suicide Karens. Oh my God.
Who doesn't want to speak to your manager? He wants to get manhandled on camera. Carefully clipping out how he initiated this beating so he can get on TV on how he was saving his community from the evil actor riding his bike. As of course he did get a few scrapes and bruises, but were they well-deserved and earned? Yes. And could this have been much worse? 100% yes. But the irony behind this is, Richson has pivoted away from conservatives, exclusively catering to his woke, emotional, liberal fan base.
That's right.
The same
And
audience
who came to his side?
that is easily manipulated by
God,
out-of-context clips,
beautiful.
specifically edited to promote outrage amongst
Absolute
idiots.
cinema.
And I'm not necessarily saying Richson deserves this when it happens to him, but he's
I mean, I am a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
already alienated anybody like us that wouldn't fall for this. And when
But
TMZ
the crazy thing is, ultimately, every conservative defended him.
runs a headline of,
It's because conservatives want truth, and leftists want victory. That's the ultimate difference, all right? The left will say men could be women. Men and women are actually equal at sports. Yeah, I'm sure they fucking are. All right, like come on, dude. Are we really? Women actually shouldn't get married. Women actually should become girl bosses instead. Yeah, all right, dude. Actually, they should whore themselves out forever. It makes their life so much better and independent. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Absolutely. Like they try their best to live in their fictional non-reality as much as they can. Actually, importing illegal alien rapists to make our country better. No, it fucking doesn't. All right, I don't have to make believe it does. All right, but they live in their non-reality. So to them, it doesn't matter. As long as it fits their narrative, they're good. All right, you can blame Trump for this somehow. But according to conservatives, we want justice.
TV store, Alan Ritchson beats up neighbor in front of kids, reposts the so-called victim saying his sob story. It won't matter if there's a small correction, editing in his evidence. In the courts of your public opinion, the left, proving your innocence based on evidence is irrelevant, as when your reality is based on emotion, even he would likely be calling for his own cancellation.
Probably. And that's honestly a fucking insane way to end it. Yeah, this guy would himself in this situation. Yeah, no, I actually like that he got a taste of his own medicine, I'm not gonna lie. You push demonic policies and it ends up coming around for you. Yeah, fucking based. I'm not gonna cry for this guy literally getting smeared by the media apparatus that he quite literally uses to promote his bullshit fake worldview. I just think this is a perfect microcosm of exactly where society's been going. Now, I love strong, manly, libtard men getting obliterated so much, I am going to show you something hilarious that just happened. It's just so perfect. The masculinity is all a complete and utter show. Actually, I'm perfectly confident in myself. I love being a libtard and a white knight and respecting feminism. This is Piers Morgan doing a show with some random red pill guy. I don't know the shit this guy is, I'm not gonna lie. But the reality is, Piers Morgan ends up storming off his own show because it turns out trying to make believe he's super secure with his libtard lifestyle is actually a gigantic farce. None of these people are happy. They're desperately miserable, but they live in this non-reality, making believe, no, actually they love their current situation. All right, women love getting abortions, not being married, not having children, and being girl bosses, miserable and alone with a couple of cats at the age of 45, regretting everything. Just like lib cuck men absolutely love marrying strong, independent women that go and fuck around with other people. All right, and this is the Piers Morgan cuck arc, and it's honestly hilarious. It's so perfect.
I'm curious why you don't think disowning a child for being gay is homophobic.
What I do with my children is up to me. What I do with my children is up to me.
Of course.
Okay? Of course. I don't agree with you going to Epstein's Island and having freak-offs with Ghislaine Maxwell and the rest of them. But I don't need to bring it up because this is about misogyny and everything like this.
Harrison,
okay?
Harrison,
okay? I don't agree with that, sir. Freak-offs on the island.
Yes, nor do I. And as is a
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Do you want to keep doing this? You'll make yourself look very stupid.
I don't think you realize, Mr. Pierce, your face looks red like a tomato right now. I'm not going to lie. All right, you can judge his worldview all you want. You would be against if your son was gay? I don't know. I'm against you going to sex parties with Ghislaine Maxwell, allegedly. You know, I feel like it's a pretty valid response, all in all.
Are you sure, Piers?
But I've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I'm 100% positive. I never met the man, never went to his island. I met Ghislaine Maxwell for 5 minutes at a book launch. If you've got any supplementary
mentioned a lot of times.
No problem.
A lot of times in there, sir.
I have no problem. You're not, I don't think, if I say this very respectfully, I don't think you're very well informed about things like that. Or you wouldn't go there, because it's...
Why are you sweating, Pierce?
Why are you in the files?
Why don't you check the 27 references to me in the files?
Why are you in the files, sir? Very close to these types of people.
Go and check. And all your followers.
Now, the reality is I'm not actually alleging Piers Morgan actually did anything wrong in the Epstein files. All right, there's like basically there's a bajillion people mentioned in like those 3 million files. All right, Piers Morgan is like a famous journalist guy. It's not surprising if you mention it's not actually an indication of any wrongdoing or anything. I'm just saying, you judge my lifestyle and you're hanging out with the Epstein class. You know, I think that's a perfectly valid response, all in all. I mean, this guy is against homophobia or against homosexuality or whatever. I don't know if it's religious purposes. I don't know anything about this guy. But for you to sit here and grandstand while you have had some questionable company yourself in the past is hilarious. And it's a giant virtue signal.
You can. The great thing about the Epstein files, you can put somebody's name in, and you can
like to compare me to Tate and Myron and everyone else. So because my name is close to them in the manosphere. But if I compare you to Epstein and Maxwell, you have a clear problem with it, sir. You compare me to Myron and all the others in this homophobic, misogynistic, whatever world. I'm comparing you to Epstein then, because you're in his files.
Harrison.
Exactly. Let's stop this.
You're making yourself look an even bigger idiot than you did on the Netflix show.
Oh, really? Really? To people like you, sir, I don't mind that. You make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy.
Went for the jugular.
By a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative? Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a sexist, misogynist. homophobic.
Look at the smile. He knows he got under his skin, dude.
Twerp who got exposed in a global way by Netflix, by Louis Theroux, for what you are. You're a little half-wit, and you'll make your little followers
Don't get rattled.
a little laugh
Don't get
and everything
rattled.
else. But there's no point me wasting my time talking to you. Is there?
I mean, apparently you brought him onto your show to talk to him, right?
What's the point?
Exactly. No, do you know what? Let's chill it down then, because what I just said, there's 50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and mark each other.
I don't
Just
care
talk
about
to me
your silly
normally.
insults.
Talk to me normally.
He doesn't care about the insults. He is a perfectly continent, strong, independent woman.
Talk to me normally.
I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean
He
you
doesn't care, he says. Clearly, the mark of someone that doesn't care.
don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is facts. I have a picture of it. I can flip it around and show you right now.
I couldn't care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old?
Why would I care? You're a baby.
A 2-year-old? Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
All right, let's
this?
end this.
Applications are open.
All right, let's just end
That's your
this, please.
ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what?
Kicks him off the show.
Well, I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
And he storms off. Oh my god, diabolical generational crash out. Now, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of the whole manosphere, red pill thing. You have to have sex with a bajillion women. Listen, I'm a very simple man, all right? And this is going to shake you to your core. I had sex with one woman, my wife. That's literally it. I'm a very simple guy in that regard. And I am honestly the happiest guy on the planet. Thank God every single day that God helped me find such a wonderful woman that does a fantastic job at being my wife and putting up with blue retard over here. So yeah, I'm absolutely against the manosphere lifestyle of sleep with a bajillion women and ultimately become a man whore yourself. I'm very anti-promiscuity, but I just think it's absolutely hilarious that Piers Morgan will press him on his sex stuff, but the moment he asks Piers Morgan one question, completely breaks this man entirely. Now, again, the reason why I think this is so awesome is because this is what he was posting, right? He was posting videos of, honestly, exactly what this is Piers Morgan's wife, who kept her own last name, posting pictures of herself with other dudes. Not necessarily sleeping with them, but like, why are you posting a picture of a black guy in tighty whities washing your car? Let's be honest. Why are you posting this shit? Well, like, why are you doing it? Like, the Piers Morgan cuck arc is honestly hilarious, especially because Piers Morgan is a gigantic virtue signaler. So this is what Piers did with Nick Fuentes, all right, when he was on the show.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very
Just a statement of fact.
Theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We were talking about Trump and somehow we got into white knighting for women's rights.
Well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat?
I'm not trying to be controversial, but women don't have the same rights as men. Women don't get drafted, men do. Women actually have more rights than men. But Piers Morgan doesn't want to engage with the fact that men and women are actually objectively different people, all right? Biologically, men and women are different. Men and women want and need different things. Piers Morgan doesn't want to engage with these facts because it goes against the libtard talking points of actually all things are the same. All cultures are equal. All genders are equal. Everything is equal. Humans are humans are humans are humans are humans. And that is literally at the end. We don't need to have any form of discussion, all right? And that's why he is pro-Islamic immigration. That's why he's saying that when women are completely objectively equal in all regards, and they are completely and utterly the same. All right, so he is going to push this shit constantly. White knighting for women as much as he possibly can. But he is a deeply unhappy guy himself. He's totally insecure. Had to storm off his show because a kid showed him images from his own wife's Instagram account. So anyway, this gets even better, honestly.
Hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march, protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons.
What rights are they missing? Can you explain? I love how they'll just like repeat the same talking points again and again and again. All right, women should have the same rights as men. Women should have the same rights as men. Have you heard my opinion of women should having the same rights as men? My guy, what are we doing here? Bro's a broken tape recorder. He needs to recycle his opinions again and again. That's it. That's literally it. The virtue signal machine.
In case your female friends get a period or something, like it's crazy.
I'd have no problem giving a female friend a tampon, would you?
My God, you carry around tampons? Like I'm mega cucked, bro. My guy, really, bro, you carry around tampons for your female friends? Holy fucking shit, dude. This is diabolical.
I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
Objectively, they're gross. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You
have you ever seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
He's so scared to be called a misogynist, he has to say that tampons are actually not disgusting. What are we even talking about here?
I've seen them. I've seen them before.
You've been that close to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look,
only your wife, Pierce. Only your wife.
I used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What is even happening? This is like a respectable journalist?
What? What are we doing?
This is fucking humiliating, honestly. So I think it's just positively awesome that this dude decided he needed to storm off of his own show because he's so freaking insecure that seeing an image that his own wife posted on Instagram triggered him so much he couldn't even engage in the discussion anymore. Bro literally had to get up and walk away and end the broadcast because he got so offended. It's beautiful. It's absolute cinema. These people are deeply unhappy, trying to launder their worldviews to the world. All right, it's honestly hilarious. This is the feminist that's deeply alone in her 50s, unmarried with no children, a couple of cats, deeply depressed, trying to convince the younger generation that actually, no, you should also be a girl boss just like me. You should become a lawyer. Why get married yet? Why get married before you finish your career? When you're 36 and actually make some sort of career for yourself, then maybe you could get married. Who knows? Maybe your eggs haven't fully dried up at that point. You'll even be able to have a child. That would be totally great. That way you could get an abortion and post about it on Instagram and then deeply regret it for the rest of your life. Because, you know, killing your own child is pretty traumatic. These people have to live with that facade, that faux reality. Men could be women, and Piers Morgan is totally cool that his wife is posting thirst videos about other men on her Instagram. And women love being strong and independent with no husband and family or children. And all cultures are the same. We should bring the Somalis into our country. I know that they think rape is cool, and the only issue with raping women is they might scream and wake up the neighbors. But hey, we should totally bring them into our country. They'll totally assimilate. They'll be just like me and you. Yo, they literally have paperwork that says they're American. That makes them as American as me. I also have paperwork. The leftoid faux reality is honestly diabolical. And we finally have people like me, or like so many others, that are finally willing to actually engage with the discussion, voice our opinions, and just say, no, actually, your fake reality is gay as fuck. And I don't care if you hate me for my opinions. Anyway, that was today's deep dive on the faux reality of libtards, all right? We did so much, we covered a lot, all right? And honestly, this is a deep dive that I really wish more people would do, because once you have a graph and you put enough bullet points on the graph, it actually starts to draw a picture. The leftists that hate America so much, they really believe that Iran is winning the war. The leftists that hate America so much and hate Trump so much, they think he's not actually doing anything intelligent in regards to crippling Russia or China with these oil attacks against Venezuela and Iran. Hating Western civilization so much that you want to dilute our civilization by importing, honestly, barbarians from the third world. And yeah, they'll rape people, but that's just a small price to pay for destroying our country. Even people on your side, people that have been advocating leftist bullshit like Alan Richardson, Reacher, right? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You don't care. It doesn't matter if he's an ally, if he's not an ally. The narrative is oppressed always is better than oppressor. And that guy's a 7-foot-tall white guy, so he must be the villain. Oh yeah, Piers Morgan, he loves the fact that his wife is a strong, independent woman, but will storm off of his own show when she's brought up. Reality doesn't matter to them. They fucking hate us. Quite literally, they hate themselves. They have a dad-shaped hole in their heart, and instead of filling it with, I don't know, faith, they have to fill it with this endless virtue signaling. And honestly, reality doesn't matter. The message is all that matters. Thanks for being here. Definitely subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. This was today's deep dive. Every day, another deep dive. They're big, they're hairy. But honestly, I'm really proud of this one. I thought I did a pretty good job. And I really appreciate all of your support. I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Talks with the United States. This was actually broadcasted on CNN. CNN was calling Trump a liar, believing Iran.
And other parts of their country, they can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it.
Awkward.
It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times, or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say, it's a close battle. It's not a close battle.
He's totally right about this, by the way. All right, if you actually pay any attention to the actual on-the-ground footage, the actual updates, if we own the skies over Iran, it means we won the war. All right, people are coping like crazy that it's even remotely close. It's really not. It's the opposite of remotely close, actually. Now, to show you what's actually been going on, because this is one of the most diabolical things I've ever seen in my life. So Trump, right before the weekends, as the markets close, he says, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, United States of America will hit and obliterate various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump, incredibly based stuff, gives them a 48-hour ultimatum, and if they chicken out, then, we won. If they don't chicken out, we're going to obliterate them, and we'll win. This is the Trump doctrine. We win by any means necessary. Now, we can do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. All right, listen, man, it's totally your call. The illusion of choice. Now, then he tweets, peace through strength, to put it mildly. All right, and then he releases this one yesterday. I'm pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran. Notice he doesn't call them the regime. More on that in a bit. Turns out a lot of my predictions were correct. I've had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding the complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, constructive conversations, which, spelled wrong, will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Notice, right when the markets close. This is how he's been fighting the whole war, bro. Oh my God. Subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This dude is literally fighting an entire war, or worrying about the stock market, making sure that the American people's stock market for basically the entire week is good. And then over the weekend, everything goes to shit, but markets are closed anyway. And then the weekend ends, and boom, Iran surrenders. That's how he's been fighting this. Now, Iranian foreign minister says there are no talks with the United States. Claims President Trump's statement are an attempt to lower energy prices and buy time for military plans. So, to be clear, this did buy time, and it did lower the energy prices. That's all true. But my favorite part of this, when the Iranian foreign minister says there were no talks with the United States, this was actually broadcasted on CNN. CNN was calling Trump a liar, believing Iran. If that doesn't go to show you exactly where the allegiances of this dumb fuck communist network of news corporation actually lies, I don't know what to tell you. Now, the obvious breaking news is that Trump decided to release this nuke yesterday.
We're systematically dismantling
Yep.
the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons.
True, they did do that.
It was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made...
It's like, bro, they tried to threaten us, said that they could make nukes. Oh, you can make nukes, eh? Then we fucking killed them, and they're dead. And it's awesome, actually. Yeah, it is.
More anxious, and we just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised.
Almost like they're terrorists.
Everybody was surprised.
Wow.
And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them.
More on that in a minute.
Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer, and will be...
Again, Mr. Iran, you have two options. Option 1, you completely surrender. You become a failed bitch-ass regime. You completely hand over power to someone else. You give us all your shit. Option B, we drop a sun on you. It might not be pretty over there, but it'll be very nice and warm over here. Now, the update, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, this is fucking crazy, urged President Trump to continue striking Iran. Literally no one saw this coming. This was the biggest twist, I think. Like, I expected Israel to try to pressure Trump to keep attacking, but it was Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was like, no, fucking kill those guys. Oh my God. We are literally doing the world a favor here. Oh my God. So just to understand the context, Trump says we're making a ceasefire. Literally, Iran's like, I don't know what you're talking about. We had no talks. Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, immediately calls up Trump and tells him, no, keep fucking bombing them. The greatest timeline ever. Now, Justin, Lebanon ordered Iranian ambassador to leave the country. So what does Iran do in response? Iran bombs Lebanon. Lebanese media report that an Iranian ballistic missile launched towards Lebanon aimed at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. Classic Iran stuff. Never ends. Now, of course, Israel is still doing their thing. Israel says it struck the IRGC intelligence headquarters in Tehran, Iran. All right, so I really like this whole peace treaty. You know, I said this the whole time, literally from the beginning. This is a good cop, bad cop situation, where ironically Trump is the good cop. Trump will say, hey, Babala, we'll make peace, we'll have a deal. Meanwhile, Israel is still taking out their intelligence officers and military commanders. You know, Israel will strike their oil, and Trump will be like, no, Babala, we are your friends. Why would we strike your oil? We're not going to do that anymore. Israel, don't strike their oil anymore. I get you're angry. This is literally how this entire shit's been going on. And me watching from the sidelines, it's absolutely hilarious how many people don't get it. I think so many people are cucked into thinking that Israel secretly controls the United States and really not realize that it's kind of the other way around. Israel is kind of our attack dog in the Middle East right now. That's the reality. And of course, this is the breaking news from just a couple hours ago. Iran's new Supreme Leader, Mojave Khamenei, we think he's dead by the way, has agreed to negotiate with the United States to reach an agreement. Except he never contacted anyone because everyone thinks he's dead. But the actual official narrative has changed. Iran now confirms it has been outreach between the U.S. and Iran. Iran is willing to listen to proposals. So this is the craziest shit, dude. Trump says we're talking. The Iranian regime said we're not talking. The reality is they were talking, clearly to someone else, right? Which is why Trump called it the country of Iran, not the regime.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, shocking and disturbing discovery in South Los Angeles. Some homeless now living underground inside the city's sewer system just to survive. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf joining us live after witnessing these conditions firsthand. Matthew.
Yeah, Christine, this is bad, and the area isn't safe either. We actually had to drive a few miles away just for safety reasons for this live shot. But the things we saw, we won't forget. An up-close, exclusive look underground at living conditions too extreme for words. It's hard to imagine someone living in there. Trash, human waste, and an overpowering stench. I gotta get back. Just moments earlier, we watched someone climb out of that storm drain using the sewer as shelter. Water and food? Her answer's hard to understand. But the area, 88th and South Grand, overwhelmed with RVs, tents, and trash.
Hello, yes.
Juan Nala with nonprofit Clean LA with me was picking up garbage here Monday.
We got a lady living down there.
When he saw not one, but two people emerge from the storm drain.
I can't explain that. You know, a person living like a rat, worse than a rat. Come on. Hello?
And just 2 weeks ago, it happened again.
Somebody's living in there.
Another street in South LA, another person living underground.
It's a human being. Why are we accepting this? Why? All the officials, they have to do something. They have to fix this problem.
It pisses me off. That's why I was like, what y'all doing? Finna tell them to clean it up?
Neighbors angry, say they've reported the problems, but feel ignored.
Like, we need y'all help. We need that money. The public here need that.
A shocking snapshot of survival at its lowest point.
This person doesn't deserve to live like this. Not even the neighbors.
So I just got a statement from the mayor's office about 5 minutes ago saying that this is tragic and unacceptable, and then they're going to be out there tomorrow offering resources and help and trying to clean up this area the best they can. Reporting live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Yes, my precious. Safe in our cave where the bad man can't hurt us.
Hey, don't make it gay.
The Hollywood apocalypse is upon us. The industry is in a state of total and complete collapse. Revenue expected to fall below $9 billion for the year 2025. That's 23% behind 2019 levels. It doesn't take a genius to see that the entire studio system is cratering because of declining theater audience, high cost versus low revenue, box office bombs, streaming competition, and faltering franchises. Let's go ahead and check in on this one. Faltering franchises, formerly reliable intellectual property, is failing to draw audiences. What this synopsis misses is that these franchises are being destroyed on purpose, systematically, sacrificed on the message by people who vandalize them. And we have so many examples of that, but let's go ahead and look at Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a pristine masterpiece when faithfully adapted by Peter Jackson about 20 years ago. You clearly couldn't make these movies today, and when they try, they fail because they're constantly complaining that there's not enough women, people of color, transgenders in wheelchairs in the actual production, and when they try and do Rings of Power on Amazon, it bombs. It gets just destroyed, dragged, roasted online. It doesn't work. You can't take something that was written and beloved in a different time through to the modern day and project modern day politics into the lore. This is the vandalization of what so many people love and care about and have, frankly, based their entire lives or YouTube channels around. It will not work out for you. It's been proven time and time again. And of course, it's not just Lord of the Rings. Star Wars is an excellent example of this. Willow, every single time they try and do this, it's really hard to get yourself a Top Gun Maverick, part 2, right? Like, it's really tough to do that. To faithfully adapt and to bring the characters forward into the modern era, it's best just to leave it alone. But if you are going to bring it back because you want to try and print more money off of the failing franchise, the last thing that you would want to do is take the histories written by J.R.R. Tolkien of Middle-earth and hand them over to one of the single dumbest libtards that has ever been in front of a camera. A guy who's so cringe and terrible that he got canceled from his own show, not kicked off so they could bring in another host. He actually destroyed the legacy of a 70-year-old program on CBS. A man so repulsed and reviled by the internet that he hasn't really had a single viral clip that's been positive put up about him in years. But that's exactly what's happened. Lord of the Rings movie has been handed over to Stephen Colbert for development by Warner Brothers. I guess we'll see if the Warner Brothers merger actually ends this abomination. Just in case you're wondering what Stephen Colbert's writing chops sound like, here's like a good example.
But I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve.
That's gonna leave a mark, Cuban.
Donald, do you know that to be a billionaire, you have to have the billion part in your bank account, not just the air.
Tom
the Shark Tank.
Donald, I know you have no shot with Hispanics, because there's no way in hell you're getting the Cuban vote.
That's Stephen Colbert's writing. Are you looking forward to that being the new Lord of the Rings? A little early for April Fools, isn't it? New Lord of the Rings movie. Stephen Colbert is co-writing the Lord of the Rings Shadow of the Past, which will go into production after The Hunt for Gollum. The synopsis. 14 years after the passing of Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace the first steps of their adventure. Meanwhile, Sam's daughter, Eleanor, discovered a long-buried secret and determined to uncover why the War of the Ring was very nearly lost before it began. Colbert is co-writing the script with his son, Peter McGee. Could you imagine anything that sounds worse than that? Nerdrotics. F no. F no. Nobody loves Lord of the Rings more than Nerdrotics. I like the movies. I mean, you're talking about expert level here. One of the best YouTube accounts in the world. Go follow, obviously, Nerdrotic if you don't already. No, it's something beyond our wildest nightmares. Cast it into the fire. Stephen Colbert is confirmed as...
that we're working with. And you can see for yourself. Hang on. There we go. Hello.
Hi, Peter.
Hey, Stephen. Hi. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good. 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 I like all your talking stuff on the wall there. That's yeah. That's
thanks. This is just part of the collection.
So I was just explaining to the folks about the next Tolkien movie after Hunt for Gollum and the fact that we've partnered up with you to develop the script. So
yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Should I tell people what the story is?
As much as you want. Yep.
I will, as much as I can. You know what the books mean to me and what your films mean to me. But the thing I found myself reading over and over again were the 6 chapters early on in the Fellowship that y'all never developed into the first movie back in the day. It's basically, the chapter is Three's Company through Fog on the Barrow Downs. And I thought, oh, wait, maybe that could be its own story that could fit into the larger...
No one cares. No one cares. F no. Nobody cares. Why do you have full face makeup on? Why do you have a face full of makeup here for this allegedly a FaceTime with Peter Jackson? This is getting ratioed into the sun. Hard pass. This is absolutely horrendous idea. This should be embarrassed. I think they're going to get it canceled. I mean, I really do. All seriousness, Hunt for Gollum will be a financial and creative disaster already. Nobody asked for. But the Lord of the Rings sequel, written by Stephen Colbert, with old Sam, Merry, and Pippin, and a new main girl boss character, please, please, no. Congrats. Instead of making people hyped for a new movie, you've already divided them and pissed everyone off. Nobody wants some political celebrity version of the Lord of the Rings movie. The synopsis sounds dumb. Hard pass. I don't care if you're a Colbert fan. He's a political hack, and he can't help but inject his politics into everything. Having him as an addition is reason enough not to watch this. It's being destroyed. I mean, this idea is being diversity, inclusivity, and healing. The first shots out of Lord of the Ring. This is Frodo's daughter, no doubt. Exclusive image. It might be, in fact, the worst idea that anybody's ever had in history. Cast it into the fire. Destroy it. We're getting gay Gandalf. Yes. Just asked AI to put together a Lord of the Rings movie written by Stephen Colbert, and there you have it. I love the amputated black leg. Soon. What does it say, Frodo? In this house, we believe science is real, Black Lives Matter, no human is legal. It's some form of liberal white woman. Let's just have Jimmy Kimmel write a new Anna Karenina. Why not stop with Colbert and Lord of the Rings? Maybe we can get Seth Meyers to write a new version of Moby Dick. Conan can rewrite Catcher in the Rye. Am I losing my mind? I won't be watching anything made by this propaganda puppet who danced around on stage singing about the COVID vaccines. This is Stephen Colbert's writing. This is what they're making. This is what they're making. This is the man writing the new Lord of the Rings.
The vaccine.
This is hell. This is hell. We've entered hell. This sounds like shit. It's going to be War of the Rohirrim all over again. You could do all kinds. That's the one with 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. You get all these stories from the appendix accurately. The one would be really suitable for adaptation. Balin's failed expedition into Moria. But now let's just turn Sam's daughter into a girl boss and make up some shitty fanfic. Hopefully this gets canned. We'll see. This is going to be significantly worse than Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Nobody asked for transgender orcs. I'm not even doing a bit. This is the worst possible idea for a Tolkien movie, and it has made my quality of life worse. My son Darren says Colbert is going to make Hobbits gay. So if you don't cancel this film, I'm blocking the merger. That might be the easiest way to get this canned. Please stop Star Warsing my Lord of the Rings. Keep your political nonsense out of these adaptations. Yeah, right. Yeah. It was like 15 at 9/11s. That's right. Stephen Colbert is writing Lord of the Rings spin-off, buddy. He's going to make Sauron Trump. What a disaster. Warner Brothers is trying to flex their Lord of the Rings rights, but Warner Brothers was just bought by some people who are going to be, I think, a little confused about this decision, right? I think the Paramount, the makers of Top Gun 2, Maverick, they're gonna be a little. I think they're gonna be a bit skeptical about the vandalization of this franchise. Tolkien is flailing in his grave. Y'all looking forward to Sam's girl boss daughter? I won't be watching anything made by this propaganda puppet. Whoever came up with this idea, the sequel Lord of the Rings, Stephen Colbert to co-write it, should be launched into the sun. Yeah, a lot of hot takes. Warner Brothers wants to outsuck the Rings of Power. Let me say this in no uncertain terms, that everybody involved in this should have their arms and legs cut off. 14 years after the passing of Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace their steps. Sam's daughter discovered that she's a girl boss. I had to double check if this was a joke because it sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm looking at the handle and hoping to turn this into a parody account, but nope, this is happening. Stephen Colbert is co-writing the script. This might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe that everybody involved in this story should die. This is not it, Hollywood. You're not going to win by putting this guy in charge of Lord of the Rings. I don't know exactly what your thoughts are here. And maybe this is just like some type of FU to Paramount. You're trying to sabotage the your entire studio. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But the ultimate rage from all this comes from you just messing up a good thing. The people who made the Back to the Future trilogy just refuse to make more. Because why mess with something that's virtually perfect? 91, 94, and 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. Arguably the most beloved franchise perhaps in history. This side of Star Wars, maybe more. Why? Why must you go back and do this? It needs to be studied. Something sick. Look forward to the endless amount of content that.
Now, the reality is, Pete Egghead decided to say a couple of very choice words.
History has a modern military. Iran had a
banging on about the SAVE Act, but here's another 90-10 issue. Here's another issue that cuts directly in our favor to eliminate fraud, and we'd really like to shine the spotlight back on it because it's as big of a winning issue as voter ID. They're both fraud, obviously, and it's both from the same communities, right?
Well, look, the president has appointed the vice president, J.D. Vance, to oversee a fraud commission. You have Dr. Oz and CMS actually cracking down and demanding answers from New York, from California, from Minnesota, to actually start getting the information they need to root this out and implement the changes that we made in the Working Families Tax Cut bill to require eligibility verification, citizenship verification, work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependent children, so that Medicaid, for instance, is focused on the people who really need it. Single moms with young children, our seniors who are, below the poverty level, the IDD community. We want to make sure that anybody with a disability that needs this support, that they have it. But this system, the Medicaid system in particular, has grown exponentially, especially under Joe Biden. It is unsustainable at the rates that it was going. And so we're reining it in. We're demanding answers. Even Democrats like Tom DiNapoli, as I say, putting out a report exposing the fraud in New York, saying we have a problem here. We're paying for people who don't live in our state. That's how corrupt the system has become. And so it's really incumbent on Congress and the administration to crack down on these states. And it's also incumbent on state legislators to start asking questions and demanding answers from these governors and how their money is being spent at a state level, because a lot of these programs are both federal and state funded.
Do you think that they'll get away with it? The census is coming up. I mean, I don't know exactly when they start counting heads, but the 2030 is the implementation of the census, and 2030 is a new map. So I'd assume that the census would take place then in 2028, right?
You'll have the census start being counted in advance of 2030. You'll get the 2030 census numbers, and then obviously the redistricting process will take place heading into 2032, which will be another presidential election year by that point. But we deal with this every 10 years. President Trump obviously was in control of the census in 2018, 2019, heading into 2020, which was critical to actually have a fair and honest accounting. If the Democrats win in 2028, they will be in charge of the census, and they will do everything they can to make sure that New York and California, that they are counting every illegal, they are counting everybody that is homeless out on the streets. They will do everything in their power to make sure that they keep congressional seats in New York and California, even if they really should not be getting them, especially because of illegal immigrants. I have a bill that would prevent illegals from being counted for the purpose of reapportionment. They should not count towards redistricting, period.
So why is that even remotely controversial? I'm aware of how the Constitution, I'm aware of how the original documents are written to count peoples and not citizens. I get as like why they wrote it hundreds of years ago like that. It seems like that in the modern day, that's sort of like an archaic slavery holdover, right, for southern states. Now that's like been moved clearly to benefit states that have illegal criminal aliens as much as possible. Seems like it shouldn't be controversial.
But listen, again, to get a full count, on the census, great, count everybody. But for the purpose of reapportionment, the only people that should be counted are citizens and lawful immigrants. Somebody who's here illegally should not be counted. And that is the problem with New York and California. They have rigged the system. They've done it for years. The only reason this is controversial is because Democrats know that if this were to change, if illegals were not counted in the census, it would be lights out in some of these states when it comes to their electoral power. And that's why they are so opposed to it. That's why Chuck Schumer is screaming about the Save America Act and saying that it's the most disastrous legislation ever. Chuck Schumer is the biggest jackass in America. He is so dishonest. It is disgraceful that Chuck Schumer is the United States Senator from New York. He's been in elected office since 1975. He was first elected during Watergate in 1974. Chuck Schumer has never held a job outside of elected office, first the state assembly, then the United States House of Representatives, now the U.S. Senate. He is disgraceful and disgusting, and he needs to go home.
He's clearly going to go home to a home, hopefully that's not in Palm Beach. I find it remarkable how it's like, how Pelosi is buying property in Florida, right? But also to a home in New York that's really degraded. We have this map here that shows the potential census count for New York, and New York losing 2, 3 maybe seats. You said that New York's been losing seats 2 every couple of census. California, all red states, man. All red states getting just like all blue states getting gutted. They're red on the map here because they're losing seats. And then all red states are gaining seats.
But look at that map, and you see Texas and Florida in particular picking up 8 seats. That means a 16 vote swing on electoral votes right there, because they're gaining them from blue states. And you can see heading into 2032 presidential election, Democrats are in real trouble when it comes to the Electoral College and when it comes to the House of Representatives. And you look at the voting rights case that's before the Supreme Court, that's going to result in probably another 19 seats that are going to move away from Democrats. So you're talking upwards, potentially when all is said and done, of 25 to 30 seats that are going to shift from Democrat to Republican over the next 6 years. And that is going to be a tremendous shift in power away from these blue states, especially on the coast. And that's why they are fighting so hard against any type of reform or oversight or reining in of these sanctuary policies that have allowed illegal immigrants to flood their states, because they know it's the only way they are keeping electoral power.
Man, it's dark. It's dark, man. It's like completely sinister. And we really pray that Republicans can get their act together and realize that we are sitting on the precipice, kind of like the election that sort of pivots the country. I know we always say this, it's always like this every election, but nobody really thought about that with Mitt Romney, right? Like nobody really thought that, Mitt Romney is like, it's going to change, it's either Mitt Romney, 1,000 years of darkness or light. Like nobody really thought that. He's kind of like different shades of Barack Obama. But now it is true. Like we know what Democrats are going to do if they get power again. They've been totally transparent about it. And
they'll eliminate the filibuster if they take the Senate. There's no question about that. They tried to do it last Congress when they had control. Sinema and Manchin were the only things standing in their way. They will eliminate the filibuster and just try to jam through everything they can the next time they have the trifecta. So look, these elections matter. The margins are tight, especially in the House right now. The map is what it is. There's only about 30 seats that are actually competitive. Mine's one of them. And that's just a reality of the map.
It's going to be, I think that over the course of the next couple of years, that reality is going to be just like painfully reflected to Democrats who betrayed their states. You can see all the people leaving Illinois and California and New York. I just hope that it happens quickly enough that we can get that it can't be rigged. You know, they can't rig it. But I guess we'll see. You're right about what happened in 2020. That's crazy, man, that they were able to like pull one over. DeSantis keeps banging on about how many seats they stole from Florida. And they did. Like the math totally works out. They straight up stole congressional seats from Florida.
No, they could have lost even more in New York and California. You know, especially if illegals weren't counted.
Yep. We'll keep hitting the bricks and keep telling as many people as possible, like, stop counting illegals in the census and for the apportionment. Thank you, Congressman. What is the name of your bill?
It's a bill that's focused on ending, you know, the partisan gerrymandering, but it also ends the counting of illegal immigrants in the census. You know, I think we need some reforms. You need to get this insanity to stop, but the illegals being counted in the census really needs to stop for the purpose of reapportionment.
Is there a name of the bill that we can like start hitting online?
We'll get it for you.
Okay,
I forget it off the top of my head, but we'll get the bill for you. Oh, there it is. The Fair Map Act. There it is.
Okay.
You pulled it up.
Fair Map Act, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Make sure that you are fighting as hard as you can in this moment. Don't black pill. Don't doom. That's exactly what they want you to do. They want to break up MAGA.
All the airports have been insanely backed up, wrapped around the airport 3 times. 1.5 hours for a pre-check to get in the airport. That's like paying extra for the privilege of waiting 1.5 hours. This is nuts. This is not livable, and this is largely the Democrats' fault. So the solution from Donald Trump was, hey, let's use ICE agents because Department of Homeland Security, they've already received their funding. Let's just go ahead and ship them out there to all these airports, 13 airports, so they can help stop punishing regular American citizens for these sins of the Democrats. But then, first thing that happens is, as soon as ICE agents get to airports, it's freaking the left out.
Nazis don't belong in America. And they
Okay, I agree. Nazis don't belong in America, but we have different definitions of Nazi.
don't belong in airports.
Why doesn't law enforcement make you feel safer unless you are doing or protecting someone that's doing something wrong? ICE is just doing their job. Yep. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's GDR. Airport Authority alongside the ICE enforcement. Like, if anything, it looks safer and cleaner than it typically is. How dare they do their job? Exactly. Okay, you say legally Nazis can be in the U.S. Yes, we don't want them here, but they are. And very, very interesting. I wonder if this girl right here, if she's accepting literally every single Democrat narrative from Free Pal, stop the war in Ukraine, mask up, get your vaccine, get ICE out of America, but not illegals out of America. I wonder if she's saying Nazis don't just belong to be in America, Nazis don't belong to be in the airport. Does she care about the battalions she was funding with her tax dollars, assuming she's American, in Ukraine? Because we were literally funding an Azov unit over there that are openly neo-that. We were funding it, but apparently they want to call Donald Trump a Nazi, but conveniently don't care when we're funding the side that actually has a battalion of them. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, very copy and paste. They don't really have much originality. So you see this. Kim Katie, USA, great account to follow, but talks about how, hey, federal agents arrested illegal in San Francisco, and they're talking about from today, this is the ICE agents at San Francisco airport here. Wait, I guess the audio's not working. But yeah, they're arresting this woman at the airport. Yeah, she's wearing a Yankees shirt and doesn't know what Yankee means. Exactly. I'm more offended when someone wears like a Dodger or a Yankee outfit and they can't name a single player beyond Judge or Ohtani. But yeah, so they're arresting her. Very, very sad. Scary scene. Like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this to her. Other people yelling at them as they're arresting this individual.
Leave her alone. Fucking, what are you doing? Leave her alone.
And it's like, leave her alone. We know nothing about her. We don't know if she's a trafficker. We don't know if she's being trafficked. We don't know anything about this, but we just know because it seems like they are federal law enforcement. It looks like they're plainclothes officers at the airport because they're being protected by their police. So obviously they know who they are. They know nothing about this operation. They don't even know, like, they're not even wearing ICE, ERO, DHS, anything that would say this is ICE. But they just default to saying, we're so compassionate, we don't care about the potential victims of this person, we just care about the fact that I'm watching potential victimhood.
What the hell are you doing?
I hope you're so proud of yourselves. You told you're on video now, too. Yeah.
Oh, you're on video arresting people. Oh, the horror. And that's the one thing I just despise about the idea of when I live in blue cities, they don't like to see law enforcement in action. Then they complain, oh my God, this area is so dangerous. These criminals are everywhere. How come I can't go to my car without feeling fear of being mugged? How come I can't go out to my car and it's actually already broken into? And I'm like, because you little bitches don't have the stomach for law enforcement. Because in order for you to have a perceived level of safety or actual safety in any community, you have to be able to accept the idea that when the law is enforced, it's going to look like this. People are going to be screaming. People are going to be crying. People are going to resist and fight law enforcement. That's the nature of it. If you don't have the stomach to see the law being enforced, don't sit back and cry when something terrible happens. Because nobody's denying the idea that there are actual dangerous individuals in society. Nobody's denying the fact that there are people that are so mentally, I don't want to say handicapped, but I will say they don't have the mental capacity to abide by laws. They don't have the mental capacity to understand that don't do to other people what you don't want done to you. Those people need to be removed. Those people need to be removed from society. Unfortunately, if it means they're locked in the cage for the rest of their life, why punish the rest of society because of the mental capacity of a terrible individual? There are evil people out there that do atrocious things to other people, especially innocent, vulnerable people. Why not get rid of them? But whenever they see this, they say, you know what? I wanted safety, but I can't stand seeing somebody be arrested. They're too infantile to lead society.
Shame on you.
Oh, shame on you.
Un-American piece of shit.
American people? How do you know if this person's American? They know nothing about this again. So they arrested her. I think there's a kid in the background too. They're very upset. Insider Wire, which to get this gold check mark, I think you have to put out like $10,000 a month. I might be getting it wrong, but they say ICE agents started arresting illegals in San Francisco airport this morning. The community notes were it was on Sunday night. I think even Kim Katie had it on 3/22, so this was yesterday. ICE gets deployed. They're not even on the list of airports that got ICE agents, and they're already saying, hey, look, they're already arresting people. Things are getting wrong. I'm not blaming them for getting it wrong. I'm just saying this was incorrect reporting. I get it wrong all the time too. But then Bill Malugin from Fox News, great journalist. He's the only reason we knew about the border crisis over in Texas during the Biden years. It's $10K annually. Okay, so not $10K a month. Who has that? $10K annually, still more than I got. They say Fox News that this viral incident at the San Francisco airport was involving the ICE arrest of a family of them, Guatemalan illegals who had been deported, who had deportation orders since 2019. So they're being lawfully taken out. One of the females tried to flee while being escorted for processing, happened before ICE was deployed to TSA. So she was at the airport, she tried to escape them, but somehow the arrest of this makes them, are you proud? Are you proud you're enforcing the law? Why don't you just forget the border laws exist whenever a sad scenario plays out? How dare you? You guys are Nazis. And here's the thing, the reason you're in these long lines is because the Democrats refuse to fund TSA because they're worried about stuff like this occurring. Again, enforcing our border laws has become a hostage situation for Americans trying to travel for business, to visit family, or even vacation, whatever it may be. The reason you can't freely travel around the country is because the Democrats don't want the laws to be enforced. Insane activity right now because, yeah, ICE is at the airports. I think this is probably the only genuine video of them there. Actually, no, this is the San Francisco incident again. Again, so they've already been deployed. Yeah, you say you hope you never encounter these screeching people. Sad to say, I've witnessed this firsthand. It is insane, even being in a, I would say, affluent area. Came from not good parts of LA to a place where I feel safe walking around at night. These Democrat by default liberal types are outrageous. But yes, so you see this over here. Again, they voted against funding TSA. Because mind you, know this. ICE has already been funded. So they say the motion to invoke the cloture on the motion to proceed the God, I hate this language. Consolidated Appropriations Act, are they going to fund DHS? They say no. Don't build a life in a country you're not allowed to be in. And here's the thing is, I wish I had pulled up, there's a video of a guy, it's a father of two, girls, and he said, the video is just a montage of hey, look, he had deportations orders, he filled it out, he's leaving the country, he's going to apply to get back in, and in 2 weeks he was back in America. We have a legal immigration process, but the idea that because you decided you live beyond the law, it's our fault that you broke the law. It's nuts. So now we have, 400 TSA agents resigning due to the pay cut because they haven't been paid. I think it's 2 paychecks they haven't gotten now.
I want to take a look at this video I quickly filmed on my phone. There were actually some TSA agents holding boxes of donations of food, household supply. One agent, as they were
employed individuals losing their job, walking off the job because the Democrats say, unless we can grant amnesty to millions of illegals in America, we may never win an election again. So you know what? Regular workers, while Democrats in office are still getting their paychecks, your career is over. You got to start over.
passing us said, we're so grateful to our community for being able to support us in this way during a time where they aren't being paid. We also know from TSA that nearly 400 officers have quit their jobs altogether, and it takes about 4 to 6 months to completely train someone in one of these positions. So it's going to be some time before these airports.
So a ripple effect. Not only is it messing up your time now, it's going to mess you up later on. Would you say, learn to code? The sad part is, I don't think AI is replacing TSA agents, security guards. I think it's going to replace coding jobs. The better job, perceivably by the Democrats, but no, learning to code is no longer a safety for job security.
Fully back up and operational. Chris.
Summer travel season will be here before we know it. My Eaglin.
Summer travel season will be here before you know it. It's already impacting everybody. But then, Juanita Broderick calling him out. You got Mayor Jacob Frey out there from Minneapolis saying, look, Trump's threatening to deploy ICE agents. Like, wait, why is that a threat? Trump is threatening to make our airplanes more efficient and safer. That's a threat to who? MSNBC or MS Now or MSNDNC, whatever you want to call it. This is subtly snitching on themselves. Where who do they represent? Do they represent Americans paying bills, going on expensive flights to go around the country, or do they represent the illegals that are breaking the law that might be impacted by having ICE in TSA? Because U.S. citizens aren't concerned about ICE being in TSA. Who is MS Now talking to? It's not me or you, but who's Mayor Jacob Frey talking to? Regarded people.
If the goal here was safety at airports, he could hire out more TSA agents that do an incredible job at keeping our airports safe.
This is from a guy that doesn't take TSA. No offense to TSA employees. I actually knew a couple, but I'm just saying, when I've gone to TSA, the amount of inconsistency is kind of scary.
The goal was keeping our streets safe in our cities. He would work with cities around hiring additional police officers and creating the kind of safety.
But here's the thing: he's the president of the United States of America. He doesn't work directly one-on-one with the mayor of anything. This is the local mayor's job to get these places able to be staffed in conjunction with the Congress people to pass funding for them. But no, that kind of lands on your shoulders, Mayor Frey. But also, if the Democrats refuse to fund TSA, how are you going to hire somebody saying, this isn't like some tech startup where we're going to say, hey, work for TSA. Well, like Facebook, you won't get paid for the first 3 months, but you'll get so many stock options, you may become a billionaire later on. No, TSA is a good job. It pays well. It has consistent hours and also heavy demand, and I believe pension as well. This is a job where if you say you won't get paid for 3 months, you're not getting people that have the time to wait to get paid. You're getting people living check to check. That's impossible, but here he is being an idiot.
The infrastructure that we need to keep people safe. If the goal,
we need to keep people safe, and it's like, yeah, you idiot Frey, you can't hire for more jobs if they don't have a paycheck. Very, very, very true. But then you have them going on CNN saying like, you have this isn't the other guy's Timu Obama. I forget what this guy. Jim Jeffries? I forget. But yeah, you got Jeffries over here saying, hey, they're going to deploy ICE to the U.S. Why don't you pass the bill? Because ICE has already been funded.
So let me ask you about that, because you are the whole reason that DHS is not funded right now is because you're trying to push the administration to enact some policy changes.
And here's the thing is, if even CNN is calling out Democrats on their bullshit, they've lost it. They've lost the narrative. If they don't even have their biggest fans, their biggest propaganda artists willing to run coverage for them, they've been done. It's over. Wait, Hakeem Jeffries, there you go. Jim Jeffries is a different guy.
On how Border Patrol and ICE act when they're out looking for illegal immigrants. And now what you're saying is that you're okay with funding TSA, which has been, I think, the biggest point of leverage that you possibly had in order to get what you want on ICE, because ICE already has its money. So what was the point of the shutdown if you're okay with funding TSA?
Nothing was the point of the shutdown. The point of the shutdown was to have Americans suffer so they can campaign on it. The same thing with Gavin Newsom in California saying, oh my God, gas prices are going to hit over $5. Spoiler alert, they're $8 in parts of Los Angeles. But the idea is, gas prices are high. I can blame Donald Trump and his unconstitutional, well, if I was making fun of Gavin Newsom's voice, I'd be crying right now. So if I have a filter for that, I should do it. But Newsom saying, these $8 gas prices or Donald Trump's unconstitutional war on Iran's fault. It's like, no, most of that $8 gasoline prices is fees that your state is charging the citizens. You're making basic, common, everyday Americans suffer in TSA or at the gas pump suffer so you can blame Donald Trump so you can get your way politically. It's disgusting, and when CNN calls you out for it, you know the gig is up. But here's the thing. They no longer are targeting Americans for votes. They're targeting illegals that are granted amnesty and the ability to vote later on. That's their target. I 100% stand by that. Yeah, state tax on every gallon. It's sad. You say you guess he's better than Pelosi, but not by much. It doesn't take much to be better than Pelosi, sadly.
Well, we never approach these things that are in front of us with respect to government funding in the context of leverage. Our approach is, what is the appropriate use of taxpayer dollars? And we believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people.
When has it ever... Okay, we gotta think, like... They're just reciting talking points. If they were like, let's make things more affordable for the American people. Name one time when Biden was in office, when Democrats had a top-to-bottom control of our political establishment, did they make things cheaper? Because the only time that I can remember that was not the Inflation Reduction Act, which was admittedly the Green New Deal repackaged as the Inflation Reduction Act, but when they said, we're going to pass caps on how much they can fund, how much they can, I know it's not fund. We're going to pass caps on how much they can charge for pharmaceutical medications. But that was something that Donald Trump had passed earlier. Biden removed, so Biden could re-implement it and say, look at me, I did that. And it's like, again, the common theme. Make Americans suffer for political gain. Very, very sad. Sad.
Not brutalize or kill them, or violently target law-abiding immigrant families, which is what we know.
Law-abiding I am a law-abiding immigrant family. They're not targeting us. I don't feel in danger of ICE being anywhere if we're law-abiding immigrant families. Are you talking about Kilmore, Abrego, Garcia? If you classify Kilmore as law-abiding immigrant families, you toss out everything else he said because this is insane.
ICE agents have been doing. And so at this point in time, more than 30 days in to the Trump Republican Department of Homeland Security shutdown, I think the most appropriate...
The Trump Republican thing, wait. Trump Republican shutdown. Where's the votes? 47 yay, 37 nay, all 47 Republicans. Somebody said 16 senators couldn't even bother to show up and vote. They shut down the government and say, this is the Republicans' fault. We're throwing a fit and making certain that we can guarantee our voters be here and we don't enforce border laws just like we did during the Biden administration. This is the Republicans' fault.
Is to fund TSA, fund FEMA, fund the Coast Guard, fund our cybersecurity professionals so that Republicans stop holding the American people hostage.
It's all projection. Projection again. They're doing these things. Coast Guard, TSA, we want them. Why won't you let us hold the rest of Americans hostage while we get our things on the back end? It's just the same thing again. Green New Deal. It doesn't make America greener. It just gives a whole bunch of money to their pet projects. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that money just went into fraud agencies that put money into the pockets of little terrorist groups in Somalia. But it's the Green New Deal. Oh, the Green New Deal doesn't make sense? Let's call it the Inflation Reduction Act. Doesn't reduce inflation. I believe it was even AOC that said it, or maybe it was Pelosi saying, yeah, it was just the Green New Deal repackaged as the Inflation Reduction Act, and you were stupid enough to vote for it. These guys are disgusting.
And these hardworking civil servants, because of the Republican unwillingness, at least to date, to get ICE under control. Listen, we believe...
And she's even confused. She's looking at him saying, get ICE under control. She's like, hey, look, I gave you all these questions. You haven't really resolved them or even addressed them. Why are you still talking?
That immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane.
Okay.
And Donald Trump promised that he was going to go after the worst of the worst.
And he did. Holman told you exactly what it was. Holman said, we're going after the worst of the worst, but if you don't allow us in the courthouses to arrest them, when they lose their case, they lose their visa appeal, or they get arrested for a DUI or something random, don't allow us in the courthouse, we're going to go on the street and get them. If we find them amongst other people that maybe don't have criminal records, but they don't have citizenship, there will be collateral damage. That has happened in every single city in America, sans the places like San Francisco. San Francisco is a sanctuary city, but guess what? The mayor brokered a deal saying, you know what, let's let the ICE agents inside, DHS, come in the courthouses, get the people safely, and without raids on workplaces, raids on pot farms that are employing kids. We're not going to do what they do in Los Angeles. And it worked out fine for them. No riots in San Francisco, but you know what? There's nothing to campaign on in San Francisco, so you know what? We'd rather have the loss of life. Like I talk about the sad incident that occurred over in Los Angeles. Actually, not Los Angeles. It was Camarillo. It's like maybe an hour away from the city. It's where they have all the strawberry fields. It's a Camarillo and Oxnard, or this weird place where all you have. I worked there briefly one time. It's like you got soccer moms, beach residents, and Latino gangbangers. It's bizarre, but that's basically all you have over in those cities. And it's like, yeah, they had pot farms with illegals on it that also employed kids that should not be on there. And there was a legal U.S. citizen. When ICE did the raid, he got scared, he climbed a ladder, fell off of it, and unfortunately lost his life. The ICE raid enforcing the border laws wasn't doing that. It was the Democrats and top to bottom non-stop coverage from the mainstream media saying, they're coming after you, they're gonna get your family, they're Nazis, they're fascists. He wouldn't run away if he was like, hey, look, I'm a U.S. citizen, we're harvesting strawberries. Go get the bad guys, I'm here legally. No. They fearmongered until they can have a sad, tragic incident and they can come on TV and say, you know what? I told you, Donald Trump is evil. This is literally the worst thing. What is it? Yeah, the pot doesn't make the world go around. It's sad. What do you say? Wine moms and pot dealers? I can go on about Oxnard, Camarillo forever. It's not a great area.
Violent felons who are here illegally. That's not what has been happening.
But even when you have violent felons that are here illegally, you don't want us to deport them either. Funny how that works out.
American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families, and of course that needs to end. That is not an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars.
I'm just trying to understand how...
It's not an appropriate use of our tax dollars. What is an appropriate use of our tax dollars, Jeffries? Is it giving taxpayer-funded to Somalian fraudsters to send it back to their home country to fund actual terror groups? If you think what happened over in Minneapolis is the appropriate use of our tax dollars, I don't want to hear a fucking thing out of your mouth. I just don't. I don't care what you say. I don't care if I have your approval on if funding ICE is a good or bad idea. If you think what's happening in Los Angeles with Ventura Boulevard, Sherman Way, and large parts of the valley, what's happening over in Minneapolis and all their layering centers, if that is your standard of good use of tax dollars, shut your goddamn mouth. Like, I'm sorry. But yeah. So, and then one thing that nobody seemed to be talking about from that side is Elon Musk offered to pay the salaries of TSA agents, which I don't know what happened from it, but I mean, the irrational person would say, look, agents are walking off the job. I don't even have the video right now. Yeah, agents are walking off the job. They're taking donations. Here comes Elon Musk to save them from that. Wouldn't he be a hero? Nah, they hate it.
Elon Musk has offered to pay TSA workers during this DHS shutdown. Is this something that you've been speaking to him about?
Yeah, I'd love it. I think it's great. Let him do that. And I want to thank ICE because they stepped in so strongly. They'll do great. And if that's not enough, I'll bring in the National Guard. We're not going to have the Democrats destroy our country.
You know, it's smart, though, because like the Democrats want to destroy the country, so things look bad, they can blame Trump. Just like when the Supreme Court, including some of his appointees, turned down his ability to tariff other nations, even though, like, what was it, Pierre Poilievre went over on Joe Rogan's show to say things like, take the tariffs off Canada because, you know, that's evil or whatever. Never mind the fact that Canada tariffs American goods nonstop. But when they say, you know, you can't tariff these other countries to supplement the need for income tax. Trump just found another way to tariff these other countries. Like, he'll find a way. If they don't want to fund TSA, the Democrats are willing to use the TSA agents as a sacrificial lamb, Donald Trump's going to find a way to get it done. He's going to go out there and get either his buddy Elon Musk to fund it for him, bring in ICE agents, or even National Guardsmen. Like, there's going to be a way to get America going. The Democrats can no longer hold us hostage, and I think they're outraged at it. They ended up having to pay 5% more on tariffs now. Exactly. Donald Trump's a businessman. If you don't take the first offer, you regret it. And I don't want to say that's how I do my business right now, but it's like I've learned that if you're negotiating with somebody and they say, hey, we want you to do this for 100, you're like, that's not enough for me. And they say, okay, well, what about 105? I'm like, no, 120. It's 120 now. I don't go back to 100. You take 120 right now, or it becomes 200 tomorrow, and you'd be surprised how many times you get the 120, what you actually want, just by playing hardball with him. He's doing exactly that. Because I think, should these congressmen and senators, they represent whatever country is nefariously funding their campaigns, it may be China, Russia, whatever, when they find out, you know what, we fought Donald Trump's tariffs, we got them canceled, and then he's came back with a 5% bigger tariff, maybe we don't fight these tariffs anymore, because it's an open secret. A lot of these Congress people don't represent American interests. They represent Somalian interests, and they openly talk about that.
People are the most destructive, sick people.
Elon Musk is offered.
Yeah, they're sick. It's disgusting what they're doing to us right now. But mind you, they talk about TSA. It's understaffed. How dare they? It's like, remember back here, 2021. Do you guys even know about this? Illegals' families were escorted on different parts of the airport because they don't have ID and brought on airplanes, oftentimes faster and freer than us. Oh yeah, the audio thing is weird right now, right?
All right, so they get the VIP line. Like I told you, they get to go to this here booth, and then they got to wait for a Spanish-speaking interpreter. Yep. She just radio it in, the Spanish-speaking. So
and again, your taxpayers paid for all of this.
See that they're designating. You're watching this live. We got 1.1 thousand people watching.
Well, good job, Hernando.
El profesor de Venezuela. I'm calling him the professor. ¿Qué quiere decir más? Canal. Yo estoy en X.
Yeah, VIP for
la
illegals.
aplicación
Nuts.
se llama X.
Mi profesor de inglés en Venezuela me está preguntando.
Oh, sí.
Mira, José Luis, aquí está buscando reportero. Saluda. Dile
Hola,
para
¿cómo
la línea.
estás? ¿Cómo estás, amigo?
Are they not speaking the same language?
Tranquila. He's got to go. Sígame en X, en la aplicación.
Wait, did he just get the cut?
So todos son familia.
Oh, he's with his family. Okay. You say, oh, what cartel member is this? That's the thing. We probably don't know. Likely not. Likely just a guy that's coming here with his family. But the fact that we weren't able to thoroughly vet these people and make them come through the legal process, we won't know.
Angle here.
Well, Magno pointed out, we were forced to get vaccine passports, and they were not allowed. They were just not screened at all. And the crazy part is, I see over on Reddit's r/Disneyland, they're freaking the fuck out about how many measles incidents have been out there. And it's like, yeah, Disney's never gonna make the big statement saying, yeah, we've had like 4 measles exposures. I don't even know what it was, but it was like, there's been a lot of measles exposures. They talk about how they're complaining, everyone needs to get their vaccines, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. When you actually read these stories of people coming in with measles, they're coming in by airplane, they expose LAX, they come down, visit some restaurants, visit some hotels, go to Disney's on these days, expose everybody, because you gotta be quarantined for a long time if you're around the elderly, if you're around children. But if they actually cared about, oh my god, all these measles exposures, how do we stop this? It's like, you understand, they're coming from countries that don't require that, right? If you want less measles exposures at all the kids in Disneyland, maybe you stop them at the border. I don't know about you, but it's not as simple as what they think it is. But again, they never want to dig into it and actually have solutions. They just want to complain about MAGA Republicans and RFK, who's not a Republican.
She just scanned the airline ticket. That's what she just did, TSA. She just scanned the airline ticket.
It's simpler than I think. The solutions are effective and simpler. It is. Close the border.
TSA is talking on the phone. She may be
because I think about like what I need to do to get over to. I was looking at Japan has something called a nomad visa where I could get there no problem as long as you make X amount of dollars. I think it's like $60K, work remotely, and I can provide all that. But it's like I gotta jump through all these hoops. I can't have a bank account. I can't. It's hard for me to buy property. I'd have to rent for 6 months. Like it's a whole thing to get over there. And it's like I can't fathom the idea of me wanting to visit Japan and saying, you know what, I'm gonna go in there, gonna break all the rules, not gonna get the medications they require of me over there. And when I get there, I'm gonna protest on how good America is compared to Japan. I'm gonna break their laws, and I'm gonna kick and scream and demand the Japanese front me the money to stay there, while I also fight their police and their law enforcement agencies every step of the way. It's nuts to think that, but that's what we're seeing time and time again. Now, safety on TSA is one thing, but I want to know, and obviously we're not going to play the video of this because it was wild. It's over in Queens, New York. Airplane hits a fire truck speeding down the runway. I think everybody in the cockpit has since deceased. Both pilots are gone. This was scary stuff. What caused this incident, and is it possibly an offshoot of the Democrats defunding TSA, defunding government workers, and how could this have been prevented? Again, this is very, very early. It's like preliminary as to what happened over there. It's a tragedy, very scary, especially as, a lot of us are hesitant to go flying because all these things. Like, you think about Hawaiian Airlines, I think, was it Alaska? The door blew off the airplane, and if somebody was sitting in that chair, they would have got sucked out. Like, a lot of stuff's going on, and it's like, are they making a bad situation worse? Is it unrelated? I'm not going to sit here and campaign against the Democrats over this thing, but I know if the inverse happened, which the inverse does happen, they blame Republicans for everything top to bottom. It's sad.
So the guy that was going out of his way to explain that he wasn't Jeffrey Epstein is actually in the Epstein files?
Context. Good morning, everybody. This is Palm Beach Pete. I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just Palm Beach Pete. I'm so not Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, everybody. This is Palm Beach Pete. I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete. I'm Palm Beach Pete. It's Palm Beach Pete. Nothing to do with Jeff Epstein. But as Palm Beach Pete. I'm not Epstein. I'm just Palm Beach Pete. Totally not Jeffrey Epstein. He's dead.
There's no way this is real, right? I saw your twin last night. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw him. The likeness is unbelievable. He was hugging and kissing another man in the street. Must be the same man that one of your friends saw. Oh my God. He put out a video confirming it. This is Palm Beach Pete. Some photos of me in the 90s. Okay, let's see it. Man. Man.
Good morning, everybody. Palm Beach Pete from sunny Florida. Not a cloud in the sky. I'm off to play some tennis. I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete. I want to thank all my followers. This thing has gone crazy viral. Over 100,000 plus followers in less than 2 days. Have a great day. Enjoy life.
Like, they're just putting it in front. I'm not Epstein, I promise. Oh my fucking God. New profile. Guys, there's no way this is, I feel like it's total bullshit, but it's really fucking funny. The fact that he's actually in the Epstein files. And he said that he was at a party that Epstein was at.
Back in the day, when I was living in the city, I went to a couple of parties and Epstein was there at a party, and he was kind of creepy, just sitting on a couch, staying to himself, and he wasn't the magnitude that he is.
Oh my God. I don't even know what to say.
Palm Beach Pete in the building. How you doing? How you doing?
Pete is doing just great. This whole thing is phenomenal. I'm driving down I-95, minding my own business, and some knucklehead films me.
As perpetrating one of the largest frauds in South Florida's history.
We appreciate it. Our federal government is joining the fight against fraud. A new deputy attorney general was just confirmed today by the Senate to lead a new anti-fraud division at the DOJ. And the House Oversight Committee is now launching an investigation into alleged fraud in California. We reached out to Gavin Newsom's office about the potential hospice fraud happening in L.A., and they told us they actually agree. They said there is so much potential fraud happening that they're actively considering revoking the licenses of 300 hospice providers in the state. They've already revoked 300 licenses, and that they have even stopped issuing new ones. With the details, Chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, is with us. Look, Nick Shirley, broke the story in Minneapolis. He struck again in California. How much money are we looking at here, and where's your investigation going?
You could multiply what we found in Minnesota probably by 10 in California. That's how bad it is. And what we're hoping in this investigation is we have the same success we had in Minnesota with whistleblowers coming forward, reaching out to me or other oversight committee members to sit down and do transcribed interviews so that we can finally figure out who's responsible for this fraud. What we know in California, just with respect to hospice, of all the government entities, hospice is the one that I don't think there would be anyone out there that wouldn't have full support for hospice at our worst time of need. Hospice alone, $3.5 billion just in Los Angeles County. And what that amounts to, Shad, is the whole hospice budget for the United States last year, 18% of all the billing was in Los Angeles County. And that's not 18% of the population of America. In that one county, and it's a big county, 18% of the entire billing for the United States. It is rampant in California, and Gavin Newsom knew it and hasn't done a thing about it.
Are you going to bring him in?
We would like to bring him in. We're trying to start with some state employees. That's what we did in Minnesota. We proved in Minnesota that Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison knew about the fraud. We know that as we speak, there have been dozens of people in Minnesota already arrested by the Trump Department of Justice for fraud, and they're putting a case together on hundreds more in Minnesota as we speak. So we're seeing accountability there. Now we want to see that in California. So Gavin Newsom better lawyer up.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
You guys vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028?
I vote for him because he got me released. I'm coming home from a life sentence.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So he didn't hold me back. He didn't hold me back. He signed off saying I'm fit for society. So yes, I would vote for Gavin Newsom.
I would probably vote for Gavin Newsom too if I were you then. And what'd he do for you then? Or like what were you locked up for? If you don't mind me asking.
I was locked up for murder, carjacking, and robbery.
And click right here to see what happens next.
Delta saying, until you fund TSA, we're shutting you down. You're going to have to travel with the rest of the cattle. We've learned something about how fancy some members of Congress actually are. Delta decided to give up the ghost and tell on members of Congress and their staff who use a very special standalone secret service inside of Delta where they can get ushered to the front of the line, they can get first-class tickets, they can get treated, pampered. Jeffrey Epstein treatment on the flights, no doubt. Delta saying, until you fund TSA, we're shutting you down. Your little special fancy congressional service desk is shut down. You're going to have to travel with the rest of the cattle. First off, Congressman, what is this?
Some of us, like myself, have had death threats, but that's what originally it was for, is for security. And I think it's just like any other government program or whatever, it's being abused.
So wait, now you have like AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they call ahead, or their staffers call ahead and they get special treatment while the rest of us have to wait in line?
I assume that's what happened. We don't go by the same rules. Unless it's a safety issue, then it shouldn't even be a question.
It's starting to piss off a lot of Americans.
It should.
Next news. Breaking news.
What if I told you that the Biden Justice Department ran a surveillance operation so massive, so brazen, that it makes Richard Nixon's Watergate break-in look like a parking ticket? Folks, what Senator Chuck Grassley just exposed is going to make you pretty upset. We're talking 97 subpoenas, over 430 Republicans targeted, 14 members of Congress swept up in a single meeting, and now we learn that Jack Smith's team actually wiretapped President Trump's incoming Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, talking to her own attorney. This is the biggest political scandal in American history. We have a lot of them lately, and the reckoning is finally here. So, think about what this means for you, for every American who believes in the Constitution. If the FBI and Department of Justice can spend 10 consecutive years running 4 code-named investigations against a sitting and future president, if they can seize the phone and records and emails of the man who's now FBI Director Kash Patel for 2 years without ever charging him with anything, what's to stop them from doing it to you? This isn't about Donald Trump anymore, folks. This is about whether we live in a constitutional republic or a banana republic where unelected bureaucrats can destroy anybody who threatens their power. They violated attorney-client privilege, one of the most sacred protections in our legal system. They wiretapped a phone call between Susie Wiles and her attorney. That's not law enforcement, that's political persecution. And while all this was happening, while your tax dollars funded this witch hunt, gas prices were climbing. And we were mired in Middle East conflicts. But the establishment media wanted you focused on Jack Smith's bogus charges instead of this massive abuse of power. The deep state thought they'd never get caught. Guess what? They were wrong. So speaking of protecting yourself from government overreach, let me ask you something more important about your financial future. New numbers out of Washington show inflation is on the rise again and threat against you, your savings, and your retirement. Ask yourself an honest question. Does your dollar go as far as it did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or even last year? What does the next decade look like for you and your savings? If the government can target its political enemies with impunity, do you really trust them to protect the value of your money? And if your portfolio lacks exposure to gold, one of history's most reliable economic hedges, it's time to rethink your strategy. Gold has kept up with inflation in many periods, outperformed paper assets when trust in institution collapses. And that's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. Right now, they're offering our next viewers a free 10th-ounce American Gold Eagle with qualifying purchases. So don't wait for the next crisis. Go to nextnewsgold.com and take control of your financial future today. Now let's get back to the bombshells dropping on Capitol Hill. So here's what really has Democrats in full panic mode right now. Victor Davidson Hanson, one of the most respected historians in America, just went on record saying Jack Smith has a reckoning, a rendezvous coming. And remember, this is the same Jack Smith who got slapped down by the Supreme Court in the Bob McDonnell case, the same Jack Smith with ethics questions about unreported income from his law firm. Now we're learning the full scope of his operation. And even Democrats like Senator Hirano are scrambling, demanding they bring Smith in to testify under oath. Let's see what people are saying, guys. Anything involving Jack Smith, I just love seeing not fun things come that guy's way. So decoding Fox News says, as the U.S. remains in war with the Middle East and gas prices climb daily, Sean Hannity was reporting what most Americans care about most. Former special counsel Jack Smith investigations and Trump trying to overflow the election and refusing to return classified documents. Little tongue-in-cheek, maybe? Let's see.
Records released by Senator Chuck Grassley today say that Jack Smith's operation issued 197 subpoenas through dozens of individuals and businesses seeking records tied to over 430 named Republicans and organizations.
In many ways, much more serious as an abuse of government power than an attempted wiretap of the DNC headquarters in Watergate.
John, Watergate was about a handful of files in a single office.
We learned today that 14 members of Congress were targeted in just one meeting with Jack Smith and prosecutors. And that's where the parallels with Watergate come up. Chuck Grassley raising questions about the accuracy of Jack Smith's recent testimony to Congress.
Right. So in addition to criminal charges, I would expect a flood of lawsuits against Jack Smith and others.
So another dollar in the Alex Jones was right jar again, I guess, that Democrats were doing this. We knew they were doing it. They said that they weren't going to target it. Oh, how dare Trump go after his political opponents. In the meantime, they were stacking the deck so hard, they were wiretapping it on client attorney privileged phone calls to the incoming chief of staff to the United States president. Tell me that's not messed up. And if they're doing that to them, I mean, what did they do to the parents that were protesting mandates during COVID? What were they doing to those parents? They were calling them terrorists. They were wiretapping those people too. It doesn't just go to President Trump. It goes all the way down and all the way back up. So Grassley shines a light on the massive scale of Biden's Department of Justice surveillance. Now, Senate Democrats claim these revelations are just another conspiracy theory from the right. Except we got the receipts. From the Senate Judiciary Democrats, Senator Hirano. Well, here are once again a hearing exposing Republicans' conspiracy theories on Jack Smith. How many times do we have to say just bring Jack Smith in to testify under oath instead of speculations? Let's see.
Here we are once again. Once again with a hearing espousing Republican conspiracy theories. And once again, focusing on Jack Smith. How many times do we Democrats have to say, why don't we just bring Jack Smith before this committee? Why do we not put him under oath? Why don't we just ask him questions? The witnesses this morning are speculating as to what Jack Smith knew or what he told the judge, speculating about what the judge was told by Jack Smith. I mean, instead of all these speculations, why don't we just call Jack Smith?
Because statutes of limitations on most of the crimes expired. So they have to come in, build the code base, understand all the things that happened in there, determine them as facts and truth, and then question him against the documented record. Therefore, they can get him on a perjury charge if he tries to lie. That's what they have to do. And Democrats, they keep dying. Look at what Mueller just passed away, unfortunately. God rest his soul, but he was not a good American citizen. He was the guy behind a lot of these things. So these people keep disappearing or getting out, or look at the Clintons. They came in to testify, they fought it for months, and then they only answered a very limited scope of things. We need to investigate the record, build the case set, and then go in there and then testify him against our records, and then expand on that. It's pretty simple. Democrats don't want that to happen because they know how much is there to hide. As Democrats continue to dismiss Republican concerns, today's disclosure revealed the intrusive tactics delve deep into Kash Patel's privacy, highlighting just how far Biden's FBI is willing to go. From the storm has arrived. 3 things we learned today as we inch toward accountability in America. 1, Kash Patel had 2 years of his phone records and emails taken by Biden's FBI. This included messages. 14 members of Congress were targeted in just one meeting with Jack Smith. Let's see.
Yeah, listen, there are 4 consecutive codename investigations that the FBI targeted at President Trump. Crossfire Hurricane begins with Russia collusion, then Round River, which deals with Ukraine, then Plasmic Echo, which deals with classified documents, and then Arctic Frost, which is the aftermath of January 6th. The man twice elected by the United States people to be their president was under constant FBI scrutiny for 10 consecutive years. And many, many people are swept up in it, as you so articulately pointed out. Most of those people were innocent, but their privacy and their intrusions were significant. We learned today three really significant things. Kash Patel had 2 years of his phone and email taken. He obviously is innocent, never got charged. He got confirmed as an FBI director. He's got a security clearance. He obviously didn't do anything wrong. We learned today that 14 members of Congress were targeted in just one meeting with Jack Smith and prosecutors. That is a dragnet, basically fishing expedition to look for some dirt on the opposition candidate that was likely going to run against Joe Biden in 24. And that's where the parallels with Watergate come up. The third thing we learned today, I think is very important. Chuck Grassley raising questions about the accuracy of Jack Smith's recent testimony to Congress. He said he and his team did not rely on the January 6th Select Committee for much evidence or for much of their case. Today, they released emails saying they were going page by page through the evidence and logging everything, suggesting that the staff was actually deeply using January 6th. I'd be watching for a possible referral from Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. One final note, just want to real quickly mention, I heard the word wiretap a lot today during the hearing. I have not been able to confirm any wiretap on Susie Wiles' phones. There would be a Title III notification she would eventually get. No evidence that ever came. I'm not even sure that a phone call was recorded yet. Not been able to confirm that. So I just want to caution people on the use of the term wiretap because my reporting, I've not been able to confirm it, and there are possible other explanations for what happened there. That said, the fact that they were monitoring or looking at Susie Wiles, Kash Patel, anyone, that's what raises so much concern. They were spying on the opposition.
And as we know with Democrats and how they operate, they say there may have been a wiretap, right? But in 2 years, we're going to know fully that they wiretapped Susie Wiles, her friends, her coworkers, everybody she knew. This is how it comes out, little snippets at a time, and they'll drag us along, waiting for those statutes of limitations to expire, the career officials inside of those departments to either expire permanently or retire out, and they can't be called back in, and they shield them with hundreds of attorneys, and by then another administration's in office, and we lose interest in doing it. So they're just trying to wait it out right now. That's all this is about, is waiting out the Trump administration. The scrutiny intensifies as we delve into Ted Cruz's questioning of Biden's Department of Justice actions, drawing striking comparison to Watergate's with claims of wiretapping Susie Wiles. From M.A. Rothman, it says, Jack Smith wiretapped Susie Wiles. VDH says his reckoning is coming. Ted Cruz asked this week whether Operation Arctic Frost, the Biden's Department of Justice mass surveillance of Republican officials, senators, and private citizens. Let's see.
Victor, I want to turn to Arctic Frost. Senator Ted Cruz asked today if it was the modern-day Watergate. Watch this.
I think, if anything, it might even be greater. I mean, the scope of this in terms of the sheer number of people and organizations affected, and as I discussed, I mean, this brazen violation of attorney-client privilege, wiretapping a phone call between Susie Wiles and her lawyer, these are egregious offenses. And if Watergate was just about a single break-in, I mean, this is effectively, compound that by 200.
I was so glad Ted Cruz did that line of questioning. Victor, Susie Wiles, okay, she's wiretapped by the Biden Justice Department.
I think Jack Smith has got a reckoning, a rendezvous coming. I mean, he had a poor record with the governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell. He took legal services free from his firm, and he didn't really report that as income. He surveilled congressmen and senators. He wasn't unbiased. His family had political ties, pretty intimate with the Democrats. Everything about him reeked of impartiality. And I think he got his comeuppance, and it's just a question now if he'll have to atone for the things he did. But he had this image that he was this professional prosecutor, like Fitzgerald or Mueller, and we don't dare ask about their credentials or their impartiality when they were politicals. They were ideologues from the beginning.
I don't care what party somebody is. I don't care. I don't care if Democrat or Republican. You should not use the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the entire infrastructure to spy on your political opponents. I don't care if it's a Republican in office or a Democrat. The rules are the rules. And they're there to promote a free and fair election inside of the republic in which we live. Anything that impedes that or destabilizes that does not belong inside of our country. Full stop. And I don't know. Hopefully you guys agree. If you agree, let us know in the comments. But here's the truth the establishment doesn't want you to understand. This wasn't an investigation. It was an operation. 4 consecutive code-named FBI probes. Crossfire Hurricane, Round River Plasma Gecko, and Arctic Frost. 10 years of relentless surveillance against the man the American people elected probably 3 times to be their president. And Ted Cruz said it best. If Watergate was about a single break-in, this is compound that by 200. That's what's that. But man, it's so frustrating. But here's what's different now. Donald Trump is back in the White House. Kash Patel now runs the FBI, and every single one of these documents is coming out. The hunters have become the hunted, and Jack Smith's day of accountability is coming. This is what is draining the swamp actually looks like. And the American people deserve to know the full truth about what was done in their name, with their tax dollars, every subpoena, every wiretap, and every violation of constitutional rights. This is exactly why we elected President Trump for a second term, to expose this corruption and restore accountability to our government. I want to hear from you guys in the comments. Should Jack Smith face criminal charges for his role in this unprecedented abuse of power? Yes or no? Drop your answer below and let's get this conversation going. Make sure you share this video with everybody you know, because the mainstream media is not going to cover the story the way it deserves to be covered. And hey, if you guys want to show your support for real journalism and American first values, check out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never hit a story. Also text raw feed to 844-840-4963 so you never miss a story. Again, I'm Tom McCullough. Stay informed, stay free. God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some somewhat unusual discoveries about brown dwarfs. The objects we often refer to as the failed stars, because for a very long time the scientific community viewed brown dwarfs as objects that just did not get enough mass to become stars, and instead remained as something in between stars and planets. Basically a kind of a hybrid. But for a very long time scientists have also assumed that many of these objects are probably alone, with only some of them coming as binaries. But a lot of recent observations seem to suggest that in most cases they come as binaries, and even more so, many of these binaries seem to be kind of strange. And well, in this video we're going to be discussing one of the strangest binaries discovered so far, where two objects orbit so close that they're basically doing this. And turns out that because of this phenomenon, there's a very high chance that sometimes in the future, one of these brown dwarfs is actually going to transform into something entirely different. And so in this video we're going to focus on this recent study that as always you can find in the description below, as well as a few other discoveries about brown dwarfs and about their somewhat unusual properties. But first let's briefly establish, so what is a brown dwarf and how is it not a star? Well, when it comes to a kind of a hierarchical structure in the universe, they're literally the middle ground between a giant gas planet like Jupiter and an extremely small star like a typical red dwarf. And normally their mass is between 13 and 80 masses of Jupiter, but some of them can be a little bit smaller and some of them can be a little bit bigger. And the reason they're not stars is because they just don't have enough mass to trigger the process of hydrogen fusion. But some of them do have other types of fusion, which is why quite a few of them do get pretty hot. And so at least some of these brown dwarfs can actually start fusing deuterium, or the heavy isotope of hydrogen, that allows them to produce just a little bit of heat. With some other brown dwarfs even being able to fuse things like lithium, which eventually makes some of them pretty hot. But in order to ignite lithium, the object has to be at least 65 Jupiter masses, and so only supermassive brown dwarfs that we've discussed previously can actually achieve this. Which means that for most of their lifetime, brown dwarfs generally remain the same and only radiate heat extremely slowly over time, which means that it will take them billions and billions of years to finally fade and cool down. But a series of recent discoveries, including this record-breaking binary system, basically suggest that a lot of these objects seem to be way more active than we actually thought, and may even transition into something else in a way we never imagined. And while the strangest object discovered so far is of course this, ZTF J1239 plus 8347, the object that's now changing our perspective on binary systems and on brown dwarfs. Now this is located approximately 1,000 light years away from us in the constellation of Ursa Major, and surprisingly it was discovered by using the Zwicky Transient Facility, the automated facility that basically looks for deviations in brightness, and that's usually responsible for discovering things like nova and supernova, basically stars changing brightness in a relatively short period of time. And that's actually what makes this system so strange. It did not go nova or supernova, but it did trigger the facility, because here it changes in brightness every 57 minutes. And that's because in this case astronomers confirmed that these two brown dwarfs orbit each other at incredible speeds. This is a truly unusual orbital period. And in terms of the size of the system here, this basically fits into the same volume as the distance between Earth and the Moon. In a sense, these objects are almost touching. And that's of course what makes this so exciting, because it turns out that one of these objects is just a little bit more massive, and as a result is stealing some of the material from its partner. And so here there's definite evidence of a mass transfer. And as this larger object is siphoning more and more mass, it's obviously growing larger and larger in size. But in this case, as the material hits the surface and accretes on the surface, it creates a kind of a very bright blue hotspot that then glows in the ultraviolet. This is usually known as the direct impact accretor. But normally we see these in binary systems involving white dwarfs or neutron stars, where the mass transfer is so dramatic that it hits the much more massive star at very high velocities. And normally these objects experience rapid mass transfer, very high accretion rates, and produce a lot of X-rays. But this is the first ever time we've seen this around brown dwarfs. Brown dwarfs are closer to planets in terms of properties than to stars. And so finding this in brown dwarfs suggests that these failed stars can experience the same violent dynamic physics as real stars. But for these two objects, this is also important for another reason. This has a profound implication for star evolution. Normally, brown dwarfs are basically seen as a kind of a dead end, as in they don't really transform into something else, and they just slowly get colder and colder, eventually becoming almost invisible. But in a very tight binary system like this one, the brown dwarf gaining mass has a very high chance to eventually become heavy enough to finally ignite hydrogen and to finally become a real star. And this can happen in one of two ways. Either by basically sucking all of the mass from the partner until the partner becomes a planet, in which case we get a tiny star and a massive planet orbiting around it on a very tight orbit, or these two objects could eventually merge and suddenly acquire enough mass to become a single star, but in this case very likely without any partners. And so in either scenario, the failed star is now going to transform to an actual star. It's almost like some kind of a cosmic second chance at life, with this example showing us that binary interaction can actually lead to some major evolutionary stages that we never knew existed and that nobody expected we would physically find, and also stages that single brown dwarfs or single stars can never acquire, which obviously makes this a pretty exciting discovery. But based on some of the recent discoveries, this may actually be a lot more common than we initially assumed. And mostly because a lot of additional studies started to discover that many different brown dwarfs we expected to be alone turn out to be binary. And so this idea of binary brown dwarfs in a very tight orbit is actually slowly becoming a much more common discovery. For example, for nearly 30 years, we've known about the object known as Gliese 229b. This was considered to be a kind of a poster child for brown dwarfs, and was actually the first one to officially be confirmed back in 1995. You can see the original image from the Hubble right here. But it always puzzled astronomers because here, it was a little bit too dim to physically measure its mass. But in one of the recent studies, scientists officially confirmed that this is also not a single object, but instead contains two brown dwarfs orbiting every 12 days. So not as close as the previous discovery, but still close enough to influence each other and possibly one day get much closer. With this discovery essentially suggesting that many objects similar to this, that we thought were just single brown dwarfs, might actually be tight-knit binaries that are just very difficult to tell apart. And this of course changes our understanding of how exactly these objects seem to form, with several studies now suggesting that many of these brown dwarfs possibly form as a result of fragmentation from some kind of a single object in a gas disk around a star, because quite a few of these binaries have not been confirmed. But the complexity of these systems does not stop at pairs, and so here we have this quadruple system referred to as J1040-3551 that seems to contain two red dwarfs that are almost brown dwarfs. Basically they got lucky enough to have enough mass to become stars, that are then orbiting two brown dwarfs that did not get enough mass and will remain as brown dwarfs unless they somehow collide with each other, which basically makes this a very unusual system that will probably be used to try to understand how these binaries form and how some of them might eventually transform, with additional objects like J1446b showing us a combination of both, a red dwarf orbiting a brown dwarf, or basically showing us that these binaries do come in a lot of different flavors. But in general, what we're seeing now is essentially a kind of a paradigm shift in viewing these failed stars, and mostly because we can now confirm that some of these binaries are eventually going to transform and will become stars sometimes in the future. Now for this particular pair, it's not entirely certain when, but because both of these objects are at least 60 to 80 masses of Jupiter, and they essentially require over 80 masses of Jupiter to become stars, right now scientists don't think it's going to take too long. Here, because of the shrinking orbit, and because of the rate of siphoning of the mass, this transition might eventually take place in approximately 1 million years. So not billions of years like we usually discuss in astronomy, but just over 1 million years. And that means that in a near future, in terms of astronomical terms, our galaxy might acquire a new star, a new red dwarf that might even contain a very unusual planet. And so here we have a confirmation that many brown dwarfs are definitely not alone, and are definitely not as dead and not as static as we thought. But with new observations from Vera Rubin Observatory, researchers actually expect to find dozens more of these systems, which will possibly help us understand what happens when these evolutions occur and how these systems eventually end. And so at least for now, this is just the beginning of these observations, mostly because this is the first such object we've ever found, the first brown dwarf that gets that second chance. On that note, we'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there's some additional discoveries. Until then, check out previous videos on brown dwarfs in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
In an alarming but also exciting move, President Trump ordered the full and total declassification of all UFO files from the Pentagon and intel agencies. Cool. Could we actually get the truth about what the federal government knows about extraterrestrials or alien technology? Will they ever really tell us? And my assumption is no, of course. But, you know, who knows? They might be wanting to make up for the Epstein files, right? Where clearly there wasn't full transparency and probably never will be. Perhaps they're trying to distract us from other things like the Iran war, or gas prices, or grocery prices, or something. It's long been assumed that the aliens have arrived will be a predictive programming mechanism. And oh, by the way, Steven Spielberg has a Disclosure Day movie about aliens coming right up this summer. So who knows? Call me a skeptic. But I'm not skeptical on some of the hard data that I get from members of Congress. Like the hard data that we got today from Tim Burchett, who's the leader of the UFO task force in Congress, saying that they keep killing all of the people who testify in Congress about UFOs. Well, what's going on here? Check this out. A mystery of 5 missing scientists sends chills across America. 3 are dead, and the troubling link is now under scrutiny in Washington, D.C. What's happening right now is that the UFO scientists, the people who worked really closely on the extremely classified UFO programs at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where many smart people tell me is sort of the epicenter of foreign alien technology in space laboratories. A lot of these major leading figures have been deleted within a span of 8 months. The mystery, ladies and gentlemen, has not been explained. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett told the Daily Mail that he saw a clear pattern of these seemingly unrelated deaths and disappearances, noting that the work several of them were doing had been linked to theories of extraterrestrial spacecraft. And this now has been covered by Fox News.
Police
nationally.
are searching for a retired Air Force general who vanished in New Mexico. William McCasland went missing last month. Members of Congress are warning this could be a national security issue. The general was involved with the Pentagon's most advanced aerospace research. He oversaw a classified space weapons program. McCasland was in charge of the Air Force Research Lab at a base in Ohio. It's rumored that base holds extraterrestrial debris from the Roswell crash site. The general was tied in with the UFO community. A source told the New York Post the general was a gatekeeper for anything UFO related in the Air Force. He retired due to mental fog, but investigators say he's still highly intelligent and capable. McCasland was an avid hiker. His wife last saw him leaving with a backpack and a .38 revolver. No phone, no glasses. He disappeared 6 days right after Trump announced he was releasing the UFO files. And he's not the only one. 8 months before the general vanished, a rocket scientist who worked under him years ago also went missing. She was hiking in California with 2 other people. They saw her smiling and waving 30 feet behind them. When they turned back again, she was gone, vanished in plain sight. They searched for days and couldn't find any trace of her. This is a very, very strange situation. And 11 days before the general disappeared, another scientist was shot dead on his porch. Carl Grillmar was known for discovering signs of water on a distant planet. He was gunned down in California. Freddie Snyder was later charged with his murder. He has a rap sheet, but was let out of jail by a Newsom-appointed judge weeks before he allegedly killed the scientist. We still don't know his motive. And we don't know if these cases are even connected, but this many top...
It's strange. It's really odd. People have been noticing. He's now been missing for 18 days. McCausland vanished from his home in Albuquerque, New Mexico, just right after President Trump said release all of the UFO records. Anna Paulina Luna, who's of course a leading voice on UFO disclosure, sharing the post, asking, what the hell happened with this guy? He hasn't been seen for weeks. Okay, a little strange. Local authorities are looking for him. The disappearance likely related to UFOs, says UFO experts. Scientists with classified info being targeted. Homicide detective says the string of deaths seem to show more than a coincidence, and just right on cue, the U.S. federal government purchases aliens.gov. It's not live yet. This is what aliens.gov looks like, but conspiracy theorists, right again. So is there an actual open cover-up happening before our very eyes? Let's listen to Tim Burchett. I asked him today about it. What the congressman has to say. It's going to alarm you. Here you go.
GOP suggests there might be a conspiracy play. Well, they ought to start thinking there is, because the FBI shows up when the guy's missing. He had some, everybody's thinking it's UFO, but he had some nuclear secrets. There's just too many of them disappearing, Benny. Nothing happens by coincidence in this town or around this town. Something's going on. It was the week after the president announced he was going to start releasing some of those files too. So America needs to start paying attention.
Some of the UFO files?
Yep. And that may be coincidental, but we've had several folks have left this earth or disappeared that had some close proximity to a lot of that. And that's been going on for a while. That's nothing new.
Do you have any direct knowledge? I mean, you've gone to these classified briefings. Do you have any direct knowledge of this? Did you know any of these guys?
Possibly.
So you're telling me that right after President Trump said to declassify all the UFO stuff, that the UFO experts that you have personal knowledge of and that you have personal connection to, they've gone missing or wound up dead?
Well, one did, the one everybody's looking for, and it's pretty Yeah, I don't know the circumstances. He left with a 38 in his holster, and I just, you're never going to convince me otherwise. I don't care what they find. I don't care what they find at this point. How does, my wife said it the other day, how does somebody disappear in this day and age? How do they disappear?
So it looks like this
And
is.
I just think there's a lot going on. We got to get to the bottom of it. And there's a lot of, and I talked to the president about that. He asked me what I thought, and I said, Mr. President, I think it's like an onion. You just keep peeling it back. There's that lady right there. She had metallurgical knowledge, some of our missiles and stuff, and it's just too much, Benny. Too much is going on right now.
Advanced aerospace propulsion and plasma physics, fusion and rocket tech is the individual who's recently gone missing. Well, that sure as hell sounds like working on the UFO project. Right?
Yeah, well, in every department, and I see NASA right there, and NASA says they don't have anything. We don't have any files. We don't have any. Well, what the heck did I get briefed on by those knuckleheads? I'm over it. I'm over it. We're not going to get this. And when I'm told in a setting that the president is on some of this stuff is on a need-to-know basis, I mean, what the heck does that mean? That's the issue right there.
They're withholding from the commander-in-chief information?
I think so. 100% do. And I don't know how you get it back. I mean, what do you fire a whole department? I mean, everybody says, yeah, you ought to do that. Well, you can't do that. There's national security implications. There's all this other stuff. So you got to put the people in charge. I think that's what Trump's done. And that's another reason they want him out. One of these old timers up here in both parties don't like it because he's rocked their boats, upset their little retirement plans.
I know you got to go, Congressman, but you're telling me that Independence Day is like the scene in Independence Day where the president walks down on Area 51 and they're like, oh, this was just a need-to-know basis. Well, why the hell didn't you tell me? This is a need-to-know basis. You're telling me that's real?
I don't think it's quite like that. You'd have too many people that would know. You can't keep anything secret these days. But you could have one. You could in the old days. I mean, you could. I mean, I had a guy discuss with me something that happened to him in the 50s, and he was told not to talk about it, and he just wanted to get it off his chest, I guess, before he passed. But I don't think it's quite like that. I don't think they're at Area 51 or whatever. I think that's just too obvious.
No, I'm just saying like the scene itself.
I know what you're saying.
They tell the president, well, we didn't tell you because it's a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Yeah.
I think that's right. I think that is clearly right because you're never going to get to the base of these people unless the Lord takes them out.
Incredible.
Following a big event at NASA headquarters in Washington, the agency is laying out its plans for President Trump's space agenda. That includes the first lunar mission in more than 50 years. So it's a big deal, and Jonathan Sari has much more from Atlanta. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Dana. It is a big deal. This all-day NASA event is taking place as America prepares to send humans around the moon for the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972. Let's take a live look at Kennedy Space Center. You can see the Space Launch System SLS rocket on the launch pad for the Artemis II mission. They're targeting launch as early as April 1st. It'll send 4 astronauts around the far side of the moon and back without landing, without stopping, just to test the rocket and spacecraft ahead of future missions to return humans to the lunar surface by 2028 while President Trump is still in office, and ultimately achieving his goal of building a moon base. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says the space agency will be focused on these big goals while eliminating past inefficiency.
Billions wasted, years lost, non-conforming hardware delivered, programs that never launch, fewer flagship science missions, virtually no X-planes, less astronauts in space, which means less kids dressing up as astronauts for Halloween. I don't like it, the president doesn't like it, and the American people have waited long enough for the headlines only NASA is capable of making.
NASA also wants to boost the commercial economy in low Earth orbit. After supporting an uninterrupted human presence for more than 25 years, the International Space Station is set to be decommissioned in 2030. Well, NASA wants private companies to come up with the replacements, multiple commercial space stations. One more thing to tell you, Isaacman also unveiled plans for a new spacecraft. It's called SR-1 Freedom. SR stands for Space Reactor. Yes, it's a nuclear-powered spacecraft. It'll carry an uncrewed mission to Mars, release a fleet of drone helicopters to continue exploration of the red planet ahead of eventual human missions to Mars, Dana.
Well, something to look forward to. As Bill said, they're always working, and you got it for us this morning. Thank you so much. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Next news, breaking news.
What if I told you that illegal immigrants have been running a $90 million scam right under California's nose? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. 112 hospice companies registered to a single building in Los Angeles. And when reporters showed up, not a single patient in sight. Now, Chairman James Comer is dropping bombs on Fox News saying California's voter fraud could be 10 times worse than what was uncovered in Minnesota. And his message to Governor Gavin Newsom, and I'm going to quote this, better lawyer up. The walls are closing in on the Golden State's grift, and President Trump's DOJ is locked and loaded. So here's why this should make your blood boil. That $90 million these fraudsters tried to steal, that was your money. Medicare Advantage funds meant for your grandparents, your parents, yourself, the people who work their entire lives paying into a system that promised to take care of them. Instead, foreign nationals who enter this country illegally have been bleeding it dry. And California let it happen. $3.5 billion stolen from hospice alone in Los Angeles County. To put that in perspective, 18% of all hospice billing in the entire United States came from one single county. That's not 18% of the population, folks. That's organized crime on a scale we've never seen. And while your premiums go up, while you worry about whether Medicare will even exist when you retire, these criminals have been living largely on your dime. It's not incompetence. This is what happens when radical leftist politicians care more about protecting illegal immigrants than protecting American taxpayers. Now, before we get to the Trump administration's plan to hunt down every last one of these fraudsters, let me tell you something that can actually help you take control of your own finances. And Gary's tried hundreds of supplements over the years, and nothing, and I mean nothing, has delivered results like C60 Evo. This Nobel Prize-winning molecule made lab animals live 90% longer. Now I know why. Gary's brain fog is gone, and joint pain that he's had for years is virtually eliminated, and his wife's skin looks 10 years younger. My energy levels feel like he's 20 years younger. This molecule is 172 times more powerful than vitamin C and worth more than gold per ounce. And Chris Burris has been making this in his Houston lab since 1991. It's not just another antioxidant. It works at the cellular level where aging actually happens. And the Paris study showed the longest life extension in history. And now Gary's family is living proof it works. Visit c60evo.com and use code NNN for exclusive savings. Whether you want more energy, clearer thinking, better skin, or just to feel young again, this is your answer. Again, it's c60evo.com/NNN. Use code NNN at checkout because 90% longer life starts with one decision. Don't wait. Transform your health today. All right, now let's get back to the absolute bombshells coming out of Washington about the massive California voter fraud operation. So here's what the mainstream media does not want you to understand. The new Assistant Attorney General, Colin McDonald, just went on record saying the Department of Justice believes there are approximately $100 billion in fraud. It's like a Dr. Evil, $100 billion. Waste and abuse across the system. And get this, if they eliminate just the fraud in Medicare alone, that would double the life expectancy of Medicare Trust Fund. And President Trump isn't talking about fixing the system. His Department of Justice is about to go scorched earth on every fraudster from coast to coast, and this is what I voted for. Let's get into it. From Gunther Eggleman, we have new James Comer drops a bomb on Fox. Says California voter fraud could be 10 times worse than Minnesota. Gavin Newsom better lawyer up. Let's see what he has to say.
You could multiply what we found in Minnesota probably by 10 in California. That's how bad it is. And what we're hoping in this investigation is we have the same success we had in Minnesota with whistleblowers coming forward, reaching out to me or other oversight committee members to sit down and do transcribed interviews so that we can finally figure out who's responsible for this fraud. What we know in California, just with respect to hospice, of all the government entities, hospice is the one that I don't think there would be anyone out there that wouldn't have full support for hospice at our worst time of need. Hospice alone, $3.5 billion just in Los Angeles County. And what that amounts to, Shad, is the whole hospice budget for the United States last year, 18% of all the billing was in Los Angeles County. And that's not 18% of the population of America. In that one county, and it's a big county, 18% of the entire billing for the United States. It is rampant in California, and Gavin Newsom knew it and hasn't done a thing about it.
That's because
you're going to bring him in?
We would like to bring him in. We're trying to start with some state employees. That's what we did in Minnesota. We proved in Minnesota that Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison knew about the fraud. We know that as we speak, there have been dozens of people in Minnesota already arrested by the Trump Department of Justice for fraud, and they're putting a case together on hundreds more in Minnesota as we speak. So we're seeing accountability there. Now we want to see that in California. So Gavin Newsom better lawyer up.
You know, they want this because the states make money off of it. And when the federal dollars come in, they can say, hey, we used this much money last year. They can just re-ask for the same amounts. It's not a zero-basis budget. And the more you use, the more you get. California is a perfect example of, like, federal funding gone mad. The more homeless people they have, the more money they get. So why would they actually get rid of homeless people? Because their budgets would shrink. The NGOs that are associated with all this money would disappear. It's the same thing in home health care and home hospice. It's that people don't like going to doctors, so they have to send people to look at it. Or people are more comfortable at home, so they have whole groups of people that'll go out there and do that. But again, when you have 100 and something businesses and one address and nobody's being taken care of, that's raising alarm bells everywhere. So as Comer's investigations into California's staggering levels of fraud gains momentum, the question of accountability looms large. Now lawmakers are demanding answers about how much a massive hospice scam was pulled off under the watchful eye of the state. It's because Gavin Newsom doesn't care. They want us to spend money. From Rep. Wesley Hunt's press office, illegal immigration just pulled a $90 million hospice scam in California. One foreign national is behind it, and even worse, 112 hospice companies were registered to a single building. And when reporters showed up, there was zero patients. Let's see.
House Oversight Committee launches a probe into California and its hospice fraud, calling it rampant taxpayer abuse. Lawmakers want answers. And what is California doing to stop it? And how did it get this bad? A foreign national suspected of entering the United States illegally and who lived in California has been charged in a massive scheme. Prosecutors say he tried to steal more than $90 million in federal health care funds. That was money meant for Medicare Advantage patients. So what is really going on with fraud in the United States? Why is it so easy to pull off? This is the hospice epicenter, Los Angeles County, ground zero. The state has recorded $3.5 billion in taxpayer losses. Now, that's because they have over 1,923 hospice providers. That, in Los Angeles County, is more than 36 states total hospices combined. They had 112 in one commercial building, 112 hospice centers, licensed by the state, in one building. And when Fox News visited that building, they didn't see a single person.
You know, how many times have we wondered, like, how much USAID being cut off actually hurt the Democrats? I think, personally, allegedly, this is my own personal opinion, that a lot of this money goes back to the same politicians. Look what happened in Minnesota. A lot of the people that were receiving the money were donating it back to the Democrats' campaign coffers. We always wondered how they had so much money. It's because they rigged the entire system to funnel money back to them. Why would they shut off the source of all their campaign money? Why would they shut off all the kickbacks that they get back? Of course they're going to prove more. They're going to get more money. As the findings weren't alarming enough, a new chapter unfolds with the Department of Justice ready to take aggressive action, with Assistant AG Colin McDonald set to tackle fraud across the nation. The pressure mounts on California leadership to confront these accusations. From our friend Gunther Engelman, he says new Assistant AG Colin McDonald is ready to start prosecuting fraudsters coast to coast and ripping the lid off of massive scams. Let's see.
DOJ's war on fraud, and he'll hit the ground running. As Dr. Oz warns, the massive multi-billion-dollar welfare scam in Minnesota could just be the tip of the iceberg.
We think there's about $100 billion in definable fraud, waste, and abuse. To put that in context, if we just were taking out fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicare, we will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. So all those folks who are worried that Medicare is not going to be there for them after they finish working their whole careers, you had a lot more confidence in this beautiful social safety net, the crown jewel of our program, being viable if we get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. So when we talk about these other states that are in trouble, please remember that goal and general affordability of healthcare is of primary importance to the president.
David Asman has taken a closer look on Fox Business.
So, I mean, again, illegal immigrants come into the country, and they're getting all of these services because they don't have a driver's license or a social security card, so they have to procure one, meaning it could be anybody's. And when they retire, that social security is tied to somebody else, so they get their benefits as well. It's crazy how this whole system is set up. So, this is what America First governance looks like in action, guys. For years, the establishment let this rot fester. California became a sanctuary state for criminals, while American seniors wondered if their benefits would run out after contributing it their entire life, to just wonder if it's actually going to be there. Gavin Newsom's California is 18% of the nation's hospice billing in one county. The math doesn't lie, and neither do empty buildings with over 100 fake hospice centers. And they got approved by the state. The previous administration looked the other way. The deep state bureaucrats collected their paychecks. But now President Trump has unleashed the DOJ to rip the lid off these scams and prosecute every single person involved. From the foreign nationals running these operations to the state officials who enabled them, nobody is safe from accountability anymore, thank God. But here's the bottom line. This is exactly why we elected President Trump for a second term. While Democrats were busy calling us conspiracy theorists, billions of dollars were being stolen from programs meant for the hardworking Americans. And Chairman Comer is right. Gavin Newsom better lawyer up, because when you've got 112 fake hospice companies in a single building that his administration approved with zero patients, somebody has to answer for that. And I want to hear from you guys in the comments. Should Gavin Newsom face criminal charges for allowing this fraud to happen on his watch? Yes or no? And drop your answers below. And make sure you share the video, because big tech doesn't want the story getting out. And also check out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com to show your support for real journalism. Also subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this with every patriot you know. This is Tom McCullough from the Next News Network. Stay informed, stay free, and God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power. Boss, you see this? Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
Hey, sir. You all right? We got an ambulance coming to check you out. Can you see out of your left eye?
My left eye?
For the most part, you all right?
My head is like bruised here. I got lumps.
You got lumps all over, brother.
He was punching me around with glass out. It started with that lady there. Why? He was punching her first.
I'm going to check on her quick. I'll be right back with you. Hey, man. I know. I got an ambulance coming for you.
I'm okay.
Ma'am,
You just punched me in the face.
I'm a police officer. I'm going to touch your forehead, okay? I just want to move your hair. Okay. All right, so you got some cuts on your face. You feeling dizzy, lightheaded, anything like that?
My mouth hurts. I think he knocked one of my teeth out.
Okay, can you open your mouth for me? Yeah, you do have a little blood in your mouth. Okay, I have an ambulance coming to talk to you, ma'am. What's your name?
Maggie.
Maggie. What happened?
There was a man sitting next to me, and all of a sudden, I heard him fussing at these two ladies in the back, calling them bitches and saying all kind of nasty things about them, and that made me angry, so I turned to him and told him to not do that, and then he just swung on me.
Okay. So you told him not to fuss at the ladies in the back, and he just hauled off and hit you?
I said, don't talk to her like that, and then he started yelling at me, and then he went to go get off the bus, and the door was shut, so he started wailing on the driver. From my understanding, I didn't see that part because I'm blind, but I heard it.
I have an ambulance coming to talk to you. Just sit tight. Okay. Did all y'all see this?
Yeah.
just a minute. I'm gonna have to talk to everyone if you're okay with it. You're not held here. If you guys want to leave, just let me know because I can talk to you really quick before I go. I got a lot to do before I go. I'm gonna have an ambulance to come check them both out first. Is anybody else injured? No. Nobody else is injured? No. Okay.
I was sitting right here.
Yep.
He jumped up right there where you sit there and kicked the devil out of me.
So you were sitting right here?
I was sitting right here. He jumped up and took his foot and he kicked me.
Kicked you? How many times did he kick you?
He kicked me about one time. He kicked me hard. Yeah, he kicked me and he said, you better shut the f*** up and knock your ass out. He jumped up and grabbed the man off of him.
So you essentially saw him fussing at them. He jumped up, starts wailing on her. That's when you stepped in and grabbed him.
When he jumped over in her face?
No, he jumped up and grabbed her.
When he jumped up and started hitting her, was he hitting her with closed fists? Or could you see
He brought her down, but bam,
Yep, over
he
that.
got down.
What happened from your perspective?
Well, I saw him punching the lady right there, the blind lady. He was punching her in the face. I don't know what's going on, but she sits up with him. He came over and started punching her in the face, punching me out. And I'm watching this, so I get on the radio. He saw that I wouldn't open the door, so he wanted me to open the door. He was trying to get through the glass curtain, so he ripped the glass off.
So that was separating you from the passengers, right? And he pulled it and just started attacking you?
Yeah.
Physically? Was he, I know it sounds like a dumb question, was he hitting you with closed fists?
Yeah.
Punching you? And he just wanted to be let off, essentially? That's why he went to attacking you?
Yeah. No, I was almost unconscious. I had a little more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, you know.
Is there any way we can start working on getting these cameras up? What did this guy look like?
Okay, he had on tan pair of pants, a long sleeve shirt, like a long john shirt, with a blue cap.
And his hand said some man.
Yeah, he got gold in his mouth. But he real nasty.
He's a nice looking gentleman, but he got just something wrong.
Thank you, guys. Any y'all on the bus?
Yeah, we all.
Good deal.
I'm sitting back here.
Yep.
I heard that little lady right there was saying he stepped on her foot or something. She kept saying, well, you could have said excuse me or something. So he kept on. So finally he started using profanity. And he stood up and he was cursing her. And he kept acting like he might was going to hit her or stuff. So, you know, everybody stood. So I didn't know that the other lady was blind who he hit. So he kept telling her to stay out of it. So finally she said one more thing and he just went to beating on her. So the driver, I thought maybe he was trying to hold him in there so y'all might come and get him in there. So he got mad. He kept saying, open this door, open this door. He went back and he tore the whole thing. He just pulled the
whole
thing
thing right
back and was trying to pull him from out of there or whatever. Then we scared he might have a gun.
Yeah.
So finally when that door got open, he jumped out and ran.
So the driver is Egghead. His eyes are swelling shut. This dude straight up tore the dividing partition off and physically attacked him. Beat the shit out of a blind woman. Lacerations all over her face. After physically assaulting another elderly female in here, was wrestled to the ground by the gentleman in the high visibility vest. The driver tried to keep the guy on the bus so we could get here and take him into custody. And that's when the dude just ripped the partition off and went to town. He was like, I was losing consciousness, so I finally just let him out. I gotta get pictures of him. If you can work with Kat on getting video footage, if I could talk to female in the black here and the blue right here, that'd be
All right, I'll get their statements, I'll get their information, I'll do supplemental, okay?
Do you mind if I grab a picture of your face to document your injuries if you don't mind? Is that okay?
That's what you have to do.
I do. You're pretty busted up.
Are y'all working on getting camera footage?
Yeah, we can
pull it.
We're calling the safety manager because he can get it immediately.
Do you mind if I take some photographs of your injuries?
Yeah, but can I go somewhere else?
Yes. Where do you want to go?
Anywhere.
Do you want to go sit at the rear of my car, away from everyone?
Yes,
We can bring you out there. You may want to go the other way. We got broken glass on the ground over here.
I'm sorry, no. Okay, I hope you'll be all right. God bless you for holding me. Yeah, God bless you.
While police are getting all the information they can about the suspect, they have no idea he's still in the area, just a few blocks away.
Everyone's out here looking for him, so what'd you see? What happened?
He started to beating the white lady. Can't stop bleeding, and I gave her a lot of necking. I'm sorry, is that normal?
No.
Okay.
Not normal.
That's scary.
This will be my first. I've been here 5 years.
That's really scary because blood everywhere. I'm all bloody, you know. I'm gonna get blood on stuff.
You're okay. My main concern is if you want to be more comfortable back here, that's fine with me. I'm going to go ahead and turn up the air for you. I'm not going to shut you in. I know it gets a little claustrophobic back here. How you doing, man?
All right. Thank you for coming.
Sorry I wasn't sooner, but thank you for sticking around and taking care of her. I still have ambulances coming for you both. Do you mind if I photograph your injuries now?
Sure.
Any point did you feel like you were going to lose consciousness?
I don't know. It was kind of a blur when she started hitting me, but I didn't fall down or anything.
Okay. You have a pretty good laceration right below your left eye.
My eyes aren't real, so they're not damaged.
Okay. Well, still, your face is real, right?
Yes.
And that's damaged, and that's not what I want to see.
But it did make one of my prosthetic eyes flip upside down, which really scared the other people on the bus.
I'm sure. Does that give you a good laugh?
Not really.
No, you're okay. This is going to sound like a real dumb question. If we can find him, do you want to press charges or battery?
I don't know. I don't think so. The other people said it seemed like he was on drugs or having a mental health issue. I don't know. I don't really feel like that's going to help anybody.
Okay. So this is what I'll tell you, is if you don't want to press charges and they don't want to press charges, he's probably not going to get arrested. If you do want to press charges, it's not something that's going to require you to go to court all the time or do anything like that. We handle that.
He attacked the bus driver, and that's unsafe for everyone.
Absolutely. He severely injured the bus driver, okay? And he could have severely injured you, more so than you are, or injured other people on that bus. And regardless of drugs or mental health, there's a way we have to act in public. And usually arrest isn't the first step in getting some of that help.
Well, I won't be able to idea, but if everyone else can, then I would consider pressing charges. I don't really know how any of this works.
There's no pressure at all. Right now, my main concern is I want to get you medically cared for. Again, you're free to leave at any point. If you say, bring me home, I don't want to talk to you guys anymore, I'll do that, okay? We're probably going to have a detective come out and investigate this one because the bus driver's pretty injured.
I like him. I know him. He drives me home every day.
So he seems like a very nice guy.
Seems like he was looking out for you, and everyone on the bus was trying to look out for each other. Are you okay with waiting back here for just a minute? I'll come back and check on you, okay?
Yeah, I'm good. You've been very kind. Just so you guys know, I can't see a daggum thing.
I know, you're good. Hang tight. I'll leave this door open for you.
Police are now able to obtain the surveillance footage of the attack. The suspect is seen yelling at the elderly woman and getting in her face before Maggie. The blind woman says something to him. He then gets in her face very quickly as if he's going to assault her. Maggie then stands up to defend herself, and the suspect begins hitting her repeatedly. The man with the high visibility vest then jumps in to protect Maggie and tackles the suspect, bringing him to the front near the bus driver. The suspect then notices the bus driver calling for police using his radio and tries to force him to open the door so he can leave. When the bus driver refuses, the suspect begins yanking on and reaching around the glass partition to force the driver to open the door. The suspect then completely destroys the glass partition and begins beating the bus driver, punching him 10 times before the driver has to oblige him, due to him later saying he was about to lose consciousness. The suspect then leaves the scene. An officer now locates the suspect a couple blocks away from the crime scene and attempts to detain him.
Listen, I've been cool with you, man. I'm gonna ask you to stand up, though. Turn around, put your hands behind your back real quick.
What I did?
We gotta figure some things out, okay?
What for what?
We got a call that came down. Description very well matches you. It probably isn't you, but we have to figure some stuff out. So.
Man, listen, I just walked up here. I didn't do shit.
Up from where?
I just walked up here from this way. It got me
I got you. I've seen like about 4 other guys wearing beige. So we're gonna be a quick 1-2, figure it out, and then we'll be done, man.
Figure it out, man. I mean, I just had to stand up with my hand behind back. I ain't do nothing.
I got you, but that's why we got to figure it out. So it's just gonna be a brief detention, all right, man?
I didn't do nothing. So why you put your hand on me, man?
Listen.
I didn't do nothing, man. I just walked up here.
Here's how it's gonna happen. I'm asking you.
I didn't do nothing. What you asking me?
Can I say something?
Sure.
So how can, if you say y'all seen other guys with beige description?
They're being stopped as well. They ain't the only. He ain't the only one.
Well, I ain't seen nobody stop with me. That's not about to happen.
I understand that, but dude, we have a job we have to do. Okay?
You have a job, but I didn't do nothing, man. So what you mean? I got to put my hand behind my back until you figure something out. Go ahead, figure it out.
That's how this works.
It's not how it works.
We got.
I just walked up.
Proper description.
How you know it's me?
Well, I didn't say it was you.
So what the f you talking about putting my hand behind my back for?
Listen, brother. Yeah, just calm down.
I am calm, but you can't now.
I got you. So
I didn't do nothing. I just walked up here. I just walked up here.
I got you.
33 Alpha 1.
Like I said, I'm asking you nicely to help us out to make the situation
I'm not helping you out.
33
I didn't do nothing.
You're gonna be out with who?
So again, what happens when I ask and it doesn't happen? Like you don't help us out here, right? We're gonna have to use force.
Use force? You mean you gonna use force?
Like I'm saying, we're trying to figure out an incident.
And you're gonna have to figure it out, but you ain't got nothing to do with me. So you have to figure it out.
Like I'm saying, we're going to briefly detain you.
You ain't about to briefly detain shit, because I didn't do shit. So that's not about to happen. You're not about to briefly detain nothing, man. Because I didn't do nothing. I just walked up here.
Like I said, man, I'm giving you a lot of chances.
You ain't giving me no chances, man. How you giving me some chances? I just walked up here, you gonna tell me to put my hands behind my back for nothing? Man, f you. Yeah. Put my hands behind my back for nothing. I ain't do shit. What? I ain't do shit. So what the hell you talking about?
I don't want to do this, but
man, I'm not putting my hands behind my back on shit. I didn't do shit, nigga. What the f you talking about, nigga?
When y'all detain him, what y'all gonna do?
You ain't about to stand. No, ain't no, he ain't got to stand. Nothing.
I'm trying to figure it out, though.
You ain't got to be part of nothing. Hey, man, don't run up on me. I ain't do shit.
I was just trying to inform you that 36 and 33 is out with that subject. The right hand?
36 Alpha 1, start me another unit down here and possibly a supervisor for
man, yeah, see supervisor. Because I ain't even I just walked up here. You gonna grab me and tell me I'm under arrest for nothing?
He's good, he's good.
Hey, man, you gonna get off me, man?
I got this. Switch.
I'm asking one more time to get off me.
Okay, lift your leg.
33, we got him detained.
Did you get off the cat bus after getting out of Gateway? Okay, well, like I said, we're trying to figure it out, and you being aggressive towards us.
Aggressive.
When I'm asking you to do simple things, you just walked up here from where?
From the damn, I don't fucking know.
How'd your hands get all torn up?
I just came up here. I ain't do nothing, I just walked up here. They pulled up saying, I fit the description or something. I just walked up here.
You want to set him up?
Come on, brother. Set up for me. Why do you have to do this?
I ain't do shit. What the f you talking about?
Why didn't you just like listen when I was talking to you about what we were doing?
How you gonna pull up on me and tell me I fit the description on something? I just walked up there.
You think I'll just make that up?
The suspect is now transported to the hospital for the use of force, where he still isn't cooperative.
Let's go. I'm ready to go. Jump in, ain't broken, you get knocked out? I never get knocked out. Okay. Never.
Sit down.
Never. Never.
In the car.
You doing all that with that bag with the cuffs on me. You won't never do this with the cuffs on me. I promise you that. Out of the way. Light it out, flip your ass, though. Y'all never get knocked out. Never. What the f you gonna do?
This incident took place in Chatham County, Georgia, in June 2025 on a Chatham area transit bus, also known as a CAT bus. The arrested suspect, 40-year-old Brandon Collier, has a lengthy criminal history involving 43 prior arrests in Chatham County dating all the way back to 2002 for crimes such as aggravated battery, aggravated assault, drug possession, obstruction, resisting, terroristic threats, and cruelty to children. In fact, just months prior to the bus attack, Brandon was arrested for threatening victims while holding an upside-down liquor bottle as a weapon in public, which led to him fighting Savannah police officers when they confronted him. For that incident, he was charged with 2 counts of felony willful obstruction by threats or violence, simple battery, terroristic threats, possession of drug-related objects, and probation violation. He was able to bond out of jail and was released back into the public. Due to this incident, along with his many prior arrests, the bus attack sparked public outrage in the area as local officials, including the mayor of Savannah, condemned the attack. Officials from CAT also released statements saying they were deeply disturbed by the attack and that safety protocols would be reviewed and improved following the attack. They have since ordered new safety shields for the CAT buses and are in the beginning stages of upgrading their training for bus drivers. They also announced that this kind of behavior will not be tolerated and have terminated Brandon's rider privileges indefinitely. Following the bus attack, Brandon was charged with 2 counts of felony aggravated assault, 2 counts of felony aggravated battery, felony exploitation and intimidation of a disabled adult or elderly person, felony second-degree criminal damage to property, and 2 counts of obstruction. In October 2025, Brandon took a plea deal for both the bus incident and the incident where he threatened people with a liquor bottle and fought police. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of aggravated battery, 1 count of aggravated assault, exploitation and intimidation of a disabled or elderly person, second-degree criminal damage to property, 1 count of willful obstruction by threats or violence, and terroristic threats, while all other charges were dismissed. Brandon was then sentenced to 10 years in prison and 10 years of probation, and was sentenced as a repeat offender, meaning he must serve the prison portion without parole eligibility. The victims, while they both survived, suffered serious and disfiguring injuries to their faces. One of Maggie's glass eyes was rendered unusable, and multiple of her teeth appeared to be chipped or broken. She and the bus driver were taken to the hospital and treated for their injuries. They have since made a lengthy and arduous recovery.
You know what's scary? You never really know what somebody's carrying inside them, whether it be anger, resentment, or instability. And that's why when you're around strangers in tight spaces like a bus, awareness matters more than people think. Because the moment someone decides basic respect doesn't apply to them, everybody around them becomes a target. Look at the first signal, the way he turns and starts yelling at an older woman. That kind of disrespect usually tells you something about how a person is wired. And when Maggie, a blind passenger, spoke up, he turned that aggression towards her. But first off, shout out to Maggie, because speaking up for someone else takes more courage than most people think. In 2023, U.S. transit agencies reported 2,200 major assault injuries sustained on public transit vehicles or within transit environments. The highest annual number recorded in the history of Federal Transit Administration data collection, which is why the officer's approach when he found the suspect matters, because he stayed calm, he didn't escalate, and he used communication first. Because when somebody's already proven they're violent, control matters more than ego. That's not cowardice, that's intelligence. And when the suspect continued escalating, the officer handled business. Because when pressure shows up, people usually stop pretending and you see exactly who you're dealing with. The real question is, when someone like that shows up in a space you think is routine, who's ready for it?
Now, you know, another leftist that had a diabolical downfall, which is pretty hilarious if you ask me, is there was this woman, I know, it's already hilarious, that decided to just accuse a random conservative commentator as a rapist with zero evidence at all, and now she's getting her pantsuit off. I'm telling you, so much of what these libtards do is they just sit there and they say the most performative slop ever. They expect their audience to get all psyched up that they're being performative and stupid, and they accidentally end up ruining their own fucking lives, all right? And here's, I think, a really good example of it.
Tilly Middlehurst recently made some extreme allegations about Andrew Wilson.
Now, I don't know who this Tilly Middlehurst here. This is the blonde woman here on the left. I don't know who she is. Apparently, she's like a leftist debater. God knows why they even still exist. I only see them get humiliated these days. Like, yeah, I'm totally going to take you seriously after you said that your morality is not grounded in literally anything and how men could be women. Yep, I'm totally going to take your insight seriously. But anyway, so this is an insane story, an insane crash out. And honestly, I think it fits the vein of leftists publicly humiliating themselves because of virtue signal points. And this time, it's just fucking horrible.
Did you sit with Andrew Wilson?
What did I do now?
I just worry immediately for your safety in that moment because of the fact that he's a rapist. Andrew Wilson's a rapist.
That's a pretty extreme.
Right, so she's just going to sit out there and say that this guy, Andrew Wilson, a right-wing debater guy, is a rapist. So I was really scared for you that you debated him. Literally, what is going on? You can't just fling out these accusations like that. It's actually insane. And, you know, these people feel like they're never going to actually have consequences. But they do. Every virtue signaler, every single woke retard, every single feminazi, they're all going to face the consequences of their actions. Because God is good, and he has a very long memory. The Egyptians tried to drown every firstborn in water, and the Egyptians ended up all drowning in water. It fucking comes around.
Claim. Do you have any evidence for it?
I mean, he's admitted on live streams before on his podcast that he doesn't really believe in what he understands the modern version of consent to look like. And
yeah, because it makes no sense and is really fucking stupid.
It sounds like she's basing this on debates Andrew has had.
That's right. She's calling him a rapist because the modern feminazi definition of consent that he has is different than the modern definition feminazi consent that she has. Understand that that is enough of a qualification in the leftoid, deeply unhappy liberal woman's mind to call this person a rapist. And I'll just give you the most obvious example in the universe. According to this woman, all right, because I've heard these leftist debate tactics a bajillion times, if you have a married man touching his wife's butt without explicit consent beforehand, he just sexually assaulted her unconsensually. sorry to get graphic, but if a wife, a loving wife of 10 years, decides to wake her husband with a hand job while he was sleeping, he couldn't consent while he was sleeping, so according to her, that's rape. So because of her definition of rape, Andrew Wilson, who disagrees with her definition, must be a rapist. This is the mental gymnastics that the leftist mind needs to go through to justify your death. Because I feel like a lot of people don't understand how this actually works. The left will say, kill rapists. And then the left will define a rapist as someone who touches their wife while their wife is sleeping. The left will say, kill a Nazi. But then the left will call a Nazi anyone who thinks that we should be deporting illegal aliens that invaded our country illegally. So you have to understand, this is a gigantic leftist strategy to kill you, or to get some mentally ill retard in their audience, some transgender furry to kill you. So these things need to be taken incredibly seriously, because unfortunately we see every single day that this shit keeps happening. Another doxing, another swatting, another assassination attempt against somebody that they subjectively decided was a very fucking bad guy. So not only, in my opinion, is this a career-ending allegation based on a complete lie that they mentally convinced themselves actually is relevant because of their arbitrary decision-making on the definition of consent, but they are also weaponizing their audience of mentally ill, dumb fuck retards to kill you. But just like everything else, this will come back to bite her.
Around how people view consent today, which can sometimes be extreme how they view it.
I'm drunk and a woman's drunk. Are we raping each other?
Yes.
Bro,
I mean, I think that's not fucking crazy.
No.
Notice she says the
yes, if you're drunk and your wife is drunk, you have to understand they consider it like also if it's like a married couple. All right, so if you have a married couple, a husband and a wife, and both of them get a little tipsy over dinner, they decide to break open a nice bottle of wine. They get a little tipsy over dinner, and then they sleep with each other. According to feminists, that is rape. So therefore, just because you have that opinion that it's not rape, which I personally obviously don't think that's rape, all right, but just because you think that that isn't rape, therefore you must be a rapist. This is literally the step-by-step process that a feminist will use to sick their audience of transsexual furries to kill you.
Modern version of consent.
What he understands the modern version of consent to look like.
What separates consent from the modern version of consent. Tilly Middlehurst rose to prominence after her debate at Cambridge with
I literally never heard of her, so she obviously didn't rise to that much prominence.
Charlie Kirk.
If you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we can talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
I miss Charlie Kirk so much, it's unbelievable. Every time I see him, I get so sad. This guy was a legend. He really was. He was a man fighting for God every single day, and some fucking retard killed him. Unbelievable tragedy.
Me too. Okay, good. So we agree. We actually agree.
Many things.
We should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also...
Yeah, except the difference is Islamic fundamentalism literally endorses raping people and torturing them and sacrificing them and killing them. All right, that's Islamic fundamentalism. Christian fundamentalism really doesn't do that. All right, a radical, thou shalt not murder. Oh my God, he's so radical when he doesn't murder. He's so radical when he doesn't steal. Yeah, right. Okay, dude.
Not allow evangelical Christians.
Well, okay, hold on a second. That's funny.
I have described her as intelligent but brainwashed. She's just very ideological. This was a big mistake.
Look, man, intelligent but brainwashed might be one of the nicest ways I've ever heard someone describe a obvious retard, an egotistical, miserable bitch.
Mistake what she did here.
His entire career is built upon a foundational premise that you get clicks by bullying underage girls or...
Underage girls?
What?
I have not seen a single example of Andrew Wilson ever even debate an underage girl.
Who are underqualified to...
And even if he does, he's allowed? Again, I don't understand the issue here.
Speak about political problems, and I'm not saying that that's you.
The women who come onto the whatever podcast are not underage. She claims that they are all underqualified and uneducated. Andrew
That's right. You're not allowed to talk about politics to anyone that doesn't have a degree in politics.
Counters this in a comical way by pointing out his educational level.
I have a almost 10th grade education. Almost.
He never went to college. And he put together this little montage of...
I just have to say, all right, if you have a guy that never went to college and he is fucking eviscerating the worldviews of like these 140 IQ feminists with a degree in lesbian tap dancing and underwater butt sex, then that really says a lot more about the college education system than the guy.
The credentials of the women he has debated to counter this logic.
She has an undergraduate in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychometrics. Is Naima. She's a senior at USC.
Dude, I've seen these people debate before. Like, they're all retarded.
Charlie. She received a master's degree in fantasy literature from the...
A master's degree in fucking nothing, and now she's taking $500 to debate guys on a podcast.
University of Glasgow, and a BA in English from California State University.
Wow, she's going to do nothing with these degrees, by the way. She's going to be in debt, and then she's going to blame capitalism.
Sacramento.
He doesn't just debate women. It's also important to note he will debate almost anyone who is willing to have him. People like Matt Dillahunty refuse to debate him.
No, I'm not going to dignify a debate with someone who walked in to trash talk people.
He trash talked someone? Wow, get out of there, bro.
And be smug, and all of the things that he's being right now. This debate is over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jackass.
So I think we've countered that. But
I graduated from FIU, Florida International University, with a double bachelor's in international relations and political...
Double bachelor's in fucking nothing. I love how, like, these women are like, I have an IQ of 140. I am in crippling debt because of terrible life decisions, and I can't do anything with my degree. It's like it's such a self-defeating premise.
Science.
I'm a feminist. I'm very strong and independent. I'm in crippling debt. I'll never actually, pay back my debt in my entire life. I'll complain about capitalism because I am in debt, and and I have a degree in nothing, absolutely fucking nothing, that I can't do anything with. So I'm here on a podcast surrounded by hookers debating people. If this is the most diabolical shit I've ever seen, I don't know what is, man.
I don't think that that is you at all, and I think that he went out on a limb when he debated you because that's not usually the type of person that he would engage with.
She received bachelor degrees in psychology and creative writing.
A bachelor degree in creative writing. Dude, you're not going to be the next J.K. Rowling, because you're retarded.
From Ivy League School, Brown University.
Ivy League school, ladies and gentlemen. She out there paying $60,000 a year that she doesn't have to get a degree in dumb fuckery. But she has an IQ of 140, right? She's a strong, independent woman that never wants a man to take care of her. So she's just going to spend the rest of her life crying and yelling about capitalism because she's in debt.
She plans to pursue a graduate degree in public policy.
Oh, a degree in public policy. Dude, I really have to stop making fun of these women. It's not their fault that they're retarded, I guess. That was a lie. They have free will.
She graduated from University of Florida with a triple major, getting her BS in psychology and BA in philosophy and economics.
And what does she do for a living? She's a whore.
I don't think there's any winning. And that's, yeah. So I would want you to speak to your experience of that, because I was frankly not going to go and sit in a room with a bunch of men who don't believe in consent.
We're talking about how progressives view consent, and they're lunatics. What do you think's going to happen?
That in this instance, when it comes to men like this, it should be a man who engages in that particular debate. And also, I was literally worried for your physical safety. I'm worried for physical
safety. That's right. Debating Andrew Wilson might make your what did they think she was going to get raped on live stream? Like what are we even doing here?
Safety of the women who go in person to these podcast environments.
And then you hear and then the audience is like, holy shit, he's endangering women. And you know what the next step is.
Getting a little crazy. It's like, why would you worry about her physical safety? You were insinuating that you think Brian or Andrew would attack or physically assault a woman in the podcast studio. It's extreme stuff.
I disagreed with you going because I was just thinking, oh, what is she doing? Nothing to do with platforming, Yeah.
So what should Andrew do? What do you do in a situation like this when someone makes a claim?
You sue them for defamation and you inevitably lose because it's super hard to win defamation lawsuits.
This ridiculous.
What I would like for Tilly to do is just make a public video apologizing. It doesn't have to be something in-depth, anything like that. Just retract the allegation, then apologize and let people know you got the facts wrong. That's all I'm asking for.
Tilly actually offered to come on my show for an unrelated reason. After I made that video about the threats against Konstantin Kisin, she contacted me and said, I was receiving threats from that same guy. Thank you for making the video. I'd love to come on the show and talk sometime. I said, sure. I haven't heard from her since. I'm guessing that she then went and watched the video where I claimed she's very intelligent but brainwashed. Perhaps she got offended by that and is no longer willing to because I have not heard back. But if you still want to come...
You mean to tell me an egotistical person doesn't like getting even remotely criticized?
Come on. You're welcome to. And we could...
Like, that's what these colleges do. They take these women, they convince them that they're actually the most important human being on the face of the planet. They don't need no man. They turn them into these egotistical black holes. And unfortunately, then they end up destroying their entire lives. They're in crippling debt. They have a degree in fucking nothing. All right. And then they decide that they're going to spend their life virtue signaling and telling other women that they should follow in their footsteps because they become the most vapid bitches on the planet. Desperately lonely, unhappy, miserable women without a husband, without a family, without children. And they need to convince the next generation that actually, because they have such a big ego, that actually they made all the right decisions and they should also follow in their footsteps of oblivion. Right? It's heartbreaking that this is happening.
Address what you think needs to be addressed. I mean, the only solution is having the conversation. No, you can't go have the conversation because you're physically in danger by having the conversation.
Because they don't want a conversation. They want you dead. Right? So many people are refuse to engage with the reality. Right? The reality is they want to kill you. Okay? That's the reality. We saw them celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk. Okay? They killed the negotiator. They killed the guy that was willing to have the conversation. The nicest guy, all right? The real most moderate conservative out there. And they killed him. And they celebrated his death and they danced on his grave. And they went on every show on the planet to talk about how actually they didn't care that he's dead because he's a fascist and a racist. All right? They want you dead. All right? They're masking it behind all of these opaque glasses and ideas and bullshit philosophies and reasons. They just want you dead, man. It's actually that simple.
That is one of the most destructive mentalities.
They'll call you a rapist, they'll call you a Nazi, they'll call you Hitler, they'll call you a fascist, whatever they fucking can to justify your death. Literally, that's what they want. They want you dead.
And I am actually willing. I've never one time engaged in lawfare. I have been sued, frivolous lawsuits, because people think that I'm loaded or something, but I have never sued anybody. And I wanted to go my whole life without doing it, but in this case, I will follow action with lawsuit.
She fucked around and she's finding out. I'm telling you, man, they all find out at the end, every single one of them. And it usually is because of their own actions. All right? Almost every single one of these egotistical freaks ends up doing something that destroys themselves. It almost never comes from an external force. It almost always comes from them themselves. Because they are a black hole.
Attorney, they think I have a pretty good case. But I'm going to be completely honest with everybody. If it is the case that I raise money for this lawsuit, do not get your hopes up.
It is more likely than not, even Andrew will not be able to take this to court.
So the main issue is, so he might be able to take it to court. I just don't think he'd win. And the reason for that is in the United States, it's really hard to prove defamation because you have to prove that she lied. You also have to prove that she was malicious with her lie. All right, and you know that she lied on purpose, knowing that it was a lie, and she will just make believe that she didn't. And that's another one. And another thing that's important to note is that he also has to prove damages. But in some way, his career was ruined because of it. And his career is doing fine. So I don't think his career was ruined because of this either. So for all those reasons, winning a defamation lawsuit is super difficult. Unfortunately.
As we've looked at in previous
That's why you have so many women getting away with making false allegations.
videos, that legal process is difficult. That legal standard can be very difficult to meet. That has nothing to do with the falsehoods or the validity of the claims.
I totally agree. As it says in Leviticus, do not spread slander among my people. All right, but again, someone without any moral foundation, like a leftist, doesn't actually give a fuck.
It's the reality of the need for the standard of damages.
I'm just going to be totally upfront and honest with you. If I pursue a lawsuit, the reason I'm doing it is due to the principle of the thing. In this case, I fully believe 100% that who will say these things on a random podcast is about an individual who they've never met, they don't know anything about, will pursue that, and there's a higher than null likelihood.
Who knows what other false allegations she made against other men that she didn't like.
That they will paint other men as
totally
being
right.
this thing who cannot
Public service. Public service. Suing vapid bitches.
defend themselves. They don't have the same platform that I do. And so I consider this to be a moral obligation.
And his point seems to be he's very fortunate to have a platform. This happens all the time to men who don't have a platform to defend themselves.
Totally right.
They can't afford the legal costs.
Destiny put out a tweet saying that he would give $100,000 to the defense of Tilly if she was sued. Destiny is under accusation of sharing a tape that he shot at home and did this without the consent of the he shot the original tape with.
It is more likely than not, even Andrew will not be able to take this to court.
However, what I will give my word on is that as long as there is an avenue for pursuing legal recourse, because I believe that there's a moral obligation to do so, I'm going to do it. Until that is no longer available.
Public service of having annoying women find out the consequences of their actions. No, I respect that.
I can understand why he would want this called out. And for you, Tilly, it is worth thinking about. Were these statements really warranted? Is this a wise game to play?
Spoilers, she doesn't care. She wants him dead. You know, normally when you have some sort of solution, all right, to a problem or whatever, all right, you have an issue, all right, you come up with a possible explanation for the issue. Then you try to go through the symptoms to see if all the symptoms match the actual disease. I ask you, do you think she called him a rapist because she thinks he's a rapist? Or do you think she called him a rapist because she just really doesn't like the guy and wants him dead and gone? And doesn't feel like she's actually going to face any consequences? The latter is obviously the more accurate one. Now, if you're watching my videos, you probably don't think of your opponents in the same fashion, but that's because you probably are also a relatively conservative individual that actually has a moral foundation based in some sort of actual truth system, all right? She doesn't. She's a communist. She believes the revolution is justified regardless of the means. Don't fall into the trap of thinking that everyone else thinks the same way you do. Some people are just fucking evil. Some people have demons whispering in their ear, and they don't have any moral or divine grounding foundation to tell them that the demons are actually demons. So I think people have to be aware of that, because we need to fucking destroy these people. Legally and without violence, but they need to be fucking destroyed.
We already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers, so I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in the city or the most profits in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can actually stay in the city.
So as the mayor of New York confirms there's this mass exodus from the city, he also confirms he's powerless to stop it, because raising taxes isn't going to keep folks here. Instead, it's just going to drive them out even faster, which is going to make it hard to pay for all of the free programs he's promised, like frozen rent and free grocery stores, unless forcing people from New York has been the agenda the entire time.
Like, what do millionaires get in your state other than demonized? It's not patriotic to stay in New York. It's idiotic. You want companies to come back? You're going to have to incentivize them.
Now what are you doing? There's buyer's remorse. So a week ago, we covered the clip where all the people with the megaphone were saying, hey, I own a house here, and they were flipping out. The news media didn't want to talk about it, but he was a citizen stating what you're just saying. I have buyer's remorse.
Yeah.
This plays out in every state throughout all of history. Every time you have someone like this who's in power, it never changes. The end result is the same. Everyone's okay with it as long as they think it's someone else's money who's going to take care of them. It always comes down to the entire population who has to cover these expenses, and people are just naive.
Of course they're going to move out. All this stuff has been tried in cities and states, and we know what works and what doesn't work. We have the internet. What's even more staggering is that Democrats have access to all this data, and they still run on these policies, and they're either just as stupid or count on the stupidity of the electorate, because over 51% of these states keep putting them back in charge.
So in New York, if you have a home worth $750,000 or more, it's on the chopping block. And what nobody's talking about is New York City is going to experience the largest wealth grab in American history. And this is happening in the capital of capitalism, which observers say has now fallen to the mobs, as every day it seems like lawlessness makes another advance with zero resistance, as we're now seeing demonstrations in support of Iran's evil regime and their Ayatollah who's promised to wipe out America, while our leaders talk endlessly about defunding heroic police officers at a time when we need them the most. And if you want people to leave New York, make it as expensive as possible to live here while making it as dangerous as possible, and people are going to leave on their own, don't you worry. At least the folks who've got a problem with those things aren't going to put up with it. They're the ones that are going to leave, and perhaps that's the real plan. A plan to purge New York of everyone who's got an issue with radical behavior, dangerous regimes, and criminal activity so that it can be completely taken over and remade in a new, comforting, collectivist image. And that brings us to the real reason many people say New York City is going to be transformed forever over the next few months. Once you destroy your law-abiding and get rid of them, they're never coming back. Which is why some say the mayor is going so hard on his desire for maximum property taxes and wealth taxes, as it's pretty easy for someone who works from a computer to ditch their rental apartment, pack their bags, and leave, but it's virtually impossible for someone who spent a lifetime building their American dream and becoming a property owner or starting a business to sell everything and walk away. Which means either way, you win if it's your goal to get rid of those folks and totally change this place permanently. But as you're about to see, even these plans are not radical enough for all of New York's voters.
That constantly reaffirm Israel's right to exist, because people like me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist. My family is in Palestine right now, constantly under attack, and I'm hearing you say free Palestine, but also Israel has the right to exist. Don't be hypocritical.
And these are the folks that have free reign on the city's streets.
We proclaim our support for the Islamic Republic. Shame, shame, USA! Shame, shame, USA!
That's so crazy that people would be on the streets of New York supporting a dictator whose values go against everything they say they stand for just because they've got a bigger problem with the president of our country. And these are the same folks who voted for unlimited freebies courtesy of the mayor, like frozen rent and grocery stores where everything, you just take it, it's yours, someone else paid. But nobody's talking about how the mayor's plans to create all of this free stuff is actually going to require everyone's money, whether or not they're a millionaire, and even whether or not they own property.
Mayor Mamdani just proposed a utility hike on every New Yorker.
Oh, yeah?
Except he didn't call it that. He called it a 9.5% property tax increase. Before you call me dramatic, hear me out. Utility companies like Con Edison and National Grid pay property taxes on their infrastructure right here in New York City. And under New York's rate-making system, those costs are passed directly through to the customers. Former Public Service Commission Chair John Howard said it best, quote, "You're not taxing Con Edison, you're taxing customers." Right now, roughly 25 to 30% of the delivery portion of your bill is taxes. And electric and gas bills are already scheduled to rise. About 10% for electric and nearly 16% for gas over the next 3 years, adding roughly $600 more, wait for it, per household annually by 2028. Now layer a 9.5% property tax increase on top of that. Those taxes don't disappear. They show up on your bill. Property taxes are one of the largest...
Wow. So, your utility bills. Everybody here that wants to have the lights on is now going to be paying for all the free stuff that everybody here voted for. What a shocker that people voted for communism and then it shows up and it's going to take what it needs from everybody. And it's going to take more than what it needs because it needs an unlimited number of resources to provide unlimited freebies. And that's why none of this stuff ever works.
You chase all the people out that are paying taxes so that the government can find ways to make maybe subsidized daycare to help workers be available and do something productive that helps everything come together. Instead, you stand there and say, well, you know, daycare is 20 grand a year, and even people 300 grand here, they have trouble making it. And you want to take half of it, right? Can we actually...
That's what's so crazy about all of this. The people complaining that they cannot afford to live here, who voted for affordability, are now going to have to pay even more to live in a city that they can't afford. And you know, it's not like you're going to pay some taxes and you're going to be the immediate recipient of 100% of the value that you put into the system. No, you're going to get taxed if you live here to pay for free daycare that other people go to, and not everybody that gets to go to that free daycare is going to be putting in the same amount that you are. This is Communism 101. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. And you know something? The rich, they can survive this. The folks who can't are the folks in the middle who are trapped, and that would be the middle class.
Give the exact stats, Rob. I just sent you this tweet if you want to pull that up. This is very important for all of us to... It is. This is very important to see the details of what he's doing. So Mamdani has proposed lowering the exemption on death taxes, estate tax, from $7.1 million down to $750.
Wow. Okay? Everyone who owns a home.
He also increased the death tax from 16% to 50%.
That's crazy.
In his city.
Wow.
That is crazy.
No other jurisdiction in the U.S. confiscates wealth at death from people with that small state, small of an estate anyone with any equity in a home New York City would likely exceed the $750 and have to pay the death tax. There is a federal estate tax.
So the reason that this doesn't happen anywhere is because everywhere else in this country, people believe that owning personal property is not wrong. If you believe full on in communism, the idea of personal property doesn't exist for you. Nobody should have personal property. Nobody should have a home. Nobody should have anything. That's why to the communists, a 50% wealth tax, I mean, they're still letting you keep 50%. They're supposed to take 100%. They're being generous. They're not going hard enough with these proposals right here. And this is going to freak people out. It already is freaking people out.
Translate it for people. Your mom is a widow. Your dad's been gone for a while. God rest his soul. And your mom passes away. You find out her home in New York is worth $770. Your sister is married with a child, and you say, wouldn't it be great if my sister could move into mom's house because it's all paid for? Yeah, but now someone in the family's got to come up with $350,000 minimum to give to the city of New York.
To keep a piece of property they already own. Again, you got to remember, if owning the property is wrong, these sorts of taxes make a lot of sense. But if owning property is a good thing, they make 0 sense, and that's what's got people really frightened. And here's the problem. If you're middle class and you own something, and for the last 20 years, you've been banking on the idea of owning that home and having it be your provision during retirement, that's now gone, and there's no plan for you to get it back if the government goes through with this stuff. And just because this hasn't happened yet doesn't mean that even if it fails in a few months, that it's not going to come back on the table year after year after year until it goes through. The middle class here is in a lot of trouble. They are being exploited, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Like all the people that were glazing over this guy, the Andrew Schultz, how were they feel like? Because I remember the podcast where Andrew and all of them were all excited. And he's there, and they're like, "I'll pay the extra percent. Yeah. I'll pay the." Now it's going up. It was 1, now it's 2, now it's going to 3. Now you want your money when you die, which that $750 should be going to your kid. He's a horrible job at cleaning up the city.
You know something? You got to give the mayor here a lot of credit. He made communism cool enough to ride that platform to election in the capital of capitalism, New York. Here's an article and some photos of him being on this podcast that was just mentioned. They're talking about how cool capitalism isn't and how cool socialism is. And you know what? People believe this. And it sounds great when you put a nice articulate smile on it until you realize that the taxes that are associated with all these freebies have to come from everybody. And of course, spending less money isn't part of the equation here to get what we need for the things that are most important. Because the way communism works is it never has to do with less. Communism doesn't cut one program to fund another. Instead, you are the one who's going to fund that new program, even if you're already funding all of the other programs. Programs which are now going to cost people their paychecks, and then they're just going to need more freebies, creating an endless snowball of socialism that never stops until there's nothing left, which reveals the dirty little secret of communism. Because these endless snowballs, they force people out, and that's why every communist regime in world history has only been able to survive if it's been able to close its borders and lock everybody in and stop them from running away so that it can take everything they have for longer. Until there's still eventually nothing left.
We'll take anybody. Okay, show me one thing right that he's doing. Every week he's coming in front of the camera going, hey, you know what? I need more money from you rich people. And I just want to know if you guys are cool with it. All the rich people that were, now what are you doing?
There's buyer's remorse. So a week ago, we covered the clip where all the people with the megaphone were saying, hey, I own a house here, and I think they were in Brooklyn. We own homes here in Brooklyn. He was going to do this. Now he's taxing us.
All the homeowners.
The guy that was at the microphone was a...
The reason this happened is because when you talk about affordability, that is something that every single person can identify with. Because when you go to the grocery store in the city and you see that there's $10 milk, nobody can afford that. When people start talking about how that's unaffordable, that is going to resonate. You know what also resonates with every single person? Taxing someone who makes more money than them. Because if you don't have enough, it's easy to look at your situation and say, you know what? Things are tough for me. If I were doing better, it would be easier, but I'm not. Therefore, somebody who's doing better and has it easier, they should be making up the slack. But the problem is, the way communism works is you might be here, somebody else might be here, but there's other folks who are going to need your money as well in a communist system.
Because they seem like New York. I'm not hearing nothing from the New Yorkers.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing nothing. This is the only video that I saw of the buyer's remorse. This guy.
Right.
That was the dude.
Speech, in every debate where you engage, we opened our ears to listen.
Yeah.
Now today, accept the words echoing from us now. Do your job as mayor and leave our taxes out.
You know what the thing here is? We were told about the property tax increase. People that own homes rightly came out and realized this was going to directly affect them, but people don't know about the stealth aspect of this tax, which is going to hit every utility bill in town, and then it's going to cause utilities to go up. People's bills are going to go up. They're going to complain, again, about affordability. They're going to say, oh, my utility bill went up in my rent-stabilized apartment, which has frozen rent. This is unfair. My rent's frozen. I got the free grocery store, but I still can't live here because the bills keep going up for the utilities. And then what's going to happen? We're going to need even new taxes. You see, to offset these affordability increases, we're just going to jack up the cost to live here more and more. That's what people don't understand. Every single tax that you hit a society with, whether it's the rich or the middle class or whoever, it cannibalizes legitimizes the whole thing. And that's because people don't understand how communism works. That's why they voted for it. Now they're learning how it works. And they're very afraid of what this is going to mean. If you own a home, like these folks that own a home and now might have it hit with a very high property tax or a potential estate tax, well, what does that mean? That means that once this goes through, or if it goes through, whether it's this year or next year or in 3 years, if this happens and the government's going to take half the value of your home, keeping your home means you walk away with 50%. That means if somebody comes along and offers you 55% of the value for your home and the government's going to take half, you're better off selling at a rock bottom price just to get rid of your asset. And then that person who buys it, well, then they're going to have to sell it at a rock bottom price later. So this may not be sustainable, but in the short term, you're going to see people who are forced to sell their homes, which have a value that is pre-wealth tax. That value is going to get cut way down, and eventually property values here could go to zero. This entire thing could implode upon itself. This is alarming.
Like, what do millionaires get in your state other than demonized? It's not patriotic to stay in New York. It's idiotic. What businessman is going to go down to Florida and play golf with their buddies? And imagine that, like after a round of golf. Hey, successful business owners, do I got a deal for you? Move your business back to the place you just left. Pay more taxes. The cost of living is 50% higher. Yeah, hard pass from anybody with half a brain.
Right. What he's talking about here is the inability of a place that chases out folks to get them back. It's impossible for New York to convince people who left to move back after they decide that, you know what, enough is enough, because they're going to go somewhere else. It's going to be better, and it's going to be more predictable. If you're going to try and stay in a place where there's mobs on the street who are promoting despotic regimes, clamoring for more of other people's money, the writing is already on the wall. If it's not this year, it's next year. If it's not next year, it's the year after. All these taxes are going to hit because that's what the voters here want. And that is the prediction that you have to make. You can't look at a place like New York and say, you know what? If I stay here and other people leave, I'm going to eventually be able to survive this because eventually people here will learn and bring in somebody who wants to fix all of that stuff. That's not how this works. As people leave, the electorate radicalizes itself, and a higher percentage of people who remain are now in favor of all of the things that force people out. If you have a very close election and somebody comes in and they go hard on communism like what the mayor is doing, that is going to essentially guarantee majorities of people who stick around because they're the only ones left and want to vote for this stuff in the future. We're going to have communism here forever now.
You want companies to come back? You're going to have to incentivize them. Just throwing this out there, too. You could lower taxes. I don't know. Maybe not. Look, here are the top 4 states that people are leaving. California, New York, Illinois, and New Jersey. All Democrat states. With the number one reason people are leaving is because of taxes. And yet, these liberals keep raising them. And where are they going? Texas, Tennessee, and Florida.
Because that's what the voters there want. As people leave states like California, New York, and Illinois, who stays? The people that were voting in the politicians that offered them the freebies, the people who voted in the politicians that said they were going to tax the rich, that's who stays. So in order to maintain their political power, the leaders of these places have to keep going hard on something that's forcing people out. And this idea of people leaving, I mean, this happens over decades. It doesn't happen immediately. Yes, there are people who will leave New York City in the near future, but people have already been leaving. That's why we have these budget deficits. That's why we have a radicalized electorate, because the people that were around 20 years ago to vote for a Giuliani-like mayor, well, they've long since left. That's why we're not going to have a mayor like that again.
States with limited government, maximum freedom, and less taxes. This is not hard. Yet some of the states with the these liberal states are the largest states with bachelor's degrees in them nationwide, and they can't figure out why people are leaving. I mean, it would be a stand-up routine, but it doesn't stop at the state level. Bernie Sanders, he wants to make this nationwide. He's been trying to do this for like all 50 years he's been in office. But it was for millionaires and billionaires, but once he became a millionaire, he wants to only do it for billionaires now. The fundamental difference between actual Republicans and liberals is liberals believe the money that you take home is what the government allows you to keep.
There it is, right there. That is the primary tenet of communism, is that you don't deserve to own anything. You don't deserve to have personal property. You don't deserve to have a business. You don't deserve to have a home. You don't deserve to have wealth. And your children who didn't work for your wealth do not deserve to inherit it. To them, that is the most unfair thing ever, this idea of generational wealth. And that's why we've got these ideas of wealth taxes. That's why we've got people who are living in a middle-class home and are about to see it disappear and about to see the values of their property wiped out because nobody's going to come along and buy a home in New York knowing that in just a couple of years, the value of that home could be worthless because laws and wealth taxes are passed to make it worthless. And you want to know why people still vote for this stuff? Because if folks in California, New York, or Illinois were to say, you know what, we need to stop giving away all the freebies. We need to let people work hard for their own money. And if somebody works hard for something, we're going to allow them to keep it. That's unacceptable to people who've been voting for socialism over and over and over again and think it's the way that the world is supposed to work and think that that is what's going to lift people out of poverty. What do you think about all this? I will see you in the next video.
How did California spend $15 billion over 16 years building a train to nowhere? Oh wait, there is no train. They haven't laid a single track. I'm standing where it should exist. It's not crazy to think connecting cities in a state like California would be useful. So in 1996, the legislature created the California High-Speed Rail Authority to develop inner-city rail using the state's pre-existing network. It could reduce traffic on I-5, the 405, the 101, but then California California does what they do best. In 2008, Proposition 1A promised an 800-mile high-speed rail connecting San Francisco to San Diego. It would take 12 years, involve 2 phases, and the line from LA to San Francisco would cost only $33 billion. I can't believe they bought that! Consulting firms and unions contributed over $2.5 million to the campaign. Only 2 high-speed lines in the world operated a profit, but Prop 1A promised no subsidies. They predicted 100 million riders by 2030, so voters passed it. Barely. The following year, the project got $3.5 billion from the Obama administration, and that should have helped. But again, California. Prop 1A allowed about $10 billion in funding and directed officials to seek private and other public funds to cover the rest. But the rail authority had no idea how to secure the bag. Meanwhile, consultants cashed in. One report found the average engineering consultant on the project earned $427,000 a year, while the state's own engineers earned $131 grand. By 2014, it ballooned into a $68 billion project riddled by lawsuits, planning and construction errors, and waste. Engineering changes through the Diablo Range cost between $5 and $14 billion. One contractor had to stop construction due to signs of distress and start all over again. And the cost to purchase the property for the train jumped from $332 million to $1.5 billion. So in 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom announced the project as planned wasn't going to happen. Surprise, surprise! Instead, they would focus on the 171 miles between Bakersfield and Merced, 2 places not on anyone's bucket list. Because without it, California would be forced to return $3.5 billion in federal funding. The feds took one look at that plan and wanted their money back. They settled a 2-year legal battle in 2021, and the Biden administration restored the grant under the condition California must deliver 1 high-speed rail route by the end of 2033. Oh, and they also gave them another $3 billion in funding, which was needed because by now the train was set to cost $113 billion. So in June of 2025, the U.S. Department of Transportation issued a 300-page compliance review showing the rail authority has at least a $7 billion funding gap, no viable path to completion by 2033, and they grossly inflated ridership numbers. Things were so bad, the feds even launched an investigation into the now $135 billion project. After 16 years and $15 billion, not a single track has been laid. So the feds were like, yoink, and they revoked that $4 billion in funding. But because Gavin Newsom is peak Delulu, he called it another political stunt to punish California before filing another lawsuit against the Trump administration. So who's to blame for this runaway train project?
I just paid off my house and retired. I'm ready for war.
This story can't be a good thing. I guess we should start off with silver lining, which is that enlistment in our armed forces is at 103% across all branches. Partly driven by President Trump saying we're not going to do forever war, we're not going to waste your lives in vain. Pete Hegseth, esprit de corps with the troops, constantly out training with the troops. They tend to love the guy. I mean, whatever you think of Pete Hegseth, the enlisted actually really, truly love this man. And he's one of them, and so that's the good thing. Not in my lifetime or yours have we seen enlistment numbers for our military this strong. The 2025 numbers were incredibly strong. And now the Army has said, well, why not more? Army ups maximum enlistment age to 42. Relaxes rules on recruiting drug convicts. Can't be good. Let's see here. The U.S. Army has raised the maximum enlistment age to 42 and relaxed the rules on recruiting individuals with drug convictions as the service continues to widen its recruiting pool. The maximum age for eligible recruits is a bump up from the previous enlistment age of 35 and will go into effect on April 20th, according to Army regulation. The change comes amid ongoing U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. The minimum age to join the Army is still 18 years old. Those who are 17 need parental permission. The document outlines that prospective recruits do not need to secure a waiver if they have a conviction for possession of marijuana or possession of drug paraphernalia. So here you go. Increase the maximum enlistment age to 42. See it right here in the regular Army and Reserve Components Enlistment Program. Signed by the Administrative Assistant to the Secretary of the Army. So, this is happening. U.S. Army increased the maximum enlistment age from 35 to 42. Also applies to National Guard. Is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? I don't know. A lot of people are saying, well, this means there's going to be a draft and they're going to take 42-year-olds. Soon they'll raise the age to 45, then they'll raise it to 50, and then to 60, and you think that's crazy. But Zelensky has allowed over 60s to enlist in the military. In Ukraine, Ukrainians over the age of 60 will be allowed to enlist following the enactment of the law in wartime. It will start the enlistment age, and overnight it will flip to draft age, the same playbook as Ukraine. Are you getting it yet? So plenty of people dooming on this, saying that it's going to lead us into war with Iran. Military recruitment numbers are low, enlistment age increased to 42. The draft may be next. Recruit numbers are not low. Right? The government is waiving marijuana restrictions on 420. Okay. Boomers aren't quite done with effing over millennials. There we go. Not a good sign. Just walked out of the House Armed Services briefing on Iran. Let me repeat, I will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more after this briefing. Oof. Okay. Not a great look. They want LeBron. Be in favor of that. Men under 42 should be familiarizing themselves with military draft and what their options are. 70% of youth are unfit for military draft because of physical, mental, or criminal reasons. school the next day. It was my friend's birthday. I asked if we could go out. Growing up on an island, going out meant finding a restaurant, worker to buy us beer. His response, "You're going to effing Iraq in 2 years. Do whatever you want." This reminds me of that moment. A lot of people did go to Iraq. Suit up Eric Trump. He's 42 years old. It's not the only Trump kid that jokes being made about. WWE legend tells Donald Trump to send his son Barron, 20, to war after accusing the president of staging the assassination. Oh my. So Jesse Ventura has said that he needs to send Barron Trump off to war, saying that Donald is a draft-dodging coward.
Thing as a leader, and you know this having been in the military. Trump wouldn't know it because he's a draft-dodging coward. But anyway, it's this. A war is justified if you're willing to send your kids. Because how can you send somebody else's kids to a war if you won't send your own? So I'm calling right now for Barron Trump. Donald Trump's son, after all, he's had 3 wives, he's had kids by each wife, and nobody's ever served in the military. To my knowledge, a Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Enlist in the United States military right now. Do something your father didn't have the courage to.
I mean, that'd be kind of based, honestly, to have Barron enlist in the military. Here we go. Fiscal year 2025 sees best recruiting numbers in nearly 20 years. Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Marine Corps had 100+% of their goals. Okay. Is there going to be draft? U.S. military draft authorized in 2026? The chances of that have jumped. Obviously, the kickoff of the Iran war, they popped up to above 20%. Now they're jumping up above 10% again. Yeah, right. And this news also not great. Iran rejects Trump's peace plan as 7,000-strong U.S. ground invasion force masses on Tehran's doorstep. Okay. Let's see here. Donald Trump is massing a 7,000-strong invasion force on Iran's doorstep after Islamic regime snubbed a 15-point peace plan in a series of ridiculous demands. Pentagon chief ordered 2,000 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East last night to join 4,500 Marines who are en route to the region. The president is prepared to pull the trigger on a full-scale invasion of Tehran if it continues to rebuff diplomatic overtures, according to members of his inner circle. Trump has his hand open for a deal, and the other is a fist waiting to punch you in the effing face, a Trump aide told Axios. And the 15-point plan modeled after Trump's Gaza deal would require Iran to dismantle their nuclear and long-range missile capabilities, open the Straits of Hormuz, and abandon proxy terror groups. Yikes. Oil prices lurched wildly, and have been tough on everyone. The draft would be tougher than that. Draft would be bad. It would be the opposite, I think, of America First. And so we'll see what happens. It sounds like what President Trump is doing actually is doing everything he possibly can to avoid that within reason and not to, to close out the war. I think that's what they're screaming towards right now. I guess we'll see. Hit your boy Benny, like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
All right, so the House Oversight Committee launching an investigation into California, focusing on allegations of rampant hospice fraud and other wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars. Let's bring in now our House Oversight Committee Chairman, James Comer. Welcome to you, Mr. Chairman. So where is your energy focused here?
We're focused solely on hospice fraud in California, specifically in Los Angeles County. A state audit just came out and confirmed that there's at least $3.5 billion in hospice fraud, primarily in one county, Los Angeles County, in California. That $3.5 billion price tag represents over 10% of the total bill for the federal government for hospice in all 50 states, in every city and every state in America. So the red flags are there that there was rampant fraud. There's a whistleblower that's come forward that alleges that Gavin Newsom knew about this. This is a very similar scenario to what we had in Minnesota. So we're moving our investigation after Minnesota into California. We believe this is the tip of the iceberg. So we're going to be focused solely on fraud in California. Hopefully we'll have more whistleblowers come forward, and hopefully we can see some accountability.
Those are massive numbers we have on the screen, and this is from the state audit. $3.5 billion, almost 2,000 hospice providers involved, 112 hospices with state licenses in one commercial building. I mean, obviously this is at the center of your investigation here. This is Nick Shirley, independent journalist, concluding that the governor should probably say thank you. Listen.
Gavin Newsom, he had the opportunity to say, okay, thank you for exposing this fraud. Now let's go down and crack down on it. Instead, he comes after the person for exposing the fraud. It's not too hard to say, fraud is bad, let's fix it.
If he's going after the people exposing the fraud, what does that make him?
Well, he's retaliating against the people that are trying to expose the fraud. And no one wants to see their tax dollars lost to fraud. But this is really bad. This is hospice, and everyone supports hospice. This is, in our deepest time of need for families and patients on their deathbed. And you're talking about $3.5 billion of fraud in one county in California, where there are clearly hundreds of people registered to one address that are billing for thousands of people on hospice. It's not possible. It's not possible to have that many patients. It's not possible to have that big of a claim in one county. This has been ongoing for several years, yet Gavin Newsom did nothing about it, and he retaliates against a reporter for bringing this to light. There's nothing that young man said that isn't true. 100% of what he said is true. And we saw the same thing in Minnesota with Governor Tim Walz. He retaliated against those state employees that were the first to blow the whistle on that. So this is not going to go away for Democrats. This is a huge issue for the American taxpayer, and we're going to keep pressing forward and trying to identify the fraud and hopefully do something about it.
Well, we did get a statement from Governor Gavin Newsom about exactly that. And his office says, quote, under Governor Newsom's leadership, California is leading the nation in preventing fraud, waste, and abuse, protecting billions of dollars intended for families, students, seniors, and communities. Nothing specific, though, to this state audit that reveals this massive fraud. I'll end with this. This is RFK Jr. saying this is also about the previous administration. Listen here.
I'm not a partisan person, but one of the things that I found out from people in my agency was they were ordered by the Biden White House not to do program integrity. In other words, not to enforce against fraud. And they said they were told, we want to focus on only enrollment and getting more and more people into the system.
I've only got a few seconds left, but what are you going to do about that?
Look, every government agency has hundreds of employees who were there to prevent fraud, to identify fraud. They're not doing their job. President Trump fired a few inspectors general, and the Democrats went crazy. Look, they're not doing their job. We're losing a significant percentage of our tax dollars to fraud every day. President Trump wants to do something about it. J.D. Vance is going to do something about it, and I hope my committee can help do something about it.
Well, those are big numbers, eye-opening for sure. So we'll see where you get with that. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Turns out people don't like being erased and having their cultures destroyed by foreign invaders, no matter where they are. Turns out that it's totally and completely immoral. It's what happens to a broken and completely humiliated and demoralized society. And Europe is trying to buck the trend that they started, the globalist trend of swamping your nation with infinity foreigners by electing right-wing parties that are going to be deporting. This is the main political energy throughout the continent of Europe right now. In 11 different countries, the right-wing pro-deportation anti-Islamist party leading in the polls in places, of course, that you would expect, like Poland, but also in the United Kingdom, and in France, and in Great Britain, and in Germany. All of these things are a result of this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what replacement looks like. There shouldn't really be Muslims in Europe because Europe isn't Muslim. Europe is traditionally Christian. But here you can see in some states, over or close to 10% of the population now Muslim. Check in a couple of years or decades, and Europe will be lost forever. It will be Islamic. That's the way these things go. Islam is not really a religion. It's a conquering political philosophy more than anything. And you're seeing here in France, Germany, UK, Sweden, Bulgaria, nearly 10% of the nations are Islamic. And of course, that leads to crime. That leads to horrible breakdowns in the cultures themselves. It leads to total erasure of the culture, filth, disease, and terrorism. And this is the way that you have to deal with that. Here's the border of Poland showing Muslim invaders sawing through their metal fence and trying to bring a ladder through so that they can bring more Muslim invaders in to parasitically live off of the welfare states of Europe. And this is, of course, what you must do. This is how you must treat the foreign invader. My Poland is a Poland without illegal migrants. Poland is where, instead of integration centers, there are deportation centers for those who want to destroy our safety. And now it looks like, finally, the people of France have woken up. France, again, nearly 10% Islamic. It looks like the reversal may well be here. Of course, it is upon the nation of France that the Muslim invaders were first turned back thousands of years ago from conquering Europe. Breaking news, the results of local election in France already in, and the RN party in blue, the right-wing patriots, swept away the left-wing candidates in red. Everything points to the left being destroyed. Look at this. So this spells doom, of course, for Macron's party, libs and left-wingers. Europe is rising. Marine Le Pen's RN party smashes all-time polling record. Obviously, there are very, very positive signs all throughout the land of France. The RN party just won over 40 French cities in local elections, including in Nice, having absolutely crushed the left-wing alliance. Is completely unprecedented, an absolute revolution. 40 cities, an unbelievable 70 cities in France's local elections. A national revolution is occurring. Marine Le Pen, the head, sort of the figurehead of French culture, France first movement, if you can call it that, and everywhere that she goes, she is swarmed. She is an absolute and total legend. Ladies and gentlemen, election across Europe shows continued political shift to the right. Marine Le Pen's RN party makes massive gains ahead of 2027 presidential election, including winning mayoral race in Nice. Germany's AfD doubled the results of the state elections, securing the best finish ever, driven by young voters. Slovenia, former prime minister and his populist Slovenian Democrat Party is tied with the incumbent left-wing party. You can see here the celebrations in Nice. As other right-wing candidates scored big victories across France. Big rallies here in Nice. Huge victory for the right in France. Thousands flooding the streets, celebrating Eric Cotte's massive surge and conservative victory in Nice, a very big city. Common sense is winning. He ran on stopping criminal migrants in Nice. The south of France, of course, where the vast majority of criminal migrants land, went hardcore right-wing. This is how it works. Is it too late? I don't know. A week in polls show right-wing parties in Europe. France is number one. AfD is number one in Germany. Brothers of Italy is number one in Italy. FPO is number one in Austria. Reform UK is number one in the UK. And in Hungary, of course, the Western world is embracing common sense politics and not suicide, because that's what you do when you turn over your nation to foreigners and Islamists and people that have zero in common with your traditions or society. That's what you do. The right-wing anti-Islamic migration People's Party of Denmark just more than tripled its vote share after tonight's election. All of Europe is waking up. Closing Denmark's borders, limiting asylum, and deporting refugees. This is what happened in the Denmark right-wing People's Party, tripling their share of the vote. Huge win. In Denmark, voters are fed up. The far-right Danish People's Party have quadrupled their share of the general election. Congratulations from Viktor Orban right here, and of Geert Wilders. The far-right Danish People's Party, look at this. Well done. It's not just, of course, in Denmark. The party campaigning on remigration was the biggest winner in Denmark. This is Bernie Sanders' favorite country. They're running on a remigration platform. And the Prime Minister of Denmark has resigned now in humiliation. This is the way it goes. The Danish People's Party tripling its support and gaining 11 seats on remigration. Whew. Netherlands, Australia too. The West is resurging. Germany just went red-pilled. The right-wing AfD party surged massively in state elections, staggering 11-point gain. Germany is done with open borders, skyrocketing crime, no-go zones, and politicians who put migrants first. Mga.
Von Frau Weidel, wenn ich das sagen. Das ist der 18 Uhr Jubel den Spitzenkandidaten.
There you go. They're celebrating. AfD surging in the polls. AfD's leader says, her name's Alice Wendell, says leaders are forcing Germany to carry the cost of illegal migration while public safety gets worse. She claims people are being made to feed and house arrivals as crime and extremism grow.
Diabolically dangerous. They flood our countries with illegal mass migration. They force our own people to feed, house, and privilege these masses, while crime explodes, terrorism stalks our streets, and Islamic extremism takes root. And in doing so, they steal the very soul of our European nations.
They're stealing the soul of our European nations. That's why young people, the most popular party among young people, 18 to 24-year-olds in Germany right now, is AfD. The youth are waking up. They know they can't get a job or afford a house. The criminal alien migrant who doesn't share your traditions, value systems, who would stab you on the street for a bag of chips, is not your friend. And your politicians are not your friend. That's why in England, Rupert Lowe, the highest net favorability of all politicians, and his competition is not doing great. In England, you can see Keir Starmer has a 70% unfavorable, 22% favorable. Labour is in complete collapse, and this is one of the all-time most powerful and most viewed political ads in the world. 41 million views. The Restore Britain National Political Party is on the rise. A beautiful ad here. by the way, just a farmer wandering around his farm saying, you know, we need remigration. We need to say you people are not part of our culture. You're not part of our civilization. And this is a failed experiment. I think that's what's coming next, frankly, for Europe. Is it too late? I'm not sure. I don't know. But we're going to cover the good news here on this channel. Keep following and subscribing. Boy, Benny. See ya.
All right, we got some breaking news out of the business world. OpenAI saying it's shutting down its video generation platform, Sora. You see the post here on Sora's X account. Their message to people who use it: what you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. The AI videos, like the ones you see here, have generated some controversy. Critics saying they're a breeding ground for potential copyright infringement or about deep fakes. Brian Chung is joining us now with more on this. They just had this billion-dollar deal with Disney. Yeah. They actually talked about on the podcast. And now it sounds like they're ending their partnership and they're shutting down their doors.
Yeah.
What's going on?
And what was remarkable about that Disney partnership was that it was only in December. Yeah. Sora, as a video generating platform, again, the idea is that it's a text to video. You just kind of type in what you want, and then this AI creates that video for you. It was only over a year old. I think it was released to the public in December of 2024. And now you have OpenAI saying they're shutting this thing down. Now, the OpenAI company does say that they decided to discontinue Sora as they focus and compute demand grows. They say that they want to focus on things that are real-world physical tasks. And then Disney, which is the other big aspect of this, as you point out, they had a $1 billion equity investment in OpenAI as a result of a partnership where they said we are going to allow Disney characters on Sora, again, arguably the most recognizable library of characters ever. Disney saying in response to this news that they appreciate the constructive collaboration and essentially that they respect the company's decision to close down that particular platform. We don't know what happens with that investment. They haven't responded to the questions about that. But again, this is just kind of showing us how fast things are moving in the AI.
I just wonder if it's about profitability. And I only ask that because, you know, Sam Altman, he's got a lot of pressure on him, and they're trying to take OpenAI eventually public, right? Is this an indication that they felt as if maybe Sora was not as profitable for them, for their bottom line, as they thought it was going to be, hence why they're shutting those doors?
Yeah, different companies feel differently about this. So you have Google and Grok, now that OpenAI has essentially shuttered Sora as the only really remaining big players that have these video generators. Grok's is called Imagine, Google's is called VO, but I should point out Anthropic, that's the big one. A lot of people have been talking about Claude. Anthropic has chosen from the get-go to not do image or video generators. I should point out OpenAI says they're still going to do images, but different companies feel differently about what's the best strategy. I should point out there's also a legal liability aspect to it. Deep fake pornography is a big issue with these types of video generators, and it's just maybe unclear if OpenAI saw that as a potential liability here.
It's major, though, I have to say, really major.
Big
It's
deal.
surprising. Brian Chung, thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Why am I being arrested?
Okay, the dog was left for an extended period of time in the vehicle with no water, no food, no nothing here, and the dog was clearly in distress.
Today's video comes from Palm Beach County, Florida, where police respond to a dog in distress locked in a vehicle. The temperature is 85 degrees, and without knowing how long the dog has been there, he is at extreme risk for heat-related complications. The owner arrives on scene not understanding what the issue is.
Give me 1 second. I think they have some more water. Is this your car, sir?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So this is registered to you. Yeah. Where are you going?
Right here.
She's in the back. For what? Your dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Give a minute. It's in the back of my car. There's AC on in there. Okay.
Gary, can you get the dog some water, or is he good, or what?
Yeah, he's good. We can give the dog water, but I have to talk to him first.
Yeah.
He might try and run out. He has a leash on.
Hi, baby. Wait. Hi, baby. I gotta come. Yeah. Good boy. Okay. Okay, take a break. Oh, just a little bit. We don't want you sick. Come on. Okay. All right, that's it. Go back in. No. Come on, baby. Come on. In. Can someone help me get the dog back in the car? Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. No. All right, make him jump in the car with the water. Take the water in the car. Come on. That's it. Let me get under you. That's it. Come on, dog. Get in. Wait. Come on, Joel. Go to the other side. Open that door. Come on. This way. Come on. There's water. Go, finger.
So I do just have to talk to you before I ask you any kind of questions or anything like that. I have to let you know of your rights, okay? So before we start, I'm required to warn you before you make any statement that you have the following constitutional rights. Do you understand? Okay. So, that being said, I do just have a couple of questions. The dog that was, this vehicle, this is your vehicle, correct? Okay. And so the dog that was inside the vehicle, that's your dog, correct?
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Mr. Bojangles.
Mr. Bojangles. You know how old
3.
Mr. Bojangles is? 3. How long have you had him for?
He was a puppy. 10 weeks.
When did you leave him in the car? Is what I'm trying to ask.
Last night.
Last night. So you left him last night.
Yeah,
So what reason did you leave him here in the car?
He's fine in the car for like an hour or so.
Did you leave him any kind of water, food, anything like that in the car?
I walked him, and I gave him water.
What did you put the water in?
Cup.
Cup?
Yeah.
And so you said last night around what time did you leave here?
It's a blur. It was Sunfest last night, and what's the question?
Around what time last night did you leave him in the car here? And you said that you left last night. What time was that?
I left him in the afternoon, late afternoon.
You told me that you left him last night.
I said I was looking for him last night.
Right. So how would you have been looking for him last night, but didn't leave him? Obviously, you would have had to leave him if you were looking for him, correct?
Yeah, he was in the car.
Right.
So I was looking for him.
And then you couldn't find him, correct?
I couldn't find him.
Right.
And so I gave up. I fell asleep last night, and at 6 o'clock this morning, I started to look for him again.
Okay, so from 6 o'clock until you came back over here in the car, where were you?
Where was I?
Yeah.
At my sister's house.
Okay. And when you got to your sister's house, did you mention anything about the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys come look for the dog?
We were on our way.
You were on your way?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you want to tell me? Anything else you feel is relevant to my investigation?
No.
No.
No. My heart is broken. From leaving him and.
Okay. Has this ever happened before?
No.
No.
It's my uncle.
It's your uncle.
He is not well.
Okay.
He kind of disappeared. Went all the way up to New York, back to Florida. He's like not mentally there anymore. Just kind of like fell apart. And today, my mom called me while I was at work saying that my uncle just appeared at her house. Just walked up with nothing.
So what's going to happen is animal care is here. Okay, so they have to take the dog.
Okay.
All right, they're going to call you once they check the dog out. So once the dog is determined to be okay to be released. So once they get the dog out of my car, you'll go into my car.
Why am I being arrested?
Because of how you left the dog. Okay, the dog was left for an extended period of time in the vehicle with no water, no food, no nothing. We had a call about a dog, and I got here, and the dog was clearly in distress. Okay?
He had water.
There was no water when I was here.
Twice last night.
Okay. Well, it's also South Florida, and it's extremely hot and sunny. Okay, so for him to be in that car all day by himself with no water, no nothing, okay?
Well,
move over? Can we move over? Let's get at it. Let's go back.
All right. Moving over.
He says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the world.
Iran said that you lied, Mr. President. Should we trust the radical Islamic terrorist, pedophile goat fuckers, or the duly elected president to the United States? Who should we trust, sir?
They're going to have to get themselves better public relations people.
I mean, to be fair, you literally killed all their guys, so I mean, like, are we really, are we really blaming, you know, Mr. Yusuf over there? Are we blaming Yusuf? You killed all the Mohammeds and you left it to an Ahmed, bro.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
If we have almost all points of agreement, that means they're giving up on their ballistic missiles, and they'll probably give us their uranium. You know, because they still have like 60% enriched uranium somewhere. That means they will literally give it to us. That means they will stop funding terrorist proxies. If they agree with these points, that's fucking insane. And that also means he's not talking to the hardliner IRGC terrorists, because that's a literal death cult. They would die before giving that up. So we're seeing some massive changes.
Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very...
Oh my God, this dude had an actual conversation. You know, they made some sort of peace deal, and that just didn't get out to the rest of the goat fuckers.
Strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that...
Yeah, you know, things tend to work out perfectly after you blow them all to hell, bro. You literally sent the Ayatollahs down to Lucifer in a Congo line. One after the other, those motherfuckers dropped like flies. Went straight down to the pits of Tartarus immediately. All right, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Those motherfuckers got eviscerated. Discombobulated, some would even say. So yeah, the talks went very well. we literally killed all their fucking guys.
If they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict.
That's so weird. I was told reliably by Tucker Carlson that this would be a forever war with troops on the ground and it would last 20 years.
I think it'll end it very, very substantially. We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else. But they're very much in mind in the discussions. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today.
They want to make a deal. In other words, they folded. Bro, they spent 47 years chanting death to America, and now they want to make a deal? Oh, diabolical, bro.
By probably phone, because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
A top person, don't forget.
Oh my
We've
God.
wiped out the leadership phase 1.
Oh my God, we talked about top guy. Well, we killed all the other top guys, so he's the last top guy left.
Phase 2 and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. You know, it's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader.
No, he's dead. He's dead and gay.
Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Yeah, he's gone. We don't know. All we know is he's gay. He has erectile dysfunction. He's in a coma, and he's probably dead.
We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you'll see a statement made, but we don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President, again. Mr. President, I know you deployed...
I don't want him to be killed. Okay?
True! Holy shit! I didn't even think of that. He can't even reveal who he's actually talking to, because then the Iranian regime, the terrorists that just chant death to America all the time and don't care if they get blown to pieces because they'll just get to fuck children in heaven forever, according to their religion, you know, those guys would kill him. They'd kill him to stop the peace talks because they're a death cult. They're a fucking death cult. So he can't even reveal the person he's talking to. This is diabolical, dude.
I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed...
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now, you know?
Yeah, becoming a leader of Iran is probably the least requested job opening in the history of the world.
Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country, but perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you deployed ICE agents...
Look, I said it from day one. I said it from the very, very beginning. Donald Trump is going to pick the next leader by extermination policies, all right? The next leader of Iran will be selected by Donald Trump, because if Trump doesn't like him, he's going to fucking kill him. And then they'll get someone else, and if Trump doesn't like him, they'll fucking kill him too.
To American airports. Newsmax, sir. You deployed ICE...
You're not doing a very good job.
You deployed ICE agents...
You're not doing a good job. Did you hear me? Okay, go ahead.
What exactly do you want on these talks?
Taking CNN over Newsmax.
Oh my God, he picked CNN over Newsmax. It's over.
What are you looking for in these talks, Mr. President?
We're looking for all of the things that we've been talking about. We want to see no nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want The nuclear dust, we're going to want that.
I literally, did I not say that we're literally going to be getting all of their enriched uranium that they've been working so hard to make for like the last 47 years? We're going to get all that shit, of course. They're going to give everything up. Because, you see, the thing is, when all of the cards are on your side, when you have all the cards, you can demand literally fucking everything. They are going to be going all in on this peace deal. They're not getting one concession.
And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that.
Wow.
Yeah, we've agreed to that.
That is huge.
Uranium before you can end this.
And we want no enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium.
Massive.
If this happens, it's a great start for Iran to build itself back, and it's everything that we want.
The Obama deal was basically Obama gave them billions of dollars and let them still do whatever the fuck they wanted. All right, the Trump deal is we take all their shit, we monitor their shit. They become a failed puppet. They become a retard nation. Again, I feel bad for the actual people of Iran, and hopefully they do rise up and actually do get their country back. But they will not be oppressed by whoever takes over. If whoever takes over is literally giving all their weapons to us.
And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, all of them, Kuwait and Bahrain in particular. So it's great for all of them.
Mr. President, do you still need $200 billion?
It's always nice to have. It's always nice to have. It's a very...
Our military is very nice, very good. Every dollar that goes to our military is a dollar we will not be giving to the healthcare of someone in Hassan Piker's chat.
Inflamed world, and the Democrats inflame it. You know, largely the Democrats inflame it.
True.
Let me just talk about the others. So ICE has done very well. I've requested. Now, you know, I'm a...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Big believer that they should be able to wear masks when they go and hunt down, you know, murderous criminals and others. But for purposes of the airport, I've requested that they take off the mask. I don't like it for the airport, and I believe they are willing to do that.
Mr. President, ICE wear masks, not at the airport, but they need to do it when they're out in the country.
The people coming into the airport, typically speaking, aren't murderers, killers, drug dealers, etc. There may be a few of them, but there aren't many. They're people that want to come into the country, or they're people who want to leave.
They're people breaking into the country illegally, and they're going to get fucking deported because we don't tolerate that shit anymore. However, they're probably not rapists and killers. They're probably just fraudsters and douchebags and Indians. I'm sorry, I said they were not fraudsters, and then I said not Indians.
Leave the country, go into maybe their home country. So I didn't think it was an appropriate look for an airport. I think it's a very appropriate look when they're out on the street trying to find...
Every scam call center in the airport will be confiscated.
One of the 11,888 murders that Sleepy Joe Biden led into our country.
Elon Musk, sir. Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus. Sorry. Last year you gave a $10,000 bonus to Tuesday workers who kept showing up to work during the shutdown. Will you do that again?
Well, it could happen. It's amazing. There are people that are really, really loyal and great, and it's not easy for them. And this is all caused by the Democrats.
True, the Democrats refuse to pay the people working in the airports, and now all the airports are clogged and horrible.
And
like these people, they're working their ass off for the sake of the people for no pay. Like quite literally, it's some evil shit.
So you know, all this
money. We'll be talking about that very soon.
Money was approved. Everything was approved. This is done. The Democrats went in, and they want to have radical left lunatics come into our country. They want to have drug dealers. They want to have murderers come into our country. They want to have open borders, and we're not letting it happen. That's what this is all about.
True.
They don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. They don't want mail-in ballots.
It's shocking. You know, we're used to it because this is like the discussion that's been being had in American politics for a long time. It is fucking not normal. We don't have to make believe it's normal that their policy literally is let in retards, rapists, and criminals and let them vote. I'm sorry. It is not normal. We do not need to live in a world where we make believe that it is even slightly feasible debate to be having. All right? Like, these people hate our country, and they want us to die.
They're so corrupt. What they want, the only thing they want is mail-in ballots. So we also added, as you know, into the Save America Act. And it's called Save America. It's not the Save Act. But we added no transgender mutilization of our children.
I'm pretty sure mutilization is not a word, Mr. President, but I agree.
And no men in women's sports.
Elon Musk, sir.
It's just crazy when you think about the leftist policies right now. It's like they're just anti-American policies. They're the policies you would have if you hated our country and wanted it destroyed. All right, men could be women, mutilate the children, let in the illegals, let in the rapists, let in the killers, the criminals. We don't know who comes into our country. We don't actually give a shit as long as they can vote because you don't need a voter ID to vote. And then guess who's going to vote for us? The rapists that want their brother, who's also a rapist. They're coming to the country. Obviously, bro. Mohammed bin Mohammed, rapist from Pakistan, would love if his brother Ahmed bin Mohammed actually enters the country, also a rapist from Pakistan. So he's going to, of course, vote for the leftoids. Bro, you think Mohammed bin Mohammed or Ahmed bin Mohammed actually give a flying fuck about transgenderism and gay rights and shit like that? They don't care. They just vote for the politician that's going to let their brother into the country and his wife, who's your sister. It's very complicated. Pakistan's a complicated place.
Well, and you reach.
I don't think he's going to be a newsman.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and
listen, man, listen. between me and you, long-term peace and the Jews, not two things that tend to work together. I don't know if you're familiar with the last 3,000 years, but Jews and long-term peace is like oil and water. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. But yeah, I hope that this works out, and I hope there's long-term peace. Obviously, of course, obviously. You know, but I also know history.
You know, I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to.
Amen.
My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals, my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So,
God's help. With God's help, there will be peace. Absolutely. And we got to do our best every single day.
So, tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants.
That's right. Trump threatened them. He said, you have 48 hours to completely fold to me or I'm going to blow you to fucking hell. And they folded him.
It was over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses.
And remember, they have no air defenses anymore.
Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called.
Absolute cinema. That's what I'm telling you, man. They completely folded.
They want to make a deal. And
they groveled. They didn't just call. They didn't just say, hey, we can work something out amicably. They groveled. All right, Trump threatened to blow up their electricity, and they groveled and begged.
We are very willing.
They're like, please, Mr. President, do not turn us into Cuba. Hassan Piker's going to visit. Please.
To make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Have they offered to reopen? How are you going to, you said you want to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched uranium? Are you going to
It's very easy.
With plastic baggies. What the fuck is she? What even is this question?
If we have...
If there's peace, then we'll send in our people, and they'll welcome them, and there won't be a war, and we'll take it, and we'll go.
Deal with them, we're going down and we'll take it ourselves.
Can I ask you, the Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil that was out to sea. You criticized President Obama for giving Iran $1.7 billion.
Well, I just want to
1.8 billion.
Have as much oil in the system as possible. And we don't even know if Iran gets that money. Frankly, I think it's very hard for them to get it. But you have ships that are out there that are loaded up with oil. Rather than keep it there, I would rather see it go to the system. Any small amount of money that Iran gets is not going to have any difference in this war. But I want to have the system be lubricated.
Even $14 billion, you don't think helps them?
Where's the $14 billion?
Because the inflated price, they get $14 billion from the...
I don't think they're getting the money. I could tell you, when this is all over, I will tell you who's getting the money.
Mr. President, we're taking their oil. Listen, Iran, we're going to make a deal. You're going to give up all of your military shit and also give us oil. Lubricate the deal, Iran.
From California, given that it'll take them weeks to arrive, is the intention to police the strait or take part?
What are you talking about?
Well, oh my God, dude, look at this Fox News headline. Israel will be happy if deal made with Iran. When's the last time you've seen a happy Jew? Let's be honest for just... Oh, wait, I'm a happy Jew. Never mind, I take it back. I take it back. I'm actually a very happy fellow in general. So I don't know where this whole kvetching narrative came from, okay?
Well, it's been reported that there are Marines that left California, left San Diego last week, at the end of the week.
Oh, shit.
Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask.
Let's just say, okay, I love how the media expects us to just give away our actual classified information. The reality is very simple. What if, over the next 5 days, we don't reach a deal? Well, we're going to fucking obliterate them. Obviously.
If you were in my position, and I asked you that question, do you really believe I'd give you that? It's a crazy question.
Mr. President,
we don't talk about strategy. Yeah? Let in by Biden. It's devastating. These people were let in by Biden. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. That's why ICE is so important. They're doing such a good job. This animal, I saw the whole thing last night. They gave me a briefing. Came in through Joe Biden with his open door policy, and his border czar, Kamala, who never saw the border. Never made one phone call. All the ICE people, you see, they all know me. Everyone knows me. They like me. I speak to them all the time. Didn't make one phone call during 4 years. She was the border czar to anybody on the border. Never went there.
Treasonous, honestly. Can we please start arresting these guys? Please, Mr. President. Please put some of these dumb fuck Democrats in jail. Why is Mayorkas not in jail? Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. This was treason. They let 30 million illegals into our country. Oh, my God.
This person...
And you know what? The left is going to accuse you for going after your political opponents. And you will look at them in the face. And you're going to be like, what the fuck are you going to do about it? And then you will do it and double down and arrest the motherfucker. That's my stance. That's my stance. All right, they broke the law. You have every right to go after them.
Came in through the open door policy of Joe Biden. And we have others. We're taking them out by the tens of...
Operation Midnight Hammer.
Thousands. We're doing a great job, but it's a shame. They've hurt our country. Just remember this. Joe Biden and that gang of radical left lunatics, some very smart, but radical left and bad ideology, sick people. These people have hurt our country very badly.
Are we directly talking with Iran?
How is that different from what Russia is doing in Ukraine by any Ukrainian power?
Well, I think it's a lot different, and if you look at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have...
Are these guys literally comparing us fighting with the terrorists in Iran that literally are massacring their own people to Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Like, the media is fucking evil. They're the agent of the enemy.
They wanted to possess. A lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand, all right? But it's a lot different. You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world, not just us. Look at the way they attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding us. It was not supposed to be. Nobody was even thinking about it. But they wanted to take over the Middle East, and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to do that.
Was the president talking before on?
Mr. President, do you know whether Joe Kent was leaking?
Look, I'm not
Whether Joe Kent was leaking.
a fan of the guy.
Oh, shit.
If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his truths or whatever he went on, if it's X or truth, if you look at his truths,
Right. Oh my God, the fact that Donald Trump knows this. I covered this in a previous video, like 2-3 days ago.
papers, he was all for everything.
True.
All of a sudden, he wasn't.
True. He was literally said, Donald Trump, get Iran, bomb Iran, go for Iran. He's been saying this since 2016. All right, he's been saying it constantly. And now Trump is doing it. He's like, he's doing it for Israel.
He was a man that I met at Dover. He came and his wife was killed. He remarried fairly quickly. His wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again, and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was
Traitor.
pretty heartbroken, pretty. But I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me.
He's right.
You know?
He's right. He's right. The backstabbing fuckboy.
Being a nice guy doesn't pay off too much. Think of it. He loses twice in Congress.
right.
Ran
He's so
not very
right.
good campaigns. Should have won. But he loses twice. How do I get him? I have my people call him, because I didn't deal with him for the most part. I saw him a couple of times, but I never dealt with him at all. I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this. He said very strongly that Iran is not a threat. Iran's been a threat for 47 years, and there's not a country in the world that doesn't agree with me.
For the record, he's right. Every single country said Trump is right for attacking Iran. Every single one. They said I didn't want to get involved, but they all said that he was right to do it. You know, then they made this little mumbo jumbo about international law because they were afraid that all the Muslim migrants in their countries would kill them. But the reality is every single country agreed.
So I take this guy, Joe Kent, who lost twice for Congress, pretty badly and tough, and was devastated. And I know that he lost his wife. So instead of letting him live out his life, I brilliantly have my people call him. And
Well, Joe Kent traded off his position in counterterrorism for going on the Tucker Carlson show.
offer him a job in security, essentially, in the White House. And what does he do? He goes out and he says that Iran is not a threat.
Stabs him in the back.
To get publicity. Now, I probably signed up with CNN or maybe signed up with your division of Newsmax. I don't know.
President
but
Trump
probably-
taking many questions there outside of Air Force One.
Oh my God, that is brutal. Holy crap, he killed him. Don't get on his bad side, he will literally eat you. Holy crap.
Next news. Breaking news.
Nearly 60,000 people in one state said they would rather go hungry than lift a finger to earn their benefits. And that's just the beginning. President Trump has unleashed the most aggressive welfare reform in American history, and the numbers coming in are absolutely staggering. 3.3 million Americans have moved off of food stamps and back into the workforce. But here's what the mainstream media does not want you to know. The fraud they've uncovered is so massive, so systematic, that it's going to shake this country to its core. Dead people collecting benefits, illegal aliens draining the system. In certain blue states, they might be doing it on purpose, but we knew that, right? So let me tell you exactly what this means for you, the hardworking American taxpayer. Every single paycheck you earn, the government takes a chunk, right? And for decades, that money's been funneled into a broken system riddled with abuse. We're talking about 500,000 people caught collecting benefits more than once. 200,000 dead people, or criminals using dead people's social security numbers, we're going to be real on that, still on the rolls. And under President Trump took action. Illegal aliens were helping themselves to your tax dollars through SNAP benefits. This isn't just about like numbers on a page, folks. This is your money being stolen while you struggle to pay your grocery bills, your gas, your rent. Think a Democrat. Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania alone, nearly 60,000 able-bodied adults refused to meet basic work requirements, not even volunteer work, not even part-time, and they walked away from free food rather than contribute anything to society. That's a culture of dependency the left has created, and they want this. And it's your family paying the price. So speaking of taking control of your life and your health, I want to share something personal with you. For years, Gary's wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis. She had endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help, watching her struggle daily. It broke Gary's heart. Then Jonathan Otto introduced them to red light therapy. Her pain vanished, her anxiety lifted, and she's sleeping soundly, full of energy and life again. And Gary's own recovery and vitality is better than guys half his age. This has been truly life-changing for their family. Red light therapy is backed by NASA research, FDA cleared, with studies showing rapid pain relief and recovery. When you're fighting to stay healthy and independent, not relying on a broken system, you need tools that actually work. And red light therapy gave Gary and his family their lives back, and they can do the same for you. Now let's get back to the massive welfare shakeup that's exposing just how broken the system really was. But here's where the story takes a turn the establishment is desperate to hide. President Trump didn't just implement work requirements. He signed an executive order creating a national task force to hunt down welfare fraud. And he put Vice President J.D. Vance in charge. They're going after SNAP, Medicaid, all of it. And what they're finding in states like Minnesota, California, and New York is absolutely explosive. 85% of Somalis in this country, legal and illegal, are collecting some form of welfare. 85%, folks, that's not immigration. That's importation of government dependency. And you wonder why they vote the same way, right? Let's see what this is all about. We've got a tweet here from Wall Street Ape saying, wow, in just 6 months of new SNAP work requirements, already 59,578 people have lost their benefits in Pennsylvania alone. Almost 60,000 people decided they would rather no longer get EBT food stamps than volunteer or get a part-time job. Let's see.
Well, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, they have got 59,500 people who've lost their federal food assistance, like their SNAP benefits. Where they can apply and get a debit card and go pay for their food. Now, why have they lost their federal food assistance? And this is just in the last 6 months this has happened. Over 59,000 people in just 6 months because they put work requirements on it. People say, oh, no, I'm not going to work. If I got to work for it, I'll just do without, because there ain't no way I'm going to go to work. Now, I'm telling you, I think we'll put work requirements on everything. You either ought to be in a job training program, you ought to be helping with daycares for other people who are going to work. Whenever you put work requirements of welfare to work, I'm telling you, it drastically reduces the burden on the taxpayer.
That was Curly Father 101, and he knocked it out of the park. It's the same thing I think most people have been saying for years. It's there for your worst time. If you lose your job, you're about to lose your house, it's there to make sure you have a safety net. It's not a way of life, right? That's honestly the way it is. But the Democrats, they want people so dependent on this, and they vote the same way. Because what happens, Trump comes in, we're cleaning this up. Oh, no, Democrats want to keep it safe, so they have their little group of people that they can always count on for every election. And nearly 60,000 Pennsylvanians choosing work over welfare tells a story in just 6 months. But what about other states still pushing people into dependency? Brooke Rollins has strong words on that. From Aaron Rupar, we have, these blue states, I would speculate, are working to put people in government programs where they can buy their votes for the election. I do believe it's across and black as white as that. Let's see.
Frankly, at the SNAP level, but these blue states want more and more people. I would speculate they're working to put people into government programs where they can buy their vote for the election. I do believe it is crass and black and white as that. Yeah. That's what this president says, no more. Our cabinet is across the board working to stop this fraud and ensuring that the states are doing the same thing.
Yeah, well, thank you for your focus on that.
So I live in Chicago. I live on the south side, and I grew up in a very, very heavily Democrat area. It was also like 70% African-American and mixed 20% on the rest. We had state senators and state reps and other Congress people come into different meetings and being like, we're going to expand benefits. We're going to take care of this. And we're going to make sure the minimum income is raised so more people qualify to be on these food stamps. When they got elected, guess what? They did that because that made their people happy. That also made sure they were dependent on that person staying in office. They did this to entire segments of populations across this country. If you know, you know. But Brooke Rollins just exposed a crass politics behind welfare, dependency in blue states. Secretary Rollins is taking it further, highlighting the incredible strides made under President Trump's leadership to restore dignity to millions of Americans. From Rapid Response 47, since President was sworn in, we moved 3.3 million people off of food stamps into work and into better life of dignity. We're making progress. We have a lot more to do. Obviously, Minnesota, California, New York, they should add Illinois or ground zero for massive fraud, but we're working on it. We'll see what Secretary Rollins had to say.
Was incredible news yesterday, a real testament, I think, to this president's leadership and vision that we have to protect the taxpayer. We have to ensure that every government program coming out of the federal government is doing what it is intended. And I think the consequence of the shutdown last fall was a bright light was shown on a very broken program, and that is the food stamp or SNAP program. And we talked about that quite a bit. The Minnesota case is just one of many examples. 500,000 people we have found in the last year. They're taking benefits more than once. 200,000 dead people or people using dead people's social security numbers. Of course, we made a huge deal to move all illegal aliens off of SNAP last year. So since the president was sworn in, we've moved 3.3 million people off of food stamps into work and into a better life of dignity, et cetera. So all good news. We're making progress. We have a lot more to do. Obviously, Minnesota, California, New York are ground zero for massive fraud, but we're working on it, and I think we're going to make great progress in the years to come.
So that's something crazy. You look at all the states, I'm going to use Illinois because I live in it again, and I know Illinois pretty well. They would close south side of Chicago where I grew up. They had schools over there, and they said, we don't have enough money, so we got to close those schools down. Then they made those African-American kids go on bus rides for 50 minutes to different suburbs to go to the schools that should have been right there. Instead of finding the money and keeping the schools open and having it go to the actual community, they found millions of dollars to refurbish those schools into legal immigrant centers and funded that fully while disenfranchising their people. It's disgusting. The Democrats don't care about you or your people or anything. And that's what Rollins is saying, that they understand that these people are going to vote a certain way. That's why they give them driver's licenses when they go to those states. That's why all these things happen. It's because they know they're going to influence the vote in certain areas, and they need that to happen, especially in blue states, because the more money they spend, the more they get. But the federal dollars were never supposed to go to illegal immigrants for health care or for benefits unless their life was in danger. But the Democrats saw an opportunity. They saw millions of people like, hey, we could do this for them. And when they eventually become citizens, they can vote our way. But now they figured out a way to make that also happen when they're non-citizens. After learning of massive fraud and over 3 million people moving off of food stamps thanks to new policies, we're seeing action. President Trump isn't stopping there, forming a national task force to root out welfare fraud with J.D. Vance on the front lines. Let's see what VP J.D. has to say.
If you look at the amount of fraud in the welfare system, according to the statistics I've seen, 85% of Somalians who are in the United States, legal and illegal, are collecting some form of welfare benefit. So that's not to disparage the other 15%, but when you have 85% of a population that is collecting welfare, that suggests that we have really done something wrong with regards to vetting, and that's the fundamental issue. Even if there's no fraud, 85% collecting welfare is way too many damn people collecting welfare, getting rich off the American taxpayer while a lot of Americans struggle. That's unacceptable.
You know, again, it comes down to Minnesota and other states have programs set up. When those people come in, they meet with 30 different people. They have the paperwork stacked and lined up. They get all the government subsidies on the spot, cell phones, food, the whole 9 yards. They have an entire system set up around this. They know what they're doing. This is a professional gig. They know exactly what that comes down to. And they did all of this on purpose because we've had lax leadership. And guess what? Daddy Trump's home. But here's what this really means and why the left is in full panic mode. Secretary Brooke Rollins said it out loud. She believes blue states are deliberately expanding welfare rolls to buy votes. They are. Think about that. They're not helping people. They're creating government dependency as a political strategy. Keep people on the dole, keep them voting Democrat. That's the game. But President Trump just flipped the board. 3.3 million Americans have now jobs instead of handouts. They have dignity instead of dependency. And the fraud task force is just getting started. The welfare industrial complex that's enriched the political class for generations, it's being dismantled brick by brick, and they're freaking out. This is what America First leadership looks like. And folks, we are witnessing the greatest restoration of American self-reliance in our lifetime. President Trump promised to end the abuse, stop the fraud, and get Americans back to work. And he's delivering. 3.3 million people off of food stamps into jobs? That's awesome. Nearly 60,000 people in Pennsylvania alone choosing work requirements over free handouts? A fraud task force exposing the corruption in blue state after blue state. This is what happens when you put America first. Now, I need your help to spread this message. Share this video with everybody you know. Drop a comment below. Do you support work requirements for welfare? Let us know yes or no. Also, let me know. And don't forget to check out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Show the world where you stand. Subscribe, hit that notification bell, and sign up for our text at text raw feed to 844-840-4963. That'll help us fight back against the mainstream media blackout. The truth is getting out, and they can't stop it. Stay informed, stay alert, stay aware. God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.